just so we do have participating members of the committee who are online as well. Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the state of live music in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to come and give evidence today. Could each witness, beginning with Ms Glassick, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Hi, Kerry Glasscock, Executive Director of Create New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Philip Heads, I'm a Group General Manager of Venues New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Emily Collins. I'm the head of Sound New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mark Rodriguez, 24-Hour Economy Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms Jones.
Karen Jones, CEO of Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would anyone like to begin by making a short statement? No? No? Okay, excellent. All right, we might begin with some questions then. I think I'd like to start with the vibrancy reform, so I might go to you first, Mr Rodriguez. Thank you for the government submission, which was helpful. But I guess vibrancy reforms have come up quite a lot in the submissions, and so I wondered if you could talk a bit to them. And a lot of the changes are quite technical, and there was some commentary on that through the submissions, particularly from the local councils. But what is the data telling you about the actual impact of these reforms on the live music scene?
So I guess as you all know, everyone's been involved in the vibrancy reform agenda. The basis of it is really about creating an enabling environment for going out behaviours, including across hospitality, entertainment, of course, which includes live music. It really works as a suite of reforms. And so in terms of the, I guess, the enabling mechanisms, of which there are a number, mainly designed at both venues and precincts, the reforms work to enable councils and the private sector to, I guess, in some ways, build the stable foundation for going out behaviours to occur. And in line with the state strategy, this is not restricted to any one area, but across Greater Sydney and all of New South Wales. And so through the measurement associated with that reform agenda, you can see a number of key trends emerging, and I guess everyone knows the history from where this inquiry is stemming. 2017 Music and Arts Economy Inquiry paints a very different scene of how people are participating in the nighttime economy generally across the state, with a real decentralisation of activity rather than a concentration of activity in one or two key areas. In terms of the specifics of participation when it comes to live music, one of the key reforms was the late night music incentives, of which was referred to in the submissions, in terms of the uptake, which has been and continues to be strong. But beyond that, there's a number of complementary programs that are being run both between our office and Sound New South Wales that are, I guess, reinstalling the stages on which music can occur. So in terms of the actual uptake of those programs through our office, we have the live performance venue program, it's, I think, referred to again in the submission, 2 rounds of which have occurred. And we've seen a number of venues participate both in Greater Sydney and across regional New South Wales. And I guess, those programs are taking some time, but there are examples of where venues are now putting on music consistently in their venues on multiple nights per week, whereas in the past they haven't necessarily done so. So I guess in broad terms, the overall performance, and this is referred to in the State of the Night, is relatively solid and consistent. In terms of the specifics of participation in live music, it's I guess we've done a lot of work to put those stages in. The performances are happening, so it's been a positive outcome.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Collins, could I ask you a question? Sound New South Wales is still relatively new, so I wondered if you could sort of give a bit of an overview of sort of the support that has been, what sort of support has been provided to artists and funding and that kind of thing, and what it's actually targeted to do. And have you got any sort of examples? I know we've got the submission, but are there any other examples you wish to highlight?
Yeah, sure, thank you. I mean, as you said, we are relatively new and young as an office in government. We opened our first program 2.5 years ago, and so since that time we've had nearly 3,000 submissions or applications to our programs, and it's been incredible to see the industry response to the work we're doing. In terms of support, so we have established 14 investment streams across 8 programs, and we really take an ecosystem approach to how we invest. It's not about investing in just one area of the industry. It's really important, because the music industry is an ecosystem, that we invest in grassroots, in artists, in venues, in festivals, and also in industry development organisations who can provide support on the ground for great activity. We, being nearly 3 years into some of the programs, we've got some early evaluation on the programs we run. So the touring and travel program that we established in our first year provides small grants to artists and industry professionals who want to tour domestically or internationally. We've supported 485 recipients through that program, which has directly supported 1,900 artists and industry professionals to participate. So whether that's regional touring or international touring or industry development opportunities. And the outcome of that program is that we've seen over 4,000 shows happen across the state and internationally, and I think it's a huge amount of work that wouldn't have happened otherwise. 73% of the program participants that we surveyed said that the funding was essential to that activity happening. And there's some really great results from that program as well, where 94% of the program participants said that they valued the program highly or very highly, and that it was really crucial to their career development. 100% of applicants who toured regional New South Wales said they absolutely would return, and I think it was about 95% of applicants who said that as a result of the investment in their touring, that they were able to increase their audiences, both in an online digital realm, but also in a physical real world with people turning up to their shows. So we're really hearing from the participants who have been successful through the programs that this work is highly impactful. We get told almost daily from the recipients that this investment is life-changing for their careers. And there's a whole range of artists who receive that money, from grassroots artists who are maybe doing their first tour to artists who are touring internationally and maximising off international support slots. So there's a real variety of investment that comes through that program. And I think it's really important to note that, we understand how hard regional touring is, particularly for regional-based artists. And so we recently doubled the amount available for domestic touring in acknowledgement of the cost of living pressures and how hard it is to tour at the moment, and also any regional artists get an automatic $500 increase on their application in acknowledgement of the increased travel costs. So, we're really proud of that program. It's having incredible results, and it's going to be a real pillar of our work moving forward.
Thank you very much. One of the things that I got asked by Jonah the other day, and I really was a bit stumped on, so I thought I might throw to you, and perhaps you in particular, Ms. Jones, was one of our terms of reference is about audience demand, and how do we try and, create the audience. So we're doing all of these things. So I wondered maybe for all of you to think about, but perhaps Ms. Jones, in terms of Destination New South Wales, I'm guessing that's probably something that's on your minds as well. Can you talk a bit to that?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the question. I feel like this is probably a good opportunity for me just to clarify the role of Destination New South Wales. And in particular, Destination New South Wales is the New South Wales government agency for the visitor economy. So we're not specifically an agency for the music industry or for cultural or for arts funding, but we are all about driving visitation to the state for the overall economic benefit of the state. Everything that we do at Destination New South Wales is really anchored into our Visitor Economy Strategy 2035, which was launched in August last year. And under that strategy, there's sort of 5 pillars. The first pillar is around attracting people to New South Wales, and it's about accessibility and how we can get people here through aviation, making sure we've got enough hotel rooms and we've got enough jobs to service the economy. The second is around how we sell the state, how we promote New South Wales and Sydney in particular to try and get visitation to the state. The third pillar, which is probably of most relevance to this committee, is around major events and using major events as a key tool and a key driver to attract visitors here. The fourth pillar is around tourism product, making sure we've got really good tour operators in the state who are encouraging people to return again and again. And then the fifth pillar is around data. Now for us, at Destination New South Wales, it's probably really important that, again, the committee sort of understands that for us in investing in those events, it really does come down to what is the visitation outcome from that. So whether that be a live music event, whether it be a cultural event, whether it be a sporting fixture, the real premise of Destination New South Wales is making sure that we're driving visitation. So to your point around audience demand, of course we want as many people attending any of our events as much as possible, including live music. But ultimately for Destination New South Wales, we want those people to be visitors, we want them to be travelling far, and we want them to be staying overnight. So for those events proposals that do come into Destination New South Wales, we will look at that visitation first and foremost to see if they actually meet our expectations. If they do, we will choose to invest in them. If they don't, then we obviously point them in the direction of other government agencies of which they might be more compatible. And that's where I lean into the work of my colleagues here at the desk from the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport, and any programs that they might also be running, as well as any other relevant government agency across government.
Thank you. Would anyone else have a go at that?
Yeah, I'll maybe support it and then pass to Ms Collins if that's appropriate. Happy with committee. But I think in terms of the key challenge that the 24-hour Economy Commissioner has to face is just the attraction of people staying at home. We've talked about that in the past. But as we go about re-establishing our nighttime economy on a precinct basis, one of the things that aims to do is to encourage repeat visitation and consistency of participation in going out generally. From a purist perspective, I'm relatively agnostic about what people do, but obviously music is a priority for the state. And so what you're seeing is, for example, in key districts like Brookvale Arts District, which has been a key participant of our programs, is, I guess, the return of, or the re-establishment of participation in live music. As an example, Brookie Fest has come out of that district, which is essentially a live music event. And there's other examples in Enmore where a well-known event, King Street Crawl, is now, I guess, more practically delivered because you have more venue stock. Right at the moment, Great Southern Nights is on, similarly on a precinct basis, using the infrastructure that's been put in place. So in terms of, it doesn't mean that we've, I think no one at this table would say we've managed the audience development challenge that is being presented, but at least we know that live music is a way that people discover music and or artists, and as part of that, building that infrastructure back, making it accessible, encouraging repeat visitation is part of an audience development strategy.
Thank you. Ms. Collins, did you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think as I said, we're a sort of new office, and our first few years have been been really focused on establishing a baseline support. So making sure we have venue stock, making sure we have festivals that can connect with audiences, and really, what's coming through from stakeholder messaging is that audience development will be a key priority moving forward. We've trialled sort of our first sort of step into that arena through our local audience development grants that we ran for the first time this year, investing in live music events that really harness engaging new audiences to their programs. And so we've just invested in, I think, 28 events across the state, so Western Sydney, regional New South Wales and Sydney, looking at how they bring in new audiences and making sure that we're connecting local audiences, not just to local artists, but to local venues and festivals, which is a really key part. And, a lot of the messaging we're hearing is that in terms of the long-term sustainability of the sector, the audiences are a really key pillar of that engagement, because without people turning up, a lot of the businesses are going to struggle. And so that's a key focus for us moving forward. We're seeing some great results through the early programs we're running, and we're committed to sort of doing more to support local artists and local venues and local festivals to really maximise on that engagement. And it will be key to the success of the strategy, that's for sure.
Thank you. I'll pass over to my colleagues. Okay. I've got a couple, but
yeah, I've got a couple as well.
You go. No, you go.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Just wondering, I'll start with you, Ms. Collins, because you were just talking about local festivals and providing support for local venues and local festivals, which is great. What kind of research or work is the government doing, or are you doing, to look at and alleviate or assist with the barriers such as insurance, infrastructure, the various things that artists can be supported to do things, but these are really big barriers, obviously, that a lot of people are talking about. And there's been some good recommendations in the submissions about how potential government schemes or assisting with insurance, for example.
Yeah. So, we've heard that consistently. I think it was an issue that really came out of COVID, the increase in insurance costs, not just for festivals, but for venues as well. It is something we hear consistently, and we've spoken a lot to venues about what that looks like. There's work being done on an industry level to sort of tackle at some of those issues. So we, for example, provide support to industry associations who then look at group buying power around insurance schemes. In terms of what government's done specifically on insurance, I think it's still something on our agenda that we need to focus on.
Is some of the issues potentially with industry looking at group buying schemes? That's fair enough, but doesn't that risk potentially consolidating, for example, insurance into the bigger, more powerful industry bodies, and once again leaving the smaller festivals kind of, hung out to dry, if you like? And I'm sure you're very aware of what's happening with, the domination of
Yeah.
the music industry by a few players.
Yeah, well, we've seen some really great examples of venues working together, organisations working to help connect them to insurance brokers who are acting on behalf of those smaller grassroots venues, and we've seen some really great results. Not to say that there's not more work for us to do in that space, there is, and I think insurance is a tricky one for us to get involved in. You know, we've considered options about how government gets involved, but we're also really mindful of disrupting a commercial market and inadvertently sending costs higher. And so I think there's we are cautiously sort of investigating options, and at the moment, we see that venues and festivals it's still a key issue for them, and we're looking at how state government can assist them to better bargain on their own right, and then
Okay, so thank you. Similarly, in terms of what stakeholders suggest could assist with, making it easier for people to go out a little bit cheaper, is looking at how to make public transport services more available, more accessible, and ideally free. And if not free the whole time, maybe Thursday through to Sunday would be pretty amazing, after 6 or something, for example. So what's been done in that area? I know when I speak to the minister about this, there's always, we've trialled it, we've done it during Mardi Gras and it was amazing. But is there anything more concrete being worked on?
Do you want me to?
I've got a
yeah. I mean, it's been identified as a key issue. You and I've talked about it over the time, and I guess and I would say that with Mardi Gras, it's a good example of the art of the possible, combining both the transport network usage with special event trading, and shortly we'll be able to, I think, provide information around the empirical evidence of what has happened as a result of that intervention, which I think gives us a basis to continue discussions with transport around, I guess targeted is probably the best way, like because of the cost of activating the transport network, we've got to find a way of making it a sustainable.
Yeah,
outcome.
there's always the cost, of course, which is front of mind for governments, but then there's the benefits in terms of financial costs as well, which is what your KPIs are no doubt all about in terms of businesses. Because I'm thinking of the fact that there are so many young people now increasingly more away from the city centre in terms of changing demographics, and I'm sure a bunch of them don't. This is the problem, right? They don't want to be stuck in Surrey Hills or Newtown or King's Cross at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Yeah, and I think what we saw with Mardi Gras is that the certainty that the transport would be available is a driver for people having the confidence to go out, which is, I think, will be reflected in the data, as distinct from just sheer patronage. So it goes to the fundamental concept that if you want people going out, safe, reliable, affordable, transport is a key part of it.
Okay, I've got one more question. I do want to pick a little bit into the definition of contemporary music that Sound New South Wales and the government have adopted, which is more restrictive than the Music Australia, the Australian government definition. For some reason, Sound New South Wales, I don't think experimental music, sound art, these are some of the things that you won't find. Contemporary classical, opera, choral and ensembles, music theatre, working in and with community music groups. Contemporary music by Music Australia is any genre or sub-genre of music currently composed, written, produced by Australians, blah, blah, blah. You probably know the rest. Why does Sound New South Wales and New South Wales government have a tighter definition which precludes and excludes, a lot of musicians in New South Wales?
Well, I think it's important to note that a lot of those genres you mentioned and the exclusions we have are services that have been delivered by Create New South Wales for a long time. And so Sound New South Wales was established to focus on a particular area of contemporary music, and to avoid duplication. A decision was made to keep some of those core services around contemporary classical ensemble art music within the existing structures that it had been for a long time, and I'm sure Ms. Glascock can talk more to that, but we do define contemporary music as new and original music being made now by local artists, and so that inevitably means that there is contemporary music outcomes and funding being delivered by both Create and Sound New South Wales. We do a majority of it, but there are carve-outs because the work is already being delivered by Create New South Wales.
Oh, I'm conscious of time.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here. I have a couple of questions related to some of the grants and funds that are mentioned in the submission. I'm not sure who they're best directed to, so I might just ask, and whoever wants to jump in is fine with me. A lot of the detail here with sort of the amounts and the grants that went out are for the 24-25 financial year. So what funding was there for the current financial year? Is it the same and that just hasn't been finalised yet, or...?
So the current financial year is in 25-26.
Yeah,
so we're still we're not quite finished in the financial year, so there's some final decisions being made, but
I'm just trying to understand. So all of the grants that are here, sort of all the different funds, venue upgrades, etc. They're all continuing in this current financial year. You could only just provide us the data for the previous one.
Correct. And because they're still being under assessment, and there's also new programs added to the mix as well.
Yeah, I just wanted sort of clarity.
Sarah, can we get on notice possibly what has been committed this financial year so
provide
far?
that on notice, that would be
absolutely. Because that'd be pretty complete.
Just trying to understand whether they're continuing, but also I guess just the demand and how much is going out the door in each of them. If you can provide what you can.
Absolutely,
on notice,
we're very more than happy to provide that.
Fantastic, thank you. And then I just have a couple of specifics. The few that stood out to me that I was just interested in, the First Nations specific funding stream. Can you just tell us a little bit more about sort of the artists that's gone to and how that has been rolled out and received in the community as well?
Yeah, sure. So part of the contemporary music strategy that we developed, the 10-year strategy, identified the need for First Nations specific funding. And so we've run it for the second time this year. So it's through the Contemporary Music Development Grants. There's 2 funding streams available directly for First Nations people or First Nations-led organisations. So one stream is around investing in individuals, so not just making music, but around professional development opportunities as well, because we heard really strongly through the consultation that we did in the development of the strategy is that, people are working from a different baseline and that there's actually different levels of support needed within the First Nations community, and so that professional development, investment in skills, but also in, things like tools to help make music were really important. And we also had a round for First Nations organisations, so groups leading work either in a local area or across the board to provide dedicated support. Some of the examples of the sort of organisational piece, investing in organisations like Gadigal Information Service, who run Koori Radio, helping them to deliver Yabin Festival or to, do skills development programs within the community radio network. We've also funded organisations like Awesome Black to do, music hubs in Maitland, and also, individual artists running recording studio programs to bring in new emerging First Nations talent and provide them support in a safe First Nations network. So Kobe D, for example, running a program through his studio program.
Yeah, and some obviously Metro and some regional as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So some in Maitland, some in Metro, and I think it's an area of work that we need to do better on, and a part of being a new organisation is about deepening our engagement with various parts of the sector affected and make sure they're aware of our programs and have direct support to access our programs, and acknowledge that there's much more work for us to do in that space, and we're really committed to making sure that people are aware of our programs and have support to access it, and that it's targeted and reflective of the needs of the community.
Thank you. And then the venue upgrade grants as well, and I appreciate this is detail from the previous financial year, but I'm just wondering, I think it says 9 venues were given some funding to uplift sector expertise, and then 30 venues for infrastructure. Is there, and you can provide it on notice, I'm just keen to know how many were sort of rural and regional versus metro in that grant funding program as well.
Yeah.
If you've got anything now,
I might
feel
have
free to
something
share,
now,
but if you
just
need
for
to
the
take
last
it on notice,
financial
that's
year,
okay.
but you might just need to give me
Yeah,
a minute to
no, that's okay. I'll just
keen
keen to understand the breakdown.
Give me 1 second. So in the, the main program, also noting that this program is not yet completed in its assessment, so some of the figures are not final.
Sure.
But in terms of regional support, we're seeing like a 20%, so of the total budget invested into the regional venue upgrade for infrastructure programs, 20% of the budget is going to regional venues.
Okay.
For that particular stream, but there are 3 streams. There's also an advanced screen and lighting technology round, which 92% are regional. So it sort of depends on the program stream, and there's 3 of them at the moment providing support at different levels and for different activities. So I'm more than happy to provide a notice, a proper breakdown.
As someone who lives in the regions, we like access to these sort of
sure.
grants and programs as
Can
well.
I also add to that? At Destination New South Wales, we also run the Regional Event Fund.
Yeah.
And through the Regional Event Fund, obviously that's regionally targeted. There are a number of music events that receive that funding, and in fact last year during the financial year there was about 25 events regionally related to live music that received funding.
Great, thank you. And just one more if I can, Chair.
certainly.
The other part that stood out to me in your submission was the all ages live music venue program, possibly as a mother of not quite teen girls yet, but we're getting there. And a flashback to my own youth. It was always good to go to festivals and things, back in high school. But I was curious to know a little bit more. I actually wasn't familiar that there was work being done in that space, and I guess what you're finding in terms of the demand, particularly from that sort of 16 to probably 25, I think is the age bracket that you call out. But what work's being done in that space to find somewhere that young people can enjoy music in a safe way as well.
Yeah, well, connecting back to the audience development conversation earlier, is that young people and investing in young people's participation and access to music is really key pillar of audience development, because you need a constant pipeline of new music fans and new music workers coming through to sustain the industry. And so in acknowledgement of that, we've piloted for the first time an all-ages live music venue program, which is it's grants of up to $100,000 for venues, in-venue, all-ages activity. It's currently under assessment, so I can't share results.
That's
but
okay. Yeah.
it's really important to us that young people are a huge part of the ongoing work that we do. And so that venue specific program is underway, but we also, it was a key factor within the local audience development grants that we just ran. It's a significant number of events that we funded through that latest round, looking at young people to really target that local audience engagement. So I think there's a lot more for us to do in this space, and a lot more we're willing to do, and I'm committed to doing, because without young people coming through the industry, there's a very hard stop about what our future looks like. And I think there are many changes happening in the youth space around how young people engage in live music. Young people drink less, they're probably dealing with a more intense plethora of online options and attention grabbing options that make it hard for them to find out what's on and to engage, and also to afford. Accessibility is a really key part. And so we're doing a lot of work looking at how we can maximise young people's attendance and make sure that it's healthy and safe. And we're doing a pilot, and hopefully it goes well, that we can expand it beyond its current model.
And are you, Mr. Rodriguez, in your role, are you finding a gap for that age bracket as well? Is that something that you've identified too?
I think broadly, the objective is our offer's there for everybody,
Yeah.
irrespective of age,
Yeah.
and it's right to have the discussion around young audiences, but equally old audiences, older audiences.
Yes, I would
as well.
agree with that.
Say again, sorry. I missed what you'd said.
No, I said I would agree with that. I'm just
We
being
all
cheeky,
agree.
so-
Yeah.
We're not as young as we once were.
and it's remarkable what you discover, because I think that giving people the opportunity, and if it's close, affordable, relevant, an example of this has come through our district program with Camden, where one of our districts put on I think something called Spin Out Festival, and not what you'd expect, a rock and roll festival. I went out there for the opening, and it was packed to the rafters of people aged 50 to 70, and dancing, and that's great participation, and also is setting an example to a generation of younger people about what is possible.
Yeah.
And so I think that in terms of broadly, the precinct approach is about accessibility, inclusion, and a diverse range of offerings, particularly because the state's taken a position where we want to diversify nightlife and not make it essentially an alcohol experience. It opens up discovery for audiences more broadly. So it's I think that the same issues that Emily reflected in terms of access to social media and all of those things, the aim and the ambition is to break that cycle by providing a more compelling reason to all ages, which includes young people.
Maybe you need to go into retirement villages, start looking at those as special entertainment precincts.
That doesn't sound more appealing.
I'm not kidding.
Thanks, Jeff. That's my question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you to each of you for being here. If I maybe start with Ms. Collins, just checking, does Sound New South Wales consider itself a government body, just in terms of sort of what structure? I note you made reference to being created in 2023.
Yes. Yes.
Where do you sit?
Yeah, so we sit within the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. We're an entity within that department with a specific remit on contemporary music.
Mm-hmm. Is there an advisory board, or just? I'm just checking about the decision-making process.
Yeah, sure.
In the absence of being a statutory, independent body.
Yep. So we have a advisory board that's legislated, and there's 12 members of that board, and their job is to provide advice and feedback to us as a new policy area within government to make sure that the work we're doing is targeted and industry relevant, and making sure that we're using a proper evidence base to make decisions, noting that the advisory board does not make decisions. They are there to provide advice and feedback to our programs and processes, and make sure that any issues that arise around like AI or other pressing issues like insurance, as Ms. Fairman mentioned, that we're across those as the government office, and that we're thinking of ways to work with industry to address them.
No, thank you. And how is the advisory board appointed?
The advisory board is appointed by the Minister. So Sound New South Wales, we did a call out for expressions of interest.
So ministerial appointments to the advisory board that you work with?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And if I could just on your submission on page 5, you talk about the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund, which is the 2.25 million. And then you list the 5 major festivals. I'm just wondering, where does sort of Greater Western Sydney or the Sydney metropolitan area sit in this list?
So the fund was open to festivals from across the state, and it really was a fund developed to address immediate financial need for major festivals who were at risk of falling over. And the rationale behind the program is that these big festivals have a huge impact on the rest of the sector. We still hear from venues in Sydney who say that their winter season is now quiet because of the close of Splendour in the Grass. So these big festivals, whilst seemingly in their own, have their own festival and seem isolated, they have a huge industry impact. That $2.25 million we spent on that round of funding saved 6,500 jobs for those events that would have fallen over otherwise. And so it's a real strategic investment in making sure we have these big giant festivals who are massive employers, and they also provide a lot of opportunities for local artists to perform and have impacts on their side tours and side shows of organisations of artists who tour to participate in those.
Mm-hmm. Are there any sort of, I guess, engagement or initiatives or presence in terms of, supporting the music festival outside the established festivals? In terms of sort of maybe, in terms of Greater Western Sydney, I think there might have been a pilot in Fairfield or...
Yeah, so part of, the criteria for the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund was quite tight because it was just looking at those festivals with 15,000 plus attendees. We've now since launched a local audience development grant program which really looks at a broader range of festivals under 15,000 who are working with community, delivering great outcomes. We had a huge amount of applications to that fund, much more than we could support. We've invested in 28 of those applications, and I think the broader festival sector beyond the majors will see really great benefits, and I think specifically benefits for local community.
Mm-hmm. Are we able to obtain possibly just some information around that?
Yeah, I'm sure Ms. Collins on
just in terms of where in Sydney and who they might be.
Yeah, we can absolutely provide a breakdown of the festivals that have been funded through the two different funds and where they're located. Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
I just want to ask, noting that we're nearly out of time, but I want to ask Mr. Heads a question about venues. And I wondered, so yours is the Venues New South Wales network. So have you noticed, we're talking about all the changes in the past few years, have you noticed any changes in the activities through your venues network? And what are you hearing from promoters and event organisers?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, look, we have noticed a real broadening in the genres of music coming into the stadiums. So, obviously there's the big artists you'd expect, but in the past couple of years we've had K-pop artists come into our venues. We've had the first Mandarin artist at a core stadium last year, May Day. We had Diljit Dosanjh, the Sikh superstar at Combank. And they all attract really different audiences. Stadium concerts on average attract 65% first-time visitors, unlike sport where they're very rusted on and they're there every second week. So we've seen a broadening of the genres, but we've also seen, because of the genres that are increasing, we see more Sydney people or more New South Wales people through the venues, I think.
And so you keep particular data on that, so you know that this is a first-time person.
Yeah, we sort of are able to access some of the ticketing postcode data, which tells us where people come from.
Oh, okay.
And it's one of the reasons we've been able to take acts like Robbie Williams and the Foo Fighters to Sydney and to Newcastle, because Newcastle serves a completely different audience to Sydney. So if people come from down from the far north coast, out as far as Moree, they come into Newcastle where they wouldn't come to Sydney. Right. So we've been able to work with the promoters to build in some sort of cost efficiencies, I guess, to host multiple concerts in New South Wales.
So maybe this might be to create as well, it might be to anyone. So one of the things that comes through the submissions is that there was real appreciation of the state of the sector kind of report in 2024, but there still seems to be a request for ongoing data, sort of real time, and it feels like people operating the real world economy feel at a disadvantage to those in the algorithmic world when it comes to data about music and going out. So I just wondered, do you all share what's going on? How are we going in terms of data collection and, I guess, bridging that gap between real world data and algorithmic world? Ms. Glassick, do you take some kind of lead?
I'm happy to take that. Thank you. In the core commitment in Creative Communities Policy, our 10-year government policy for arts, culture and creative industries, is the now legislated Creative Statement to Parliament. It's a triannual report back to government that will happen. The first one will take place in September this year, and that will be a really fantastic opportunity for industry to be able to see themselves reflected and for us to be able to communicate the health of the sector more broadly. Obviously, it's more broad than just live music, it's the creative industries as a whole ecosystem. Additionally, Create New South Wales now also has policy and strategy functions within its organisational structure, which we didn't have before, and also data evaluation and reporting streams. So as those come online, we will start to see more real-time data be able to be shared with industry. We're really excited about that.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to say on that data aspect?
Can I just clarify? I said 25 applications for regional New South Wales. It's actually 29 over the last 2 years.
Thank you.
Even better. Thank you. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of our time. Just to say thank you so much for making yourselves available today and for your input, I know, into the submission. I think some things were taken on notice from us, and there might well be supplementary questions which the Secretariat will liaise with you about. But thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for making the time to appear today. I know some of you are regulars in these inquiries and others it might be the first time, but welcome. If I could start by getting you to state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with Dr. Kanlari.
Thank you. Dr. Sarah Kanlari, Medical Advisor, New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Barakat.
Tariq Barakat, Deputy Secretary, Hospitality and Racing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Superintendent Paul Dunstan, Vibrancy Lead for the New South Wales Police Force. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Tom Looms, Executive Director, Strategic Planning and Policy at the Department of Planning. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And did any of you have opening statements? No? Happy to head straight into questions. Excellent. Okay, perhaps if I could start with you, Mr. Looms. Obviously, a lot of the submissions have spoken about the differences to planning and regulation and the cultural SEP. So I wondered, have you had stakeholder feedback about the cultural SEP changes?
So the cultural SEP's been in effect for under a year now, but we do know that some of the key provisions that have been enabled through that have been taken up. One that was used quite obviously was the ability for unlicensed venues to have extended trading during special events, which occurred during the Mardi Gras. The City of Sydney obviously allowed for that to occur alongside the extended trading for licensed venues as well. Others include, obviously, the expansion of patron capacity for different sized bars and licensed venues. We do know that those are being taken up through council feedback. For those that have outdoor dining, obviously that's where it applies. And there are special provisions for the special entertainment precincts as well for additional capacity. Feedback that we have received more generally is about there's been a lot of change that's occurred with planning provisions, and that there is now an opportunity to really bed those down with stakeholders, with councils, and make sure that I guess that educative guidance piece that needs to occur after you make big changes is now happening. So we will be focusing on that over the next little while, just to make sure that those changes are understood and being best used.
Thank you. And that did come out in the submissions as well. This, it's been a lot of big changes really quick, and it's something which I'd like to ask the rest of the panel about as well. Can you explain a bit more what you're looking at providing kind of standard operating procedures, or what kind of guidance are you looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be updating some of the guidance that we have prepared over the years that's come with the different vibrancy tranches. Something I feel quite passionately about is ensuring that the advocacy groups, no doubt that you'll hear from today and over the balance of this inquiry, are also advocating to their members about how to best use some of the provisions that have been provided. So it's a bit of a two-way street. And we're happy to support them through that as well. I think that's beneficial for us because we get case studies of where things have really worked well, where the provisions have been taken up. And then we can provide that, obviously, as part of our updated guidance, as part of our web content, and ensure that we're constantly sort of reviewing some of those changes and how they're best being rolled out. Thank you. And I wonder, Mr. Barraquette, liquor and gaming also, there's obviously been changes and who does what and is that feedback that you've been given, and what kind of action have you been taking around making sure different stakeholders know what their responsibility is and who's in charge of soundproofing and who, inspects and that kind of thing? What's your...
Yeah, we have a lot of engagement with our sector, largely because we are regulating that sector as well, so there's an onus on us to make sure we're communicating with them about a whole range of different things. You're right, there's been a lot of change in our space. A lot of that has been around incentivising venues to put on live music, so for fee reductions and extended trading and things like that, where they host live music that meets certain criteria. The key change for us, or probably the biggest change for us as an organisation, was becoming the sole agency responsible for assessing and regulating noise complaints in relation to licensed venues. Historically, there'd been 6 or 7 sort of government agencies and local councils who were part of that process. Now it sits with Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, and we've had a range of communication to industry about that and these other changes. We've hosted webinars. We meet monthly with the peak bodies, so the AHA, Clubs New South Wales, Leagues Clubs Australia. We have what's called a hospitality concierge within Liquor and Gaming New South Wales. So that's a dedicated team of ex-industry people whose sole job is really to work with licensees, work with venue operators to guide them through not just these changes, but the whole process of getting a liquor licence or accessing these incentives and things like that. And that's the team that's been hosting these webinars. We also travel regionally as an executive team. So myself and some of my executive will travel to regional New South Wales about 5 times a year. The most recent trip we did was a couple of weeks ago or the other month to Moree. And in those trips, we sort of have a 2-day sort of workshop. So the first day we'll meet with local council, police, Aboriginal groups, community organisations, to get a sense of what's working and what's not, what's happening on the ground up there. And then the second day we'll do what we sort of a half day, what we term a road show. So we invite all licensees, operators, people who work in the industry to come and meet with us and hear about our regulatory approach, and also hear about some of these vibrancy reforms and how they can access them and make sure they understand how they work in a regional area.
Thank you. I've worked for a regulator before, and when changes come in sometimes, and this perhaps is a question for both you, Mr. Barraquette, and for Superintendent Dunstan, and when changes come in, there's also a cultural piece for the inspectors, the regulators, the officers. Some of the feedback in the submissions was that perhaps while we might have had regulatory change officially, perhaps cultural change with some of the people engaging either in the policing work or their inspection work might not have changed. How are we making sure that that's happening? Just the reality of it is, in an organisation, it takes time for cultural change. We no longer are looking for that strict interpretation or where this has changed. How has that worked in both the police and in your area?
I can start. I mean, certainly that's feedback that's come through in the submissions. It's not feedback that's generally been put to me on a regular basis, but I do understand that some people are seeing that. I think from our perspective as an organisation, we're constantly providing training, support and ongoing sort of monitoring and information to our teams on the ground. You're right, it does take people a bit of time to change a mindset and change a culture. I do think we've put things in place with regular sort of town hall meetings we have as an organisation, internal communications about these reforms. Prior to any of these things going live, we communicate internally with our staff so they understand what the change will be and how it will impact them in the things that they do on a day-to-day basis. But certainly if through the submissions or through this process, if there's other things the committee thinks that could be done to better educate and upskill some of our people, we're very happy to take that on board as well.
Great, thank you. And Superintendent Dunstan, I note that your title has vibrancy in it. I wondered how recent that is, but also if you could sort of speak to that cultural issue of how are we shifting into supporting vibrancy?
Yeah, I've been involved since the beginning as a part of the working group and then on the steering committee. So those changes are very much, we've been a part of the whole journey, the New South Wales Police Force. Obviously, we're a big state with a big workforce, but we've got a really well-entrenched licensing policing community that most of them have been involved in the game for a very long time. So there is, you're correct, a cultural piece there that we need to change some hearts and minds there to be more supportive. But I think, like any organisation, the tone is set from the top. And I think our Commissioner, in his first 3 or 4 weeks in the job, spoke at Mr Rodriguez's Neon Forum, saying, outlining his commitment to the vibrancy reform changes. And it's been on me to make sure that his commitment and desire sort of trickles down through the organisation.
Mm-hmm.
Have we got it right on all occasions? I'm guessing not, but it's a lot of communication through a hierarchical organisation where we're quite confident that his direction and intent can be passed down to those licensing police out in the field that are dealing with the venues on a nightly basis.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Dr. Kanlana, I might ask you a question before I hand over. Could you talk a bit about, I suspect you've probably been at other inquiries talking about this, but the role that you play in regards to festivals, and has this changed or evolved in recent years?
I'm not personally involved in the music festivals space, but I understand from colleagues at the New South Wales Ministry of Health that there are regular touch points with the music festivals industry. New South Wales Health supports a vibrant and inclusive music culture, but of course our primary aim is to promote and support public safety. And part of what we do there is provide advice to the music festivals industry, specifically around the requirements for medical support, as well as other health promotion and peer support groups that can provide support for patrons of music festivals. And that happens with any subject music festival and includes ensuring that the advice around medical support is proportionate and promotes public safety at those events.
Okay, thank you. I might hand over to my colleagues.
Yeah, I can go.
Yep.
Thank you. Good morning. My first question is about just to get an update, Mr. Barakat, about on the incentives provided in terms of the annual liquor licence reductions of 80%. I think I saw, was it 564 venues? There was an announcement a couple of months ago. I'm just wondering, has the department also put out what the total cost of those licence fee reductions are?
We haven't put out the total cost of the reductions, but in terms of getting that figure, I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't have it with me today, but just in terms of numbers, as of the 7th of May, just strictly talking about live music venues, we've got 576. that are accessing those incentives.
Yeah. Do you have the breakdown between pubs and clubs?
I don't. I've got a lot of breakdowns, but I don't have that one, unfortunately. I've got live music
Regional,
performance, total regional.
I was going to ask you regional
Yep.
as well.
So live music in non-metropolitan areas, again, strictly live music venues, not including performance venues, which we've got categorised separately. There's 152 as at the 7th of May 2026.
Sorry, can you just explain? Sorry, Kate. The
Yeah.
distinction between you said live.
So live music is about music, putting on
Yeah.
music. There's also a category for performance, which might be things like theatre or
Okay.
dance or something like that. So I've got total numbers and also a breakdown between live
Okay.
music and performance venues.
Okay.
And they can access the same incentives, the fee reductions.
The
extended
performance venues
trading.
can?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Kate.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And that figure that you just quoted before, sorry, was that Sydney or the regions?
The 152
Yes.
is non-metropolitan. So yeah, mostly regional New South Wales. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So if you could, yes, thank you, provide that. I might put some more comprehensive questions in, actually. Now, Superintendent Dunstan, so vibrancy reforms was in your title, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm the lead for the police. I've been involved since the first working group 2 to 3 years ago and have been along for the journey.
Okay.
So all the various tranches.
Okay, and what does that involve? Like, are you the kind of smoothing over issues in terms of how some LACs might be maybe a little bit more?
That's an unofficial part of the role.
little bit more, let's say, diligent in terms of licensing, crackdowns or what have you. But because I've had a number of, in fact, I met with the Commissioner about this, a number of venues really unhappy with the level of attention. Like, it seems like they're being targeted by particularly the King's Cross police, particularly, but obviously Newtown's also come into that, that venues are afraid to speak out. They're afraid to speak out because they feel that when they do, police target them more. Are you aware of this, firstly, that particularly the King's Cross local area command has a reputation by quite a few venues of being too heavy-handed?
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm aware of issues at particular individual licensed premises in King's Cross and in the Inner West area, but no general perception of heavy-handedness or targeted.
What's the kind of... You were saying, like, leading from the top in terms of the Commissioner, and you've got the title of vibrancy reforms, but how is that kind of conveyed through to a local kind of constable level that vibrancy's, important, that certain venues may not need, 12 police walking through them at 2 a.m, every Saturday night on the dance floor with dogs, resulting in quite a few people leaving. I mean, this happens, Universal's an example. It sounds like a good title, but I'm just wondering what you do to try and
there's an
have
internal
the police a bit more
memorandum protest, obviously, when the legislation is first passed, and as we've all acknowledged, there's been a lot of happen very, very quickly over the past couple of years. But in addition to that, we've got a well-established licensing network where we have a corporate sponsor for alcohol. It's Assistant Commissioner Waddell up at the Northern Region. He has a stream of region licensing coordinators that feed into him, and they are our conduits or their tentacles down into all the licensing police out in the field. But we've done much more than that. We've had Mr. Rodriguez and his team meet with all the licensing police to try and speak and educate the police on where we're heading. And as I conceded before, we haven't got it right on all occasions, but there's a genuine intent and tone from the top to, support vibrancy, be a part of vibrancy. And if it hasn't cut through as well as it should have, as I mentioned before, that's on me, because it's my job to make sure that police are very much involved and engaged in, supporting the nighttime economy.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know that that's happening. What about, can you give an update about any music festivals, say, over the last year to 2 years in terms of are you involved in the user pays assessment at all from the police's perspective? I know that there's, a committee or a working group that's set up to assess things at particular times, but it's also done through the local level. What involvement have you had, and what information can you give about how that's going?
Apologies. In my previous role as an operations manager, I was heavily involved in the user pays or user charges model, particularly in and around venues, New South Wales venues and other inner city locations. We've come a long way in that space. We've sort of revitalised and revamped our standard operating procedures. We always have a risk-based approach, but we now work with the venues. We ensure that they're engaged in the process, and if they're not happy, we've built an escalation process into the user charges standard operating procedures where the client, in this case a music festival, can raise concerns with the commander of where that is the event is taking place. That can then escalate to the region commander if they're not happy, and then ultimately to the head of profession at our major events group. There's an assistant commissioner at the Police Transport and Public Safety Command who's the ultimate decision maker, and if those other two safety measures haven't sort of achieved a mutually agreeable outcome.
Okay, I'll come back, Chair, if there's more time.
I just have a couple. I think this probably to you, Mr. Looms. It might kind of come on, follow on from what the Chair asked earlier, but just about the special entertainment precincts and setting those up. One of the submissions we got from Local Government New South Wales just talks about some of the challenges for rural and regional councils to establish those, and I just wondered whether you had any feedback from regional councils in particular about that process, and any sort of views on that particular issue.
Nothing to say that it's too complicated.
Okay.
We've had multiple sort of meetings with councils who have shown interest to sort of help guide them through the process, and there are a number of councils, I think it's Parks and Tamworth, Goulburn, are in the process of establishing special entertainment precincts, and they're obviously all sort of in their infancy. There are only 9 special entertainment precincts in effect across New South Wales at the moment. So we will be working more closely with some of those regional councils to make sure that they do work in a regional setting, and to understand some of the differences between a metropolitan-based special entertainment precinct and a regional one.
Yeah.
I think with every legislative and government framework there are always tensions, and so we will obviously take some of those lessons and find ways to make it as simple as possible, because it does straddle both the local government and the planning frameworks, and I think we're as joined up as we possibly can be with our colleagues in the Office of Local Government, but if there are ways to simplify, templatise, we're very open to it.
Okay, because one of the things that they say in their submission is that because some of the metro areas already have like designated late night trading areas, then when you're trying to move that to a regional area, it's not always simple. But what you're saying is you're sort of working through that process with the councils.
Yeah, and look, every special entertainment precinct isn't the same, right? Like they're
Yeah.
not all late night trading. They have sort of different purposes, and in Tamworth, for example, I know that they've got one in the town centre, but they've also got one around the sports centre as well that they're proposing, and that will be based on like special events, obviously, that occur at the sports centre. And so I think it's work as much as we can make things as simple as possible. If they're going to be a bit more bespoke and they're going to have different purposes, it's going to make it a little bit difficult. But I think as much as we can work with those councils to make it simple, we will. But yeah, we haven't had too much sort of negative feedback at all. But it's all a sort of a learning process.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. Mr. Barakat, I think this one would be for you. So in the club's New South Wales submission, one of the things that they talk about, just areas, I guess, for sort of further improvement or reform, is they say simplifying the process for clubs to use rooftops, including for the provision of live music, which just stood out to me as being interesting. What are some of the challenges around using particular spaces at the moment? Is it a licensing issue? What would be the concern around rooftops?
It probably would depend on. I actually wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I'll ask them, but you're here first, so I just sort of see what your view
no
was.
worries.
As well.
It might be a licensing issue. It could also be a noise issue, being on a rooftop, and whether that's problematic for them. But hopefully the fact that we're now taking on responsibility for noise complaints, they could come to us and work with us, and we're certainly happy to facilitate to the best we can, as long as it's appropriate. We're not impacting public safety and things like that. If people want to use places and spaces for live music and they need to change their license or have a different license or go through a process to make it appropriate, we're happy to work with individual venues or clubs New South Wales generally, and we do meet with clubs on a regular basis. It's not something they've raised directly with me, but we're very happy to look into it.
I'll ask them this afternoon.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I was just interested. I didn't know if that was something that was being sort of more
There
of
was a similar
broader
issue raised, I think,
challenge.
by the
but
Hotels Association
Yeah.
about
Certain
space
spaces.
over
Yeah.
Right.
sort of terraces and things over space that they don't that the hoteliers don't own. So there was a similar consideration. I don't know if that's for Mr. Looms or for you. Maybe we might talk to them this
We'll
afternoon,
ask them
provide
and
some
then
things
we'll-
on
Yeah, and look,
questions on notice.
when I meet with them, provide the questions on notice, but
Yeah.
also when I meet with them, as I said, we meet with them monthly, so I'll raise it in the next meeting and try and understand it a bit better as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Sorry,
look,
sir.
just
That's
just on
Yeah,
rooftops
please.
generally,
Yeah.
they're a complex space, right?
Yeah.
They're built as rooftops, and some of them are not necessarily built to carry a load or to be used as a sort of an active space. But we will be looking into how we can sort of simplify access to those spaces in the future. There's a bit of an interaction with the National Construction Code and just managing that sort of safety requirement. But yeah, it's a space we've heard about largely from bars in the city, and about how to make that as quick and easy as possible to access.
Yeah, okay. And if I just one more, I just want to ask you, Dr. Canlari, I guess what the role of health is in sort of the issue around the vibrancy reforms more broadly, your particular role or the team that you're in. How do you kind of feed in with the rest of the government work in this space?
Thanks for the question. So New South Wales Health has supported the New South Wales vibrancy reforms, and as I mentioned before, we're very keen to see a safe and inclusive culture, and one that offers a diversity of offerings, which is one of the aims of the reforms. Our main involvement has been to ensure that the reforms ensure public safety as they increase social mobility, and we would expect as part of that, as people go out more, especially at night time, especially to venues where there's the consumption of more alcohol because of the extended trading hours. These are all likely to have an impact on alcohol harms that we see. So a lot of our work has been to ensure that we have a tight as possible monitoring and evaluation framework and contribute to that framework so that we can see any signals of harm that might be coming about, either because of the increased number of licensed venues or their opening hours. And to work with the vibrancy reform team to embed any social protective health measures that we can. That would include things like, for example, if we're expecting to see people out and about for increased hours, we might also expect to see increased drug use, and whether we can embed some other protective factors like ensuring that venues have access to naloxone if they need it.
Yeah, okay.
If we're expecting to see harms related to the inadvertent ingestion of other drugs.
Okay, so it's kind of that public health response going alongside, yeah. And with the evaluations and things that you've done so far, and I know that this is only sort of relatively new work, but is that sort of publicly available, or how do you assess and sort of report on any of the trends that you're seeing?
So the vibrancy reform team, I believe, has made publicly available their plan and their reporting. We contribute to that reporting in a couple of ways. Firstly, New South Wales ambulance data that includes geolocation, so that is where an ambulance might be called out to pick someone up. We gather together all of the codes, but specifically we look at codes related to, say, alcohol intoxication or alcohol poisonings, to monitor whether we're seeing any changes in that and whether we can link it to a specific location. The other main piece of data that we contribute to that evaluation and reporting includes ED presentations for alcohol problems. These are across all triage categories. We have unfortunately seen an uptick in the number of presentations to emergency departments across New South Wales since December of 2025, and that has been sort of a persistent increase above 4-year average levels. So there's some work to be done there to validate that data, have a closer look at what's causing that. ED data can be quite complex to interpret. We know that triage category 4 and 5, so the less severe presentations to ED, has actually decreased over the recent times, and that may be because of presentations, for example, to urgent care centres. However, we think that alcohol poisonings, alcohol intoxication is less likely to present through that pathway and more likely to present through ambulance services, for example, to the emergency department.
Yeah, okay. And then how does that tie in with the work, I guess, that the police do in terms of if you're seeing sort of hotspots or issues with ED presentations or maybe sort of problematic behaviour, do you all sort of work together to keep an overarching view on where you see the challenges coming from?
Yeah, look, I understand that the agencies, we do work together to provide that information, because the ED presentation data is statewide. It's very difficult to provide any sort of location that we're seeing those hotspots. As I mentioned, there are a range of things that contribute to interpreting that data that makes it tricky. But certainly we'd be happy to provide further advice and do some closer analysis and work with police on that.
Is there anything from the police perspective on that?
I can take the exact data on notice. However, I can say since the rollout of the various tranches of vibrancy, particularly in the metropolitan area, there's been no impact on reported violent crime in and around, or alcohol-related crime in and around the metropolitan area. There are a couple of isolated increases in rural New South Wales. I don't have the towns or the cities but at hand, but there's no noticeable impact. No, there's just a couple of anomalies in regional New South Wales where there has been an increase.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. If I could, Dr. Canlari, if I could just pick up the issue that you raised earlier about medical support, and Madam Chair, just in terms of the terms of reference about any other related matters. One of the festivals that we heard that was listed earlier this morning was Yours and Ours, that was funded to the tune of nearly $500,000 by the government. I also recall at that point that there was a pill testing trial at that festival, and as you can imagine, a lot of families and parents continue to register concern with me about pill testing at music festivals, young kids. The concern is parents are thinking, it's government sign off on illicit drugs. The police are there, but what role do they play? Just sort of going forward in terms of crowd safety and medical support, where is pill testing today?
Thank you. So the government obviously committed to a trial of drug checking services, and I think that's an important point, because it's not just the pill testing that happens at these services, but it's part of a broader suite of services that's provided to people who choose to have their substances tested. There's obviously the process of the actual pill or capsule being tested or other substance being tested. However, what's wrapped around that is supporting the person from the point that they walk into the service all the way through. That includes ensuring that they're aware that that drug checking services cannot definitively say what's in the drug, and the safest option is always to discard the drug and to not take it. However, if the person is going to do it, supporting them in doing that in a safer way. The government also committed to an evaluation of that 12-month trial, and I understand that that will be made publicly available, and the University of Sydney was commissioned to do that independent evaluation. And so I think government is currently considering that to understand where it sits in the broader suite of harm reduction services in the festival space.
Okay, thank you. And just if I could, Commissioner Dunstan, in terms of reports of the pill testing and illicit substances being found by festival goers, just in terms of the police response for crowd safety.
Yeah, we've had a slight change in strategy at the music festivals in the enforcement of drug possession in particular. We've now pivoted to a more drug supply focus. The days of young people attending festivals going through a gauntlet of police lined with drug dogs are behind us. We still have drug dogs, and we don't apologise for having drug dogs in and around the festivals, but we focus on the supply of drug, not the possession. So you'll see us more often around train stations, in parks or areas en route to the festival, trying to identify and locate those that are responsible for the supply of prohibited drugs.
So just in short, in terms of possession of illicit drugs at a festival, if the police are aware of this, what action's taken?
Yeah, it's still an offence to possess a prohibited drug, but depending on the type of drug, whether they're entitled to a caution, a diversion, or a field attendance notice or a charge, it depends on the type and quantity of the drug.
Thank you, Ms Merton.
Can I just jump in on that one?
And then I've got a couple after.
Yep, just the targeting supply, focusing around train stations. What evidence does the police have that people who are going to supply drugs at a music festival or anywhere are taking those drugs on a train with them?
Yeah, we're getting people on approach, and
for supply?
Yeah, the people. Sorry, I'll start again. Yeah, we don't want to focus in and around the vicinity, the front gate, which we previously did. We're more spread around, trying to identify those that are coming.
The question, yes, but from what I've seen, I hardly think that most people that are caught and made to put their hands against the wall and empty their pockets and take their shoes off and everything, I don't think you're getting these people for supply with respect.
Yeah, well, it's an intelligence-based approach, and I think the evidence is we have charged people with supply in and around the festivals, but obviously you are correct, we do get people in possession at times as well.
Thank you. If I could go back to a question about the special entertainment precincts, and I wonder if maybe Mr Barraquette and maybe Mr Dunstan in particular, are there particular benefits in terms of sort of the regulatory approach of having particular precincts where you know that there are particular rules in place, where you take a particular approach? Are there benefits to that approach?
I think the Enmore Road one is probably the first and the one we make reference to a lot. As reported, there's been no increase in reported crime in and around the special entertainment precincts thus far. As far as benefits, I'm really not in a position to comment, other than a connected community. It seems to be going okay in and around that area. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Barraquette?
Benefits from a regulatory perspective, not necessarily for us. We're still approaching the special entertainment precincts and making sure that people are, responsibly serving alcohol. We're not doing these things at the expense of public safety. So I think you're right, it does make a slight difference that they're in a contained space, there's different rules and regulations. They're created specifically to try and increase vibrancy in those areas. But from our perspective, we're sort of approaching the regulation of the venues within those spaces in the same way we would any venue.
Thank you. And Mr. Limbs, you mentioned the numbers. Obviously, it's still early days, but can you sort of give the trajectory of special entertainment precincts?
Sure. There's obviously one permanent special entertainment precinct at Enmore Road.
Oh, well.
Yep. Me too. And 8 operational trials across Inner West, and I think Fairfield is the other one. Mm-hmm. But there are at least 20 councils who have expressed an interest. They've passed a council resolution. Some of them have commenced the planning process. Mm-hmm. So there are, I think councils are seeing the benefit of special entertainment precincts about how to best serve their communities, both from a vibrancy perspective, but also in terms of how they manage their own workers. Obviously, council has a role to play generally when it comes to certain types of venues, and so I think there is a strong view from councils that knowing where those places are, being able to operate within them, but also being able to educate their workers about how to enhance those places as well is really important. So I'd say the trajectory for special entertainment precincts is on the way up, and we will see quite a few more of them over the next 6 months to a year, really taking shape. And so we're really interested in seeing the variety of different entertainment precincts as well, as I talked about earlier. Not just the sort of late night trading, but also those that have different purposes, serve different parts of the community, and can, sort of balance that concept of vibrancy as we also increase housing in a lot of these places as well.
Thank you. Mr. Barakat, you mentioned something called, I think you called it the hospitality concierge. Could you explain a bit more what that is?
Sure. So it's a dedicated team within Liquor and Gaming New South Wales. It's staffed by highly skilled ex-industry people, so people who've worked in the sort of pub and club space, who understand the challenges and opportunities and what people are trying to achieve. Its sole purpose is to work with licensees, venue owners, venue operators, guide them through the liquor licensing process, help them engage with council, help them engage with planning, help them engage with police if they need to. It's really a service to kind of assist venues and venue operators to do whatever it is that they want to do in the sort of liquor and gaming ecosystem. We've received really great feedback in relation to the establishment of that team, and they also get out and about, so they're not just talking to people on the phone or via Teams or in online meetings. They go out to regional areas, they meet with people on the ground in regional areas and try to help them navigate some of the, it can be quite tricky, some of the liquor licensing processes. It can be complicated, particularly if you're not used to it, and so they're there to help people navigate through that in the right way and the most efficient way to get them up and running as soon as possible.
Okay, so it's for essentially venue operators or...
For industry.
For industry.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
And how many people in that team?
I'll have to take that on notice. It's a small team, but I can get you the exact figure on notice.
That'd be good. And how long has that been around for?
A couple of years now. I think it's been around since late 2022, early 2023, but I can get you the exact date on notice as well.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Can I ask a question just on the hospitality concierge? What's the difference between that and what liquor and gaming staff would do anyway? Like with, it does sound like, isn't that something that you would have done anyway? Like assisted venues, gone out to them, is it just a...
We've always done that, obviously.
Name for what people been doing?
It's a name. To name something that we would do. Like, we always engage with people, but we never really had before a dedicated team of sort of ex-industry specialists who understood the industry, understood what venues might be going through, dedicated to helping industry navigate some of these processes. So historically, people could, come and talk to our licensing team, but that licensing team might also be assessing liquor licensing applications, providing advice to the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, doing a whole range of other things. The concierge is dedicated to assisting industry navigate some of our processes.
I've just got one. I just want to follow up again just with the superintendent. So outside music festivals, if the police operation itself is reduced, were you saying before that what that means is the police now are kind of around the festival, streets or transport or whatever, as opposed to it's the same effort, it's just not all at once outside the gates? Is that
that's essentially it? Yes, Chris.
So what's the intelligence you referred to that says that you are going to find the supply in the back streets or around the festival? I mean, it sounds like you're still targeting people who are going to the festival.
Well, the supply is clearly not happening at the front gates of the venues, and our strategy is targeting as people sort of meeting in those quieter, more secluded locations, not at the front doorstep at the venue. We want to make it as safe for the young people or the people that attend these venues, and I think there was a suggestion or a thought that coming through a gauntlet, a line of police made young people potentially feel unsafe, and so we've sort of spread our area to try and pick up those in the back streets where we feel that the isolated areas where the supply potentially is taking place.
Right. So people basically, if they get Uber straight to the door of the music festival, is that the way to do it? It just seems a bit strange to me. Anyway.
Could I pick up again with the concierge? Could you maybe let us know what are the biggest issues that operators that the industry is asking for help with? Do you have a sense of that?
I think I can provide more detail on
Yeah.
notice. I think a lot of the work the hospitality concierge does is helping people get a liquor license for the first time.
Right,
So
okay.
people wanting to start a business, start a pub or a club or a small bar or whatever it might be. And I think more recently they've played a really important role in communicating some of these changes in the vibrancy space to industry as well. So helping industry if they do want to access the 80% fee reduction or they do want to trade later because they're putting on live music, what does that entail? How do they go through that process? What do they need to provide us in terms of information for us to approve them as a live music venue, for example, so they can start to access those incentives?
A question that just came to me, that it seems that there has been quite the uptick in smaller venues, sort of smaller bars and venues. Would you be able to provide a notice, sort of a change over time for the last couple of years of?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have it here, but we've
Yeah.
got a breakdown of each license type over
That would be
the years,
great.
and we can talk about increases and things like that for sure.
No, that'd be just really interesting to look at
Yep.
from our point of view. Thank you. We have come to the end of our session today. We do very much appreciate you making yourselves available to speak with us today. We might have asked you to take some things on notice, but we also might send through some supplementary questions, which the Secretariat will get in touch with you about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Mr. Davies.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Davies, I'm the Campaigns Director with the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance. Do you want me to read this affirmation?
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm James Steendam. I am the Federal Musicians President of MEAA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Alexander Poirier, and I am the New South Wales branch president for the musician section of the MEAA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elise Chidiak. I'm an organiser at the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I should probably declare that back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I did spend some time at the MEAA, so I should put that on the record before we begin. Now, would any of you like to make a statement? Mr. Davis.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Well, we certainly welcome the opportunity to participate in this inquiry and also up front recognise the progress the government has made. From our point of view, recognition of a minimum fee for musicians is an essential feature of any reform to the music industry, and fundamentally goes to the most important people in the music industry by ensuring they can't be undercut or exploited. So we want to recognise that up front. Also, your efforts to improve leveraging touring for overseas artists in New South Wales, the so-called Michael's Rule method of trying to ensure work. There are no doubt other elements of the work over the last couple of years which have supported the industry. Nevertheless, our members face enormous job security and other consequential problems as musicians. 44% of them don't receive a minimum fee for their gigs. That's turned around, I think largely because of the greater role that governments are playing in the sector since COVID, but still it's unacceptable that 40% or more of gigs are not paid. And then we have a huge proportion of gigs that might be paid, but the contractual arrangements aren't enforced and are often breached. Huge health and safety problems. The average income of a musician, and we're talking about musicians who derive their primary income from music, that's not casual or amateur players, is about $15,000 a year. It's quite amazing when you think of the enormous profits the music industry makes. It is, I'm sure it's still among, if the most profitable in the entertainment industry. And so we're concerned of the persistent market failure, if you like, when we have large global corporations like Live Nation, who operate, as you would no doubt have seen, out of the United States, have been brought before the courts to deal with their dominance and the antisocial or corrosive impacts of that. We're subject to that same problem here. So there are huge structural problems in the music industry that persist. James and Alex will give you their experience of this, but I can give you the overview and the recommendations, if it pleases the Chair, for what we would like to see progressed.
Mr. Davis, might I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I'm really conscious that I
Yeah.
think we've only given
Yes.
you half an hour.
Yes.
And we do have your recommendations.
Okay.
And so we will come back to you
Good.
should we need to. But I'm just
Yeah.
conscious that we have also got our
Yes.
musicians here.
No,
so if
that's
you don't
fine.
mind. we might.
However you want to proceed, of course.
Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I'll talk a little bit about my experience as a violinist and a violist, living and working here in Sydney. I'm a freelancer, so I don't have any permanent position. I ply my trade with organisations like Opera Australia here in Sydney, Orchestra Victoria in Melbourne too. I perform movie, TV and video game recording sessions and musical theatre. I've also worked over the years with some of Australia's biggest known names like Chrissy Amphlett and Lior, and some world-renowned musicians like tenor Jonas Kaufmann and Burt Bacharach. Most recently, I performed almost 1,000 shows with the Australian production of Hamilton, performing Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Auckland and Singapore. I now find myself largely unemployed, in some part due to Disney's decision to cut all 4 string parts from this season of The Lion King. These parts have been replaced by an automated keyboard program named Keycom. The music team doing Disney is the same music team doing Hamilton, so it's very likely that I would have been working on this production. And of course this production runs for 8 months, meaning that theatre is locked up for 8 months. There's no other musicals coming in. For my work with Opera Australia, I've noticed an increasing corporatisation of the governance there. A small examination of the board of Opera Australia and the Sydney Symphony, I found that over 50% of the board are have people with financial backgrounds. Meanwhile, only 18% of these boards are made up of musicians. So there's a disconnect there between the needs of the musicians and the concert-going public, and the economic forces that are coming from within the board. There's also not much transparency as to who's on the board, how the board gets elected and all those kinds of things, despite drawing significant public funding through this body and federal government. So further to this, as musicians start to disappear from our orchestra pits in music theatre, Opera Australia recently fired 16 musicians during the COVID lockdowns. So there's an ongoing casualisation and disappearance of our jobs. It makes it difficult to continue, and a lot of musicians down tools, retrain or go into the teaching sector. I myself have a Master of Horticulture and I'm considering my future in this business despite my successes in my career. These disappearing jobs, insecure work, serves only to dilute the culture and the artistic output of our great city and our great state. There will be downstream implications to this too. The music industry is an ecosystem. It doesn't exist in a bubble. One thing will always affect another thing. And economies that rely on live music will also be affected. There's no music industry without musicians.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Puri.
Hi, so do I have to press the button?
No.
Great, okay. I should have said earlier, meeting Alawangan Mari Bijari Gadi Norada. We are meeting on very beautiful Gadi country. I am an ethnomusicologist at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music. I study and I research the relationship of music within societies and cultures and how they influence the other, particularly looking at how that's happened throughout Australian history in diverse groups. I was born and I live in Penrith at far west of the city, and I commute nearly a quarter of every day to the city and back just to do my music stuff. So I really understand the impact of urban planning and public transport and venue places and all of those kinds of things. I'm a flautist. I play the yangqin, a Chinese dulcimer. I play the dizi, Chinese flute, and I'm a trainee conductor, and I perform in all sorts of jazz groups, Aboriginal choirs, Western folk stuff, a lot of European classical symphony stuff, Chinese traditional and orchestral music, and a little bit of indie rock. Throughout my studies, my first year of study was COVID in 2020. So I had 3 weeks of normal class, and then the world happened. So during that time, I was the president and secretary later of the Students' Association at the Con. Through that, I started the Australian Music Students Association to bring together all of the conservatoria and our music schools and their organisations for students to collaborate on ideas and discuss the common issues that are facing all of us. Yes, so you noted that we've only received 30 minutes of time, and so I just want to emphasise that out of all of the witnesses you'll hear today, this is the sole chance that you'll have to hear from actual working professional musicians and those who represent them. We are the primary producers of the music industry. There are a lot of secondary groups, managers, labels, venues, festivals, etc. They cannot exist without musicians, despite many of them claiming that they are critical to our existence. I'm not a musician because I earn money and because I have a manager organising my gigs. I don't have one of those. I'm a musician because of the years of practice that I have spent, the thousands of dollars paid by my parents for lessons in my instruments, and because I believe in the role that music has in telling our histories, creating our identity, and bringing people together. Music exists as a cultural force. It is the expression of who we are. It is one of the expressions of who we are. Everything else is secondary to that. The financial benefits, the secondary, the recording, the venues, the pub nights, those are all things that are less significant to society than the cultural benefits that it has.
Thank you.
So I just want to emphasise that.
Thank you. Ms. Chidiak, have you got a statement, or you're taking questions?
No, happy to take questions.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I wondered if I could start then. In reading the submission, there was lots in it, but I was, I think, particularly perturbed by what I think, Mr. Stendham, you were talking about with regards to the AI replacement, the Disney replacing live musicians with essentially AI. And while that's not exactly what we had been looking at and been thinking about, I do want to, I guess, ask you about this intersection of the technology, and I'm also very practical. So what is it that a New South Wales government, and I note, we want an inquiry which would be federal, I'm presuming, but what is it that a New South Wales government grappling with the issues of technology and the impact on musicians, what is it that should be considered?
Well, all these major musicals draw funding through Tourism New South Wales. That should come with the priority that they support local jobs. To be clear, these AI technologies are developed overseas. So Disney's licensing it from a German company in Hamburg. Basically, our work is being displaced by musicians in Germany, so Disney's more than happy to send money over there. Yeah, I would suggest any funding that comes from this body should be contingent on retaining local jobs, employing local musicians, especially a company like Disney. The Lion King is the highest grossing musical of all time, and despite that, they're still deciding to cut jobs. Further to that, musicians are earning around 25% less now than they were, adjusted for inflation, when Disney first brought Lion King here in 2003. So we are not the reason for any income, any expenses that are blowing out. It's not us, but we're the ones who are paying for it.
Okay, and does anyone else have any comments?
I had the opportunity when I was 12 to go see The Lion King on Broadway. My 6-year-old brother, that was his first ever musical, and he's 18 now, he just graduated high school. He still tells us about how much of an impact that had on him, just randomly to our mum. That was because of the singing, the dancing, the live music. We can see with all of the reviews from The Lion King, and from other AI stuff, it's not well regarded by audiences. People don't go. They don't want to go. So that has a bad return on investment. If the government's putting money into these companies, no one's going back, then like why should the government be paying for that ultimately? These companies are benefiting from the warm, happy feelings that people have with live music, but they're not willing to put in the actual money. Ticket prices haven't changed, they're just profiting more from it because they're not having to hire musicians.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I wondered if I could quickly ask one more, and then I know we haven't got a lot of time, so I'll pass on. In your submission, you talk about the Michael's Rule initiative and advocate for its extension. Can you explain a bit what you see the merits of that initiative are and what your members are saying about it so far? And what's sort of the advocacy about? What would you like to see it applied to?
Well, there's very little secure work for musicians, as you've just heard. It's being undermined by technology. I mean, it's probably about 10% of musicians have employment. Most of them are gigging musicians. So anything that can be done to secure their incomes through leveraging hugely profitable overseas acts, which are dominating live music more than they ever have, would be a positive step. The mechanisms for doing it, it's quite difficult. It used to be done in the 80s and the 90s through immigration arrangements. I'm not sure that that's feasible anymore. It may well be, but I know it's not in your purview. And I know we recognise the mechanism that was developed here to advance that, and all we're saying is if that can be extended, if it can be strengthened, well, that would be a positive.
I can add a little bit to that as well. I think overwhelmingly the feedback we've gotten from our membership with regards to how the policy is currently being implemented is that because it's restricted to the really, really large-scale venues that are part of the Venues New South Wales network, the proportion of musicians that it actually impacts, the ones that are getting booked for the really successful international touring acts, is very, very minor. So it's not necessarily trickling down to the kind of local domestic community and grassroots musicians.
And that connects into a larger structural problem where people can't kind of get to the level of fame or prestige or whatever to be booked. We have pubs, everyone performs at pubs. We have massive stadia. Those medium-sized venues, we have a dearth of those. And so people don't have the opportunity to go from small pub with maybe 100 people, say the Enmore Theatre type venue where it has thousands of people, and then to a stadium. If there's just that missing bridge to allow people to actually grow into that. And so it's all well and good to have a policy like that, but we can't actually help our musicians to get to that level.
Thank you. I've got more questions, but I'll hand over to my colleagues. Ms. Fairman?
Yes, I just wondered, firstly, with the grants available through Create New South Wales and any funding or support available through Create New South Wales, firstly, are you aware of anything as individual musicians to be able to seek support or grants for anything? And I think you're probably aware of the contemporary music definition for Sound New South Wales, which precludes, even if it's new and original, classical, orchestral, community groups, what have you. So I assume Sound New South Wales maybe isn't open to you, Mr. Steendam. So are you aware of any funding opportunities for Create New South Wales? Because when I look, I just don't. It seems as though there isn't that many to come across.
We're aware that probably the weight of policy has gone into supporting industry by a range of things, changing regulatory and planning and opening things up, leveraging local government initiatives, etc. We support that. I think we agree with you that there may not be a huge number of programs that our members can access directly. However, I want to stress the fact that the $250 minimum, which we've been campaigning for 3 or 4 years, is endorsed, and that's a that's a major benefit. But perhaps
with the
James?
250 as well, the submissions were saying that frustratingly, sometimes all of that isn't given directly to the musician, and fees go elsewhere. Is that right? Sometimes, Mr. Poirier was nodding.
Oh, okay. I was just agreeing.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
Because Hansard doesn't get the nod. I've got to.
Sure. Yes. Well, look, you would know that the nature of that policy it's not heavy-handed. We don't have a lot of say over how. We're working in an area that's completely unregulated or mostly unregulated in terms of work. So we're normalising a process, a standard, and how that plays out can be very various. One of the things about the 250, which is important, is that it enables the superannuation guarantee to be paid. Without that 250, without a minimum, without a floor, that guarantee, which is payable to gigging musicians and performers, is effectively not payable because there's nothing to base it on. So that's a benefit. We would say anything that government can do to help us extend the application of the 250, including to other parts of government and other programs, would be a step in the right direction.
I think at this point probably an increase in the 250 as well.
Well, that's something we're looking at. Well, that's something we would advocate.
Yeah.
There are a lot of examples of particularly young musicians with venues and companies saying you'll get this amount of money if you sell enough tickets. And so there are so many examples of young musicians paying to perform. And then with the grants, even if we do apply, we aren't going to be competitive in comparison to major companies. I'm a musician. I'm not a finance bro. I know how to write a grant because I was taught how to do it at the con, but they have entire teams behind them. I'm just one person.
Can I just final question? Just did want to get something on the record. You've made a big point of it in your submission around the the ticketing, Live Nation, the commercialisation of the industry, and you've said that your recommendation is kind of calling, asking the government to kind of pressure the federal government, try and get this ACCC investigation into Live Nation. Why is this so important that this is examined? How much is this impacting musicians in their career and their income earning potential?
They're forced to go with them. So there's monopolies, even on a micro scale in Sydney. Century Venues owns all of the medium-sized venues. They have a management arm, and so in order for someone to have that middle step, that pub, medium, stadium, they have to engage Century because Century will give preference to the people they manage. And so that is a way for them to take as much money as they can from the musician. The musicians, they're so desperate to get ahead, to have their name out there, that they will sign on to those. And so that means that they usually will take quite poor contracts. Live Nation does that as well. They have the Fortitude thing, the hall in Queensland, stuff like that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. DeAdam, who's online.
Thank you, Chair. And I might also just place on the record that I'm a member of the MEAA and a former employee of the union. I wanted to go to the issue that was raised about the composition of the boards of those major companies like the SSO and Opera Australia. My understanding is that they're both private companies. What would be the mechanism for shifting the balance? Because I understand that one of the reasons why they're very heavy with people from the finance sector is they're looking for people who can access donations and philanthropic contributions. How do we get that balance right in terms of the composition of the board?
Well, I'm mindful of the scope of your inquiry, and thanks for considering this. Our argument is that this needs to be dealt with through the partnership framework with the Commonwealth, the Performing Partnership framework, and the purpose is, or the principle is, funding for all of these organisations needs to have a sound footing in a social licence, and without having boards that are properly representative of the community and of all of the interests involved in the generation of music, particularly in our publicly funded companies, the ones you mentioned, then that social licence is questionable. So we argue that there is a matter of kind of real necessity to address how those boards are constituted, simply to represent our nation and what those companies are meant to, who they serve. So the mechanisms would be through the Performing Arts Partnership Framework and the National Cultural Policy. Of course, the state government has a role to play there, and that's an advocacy we'd be putting to the Minister.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell.
I just wanted to go back to the issue of the AI, and I thank you for sharing your story, Mr. Steendam, and it must be very difficult for you and others like you. I wanted to call out, in your submission, you also talk about the decline in revenue from recorded music as well, and the impact that that's having on, I guess, sustainability for musicians such as yourself, when you can't rely just on live performance, but also money coming from those recorded performances as well. Can you just talk to us a little bit more about the impact that's having, and if there's anything, again, at a state level that we could make recommendations about to improve that space for artists like yourself?
Sure. I can speak to my experience recording orchestral music here in Sydney. So there's one of the best sound stages in Australia is at Trackdown at Moore Park. And over the years, we've been doing large-scale Hollywood films, Marvel films, some of the biggest video games and TV shows. That's starting to slowly dry up a little bit. When we go there, we sign our rights away.
Yeah.
We have no recourse after that. We get our fee, and that is it. That's the end of our engagement. So we're not sure what our recording's being used for. We don't know if they're being sold on to AI tech.
So there's no residuals?
No residuals, no.
Okay.
Could I address that point?
Please. Yeah.
So it's part of our advocacy, our policy, our campaign on AI to recommend government reform copyright, to bring in a concept called equitable remuneration, which is an inalienable right for all those who contribute to works that are used, secondary use, so recordings, anything that could be scraped up by AI. It's an inalienable right for people to be paid. You can't simply sell out your rights. They can't be bought out because you don't have effective bargaining power. You retain those rights, and that would be a significant step forward, and it would bring Australia into line with the rest of the world where this concept applies. So thanks for the question.
Yeah, because that was sort of going to be my next point in terms of how do other jurisdictions deal with this. But so what happens overseas that's different to here?
There, in the EU and the UK, for example, the concept of equitable remuneration applies in intellectual property and copyright law, and it means that musicians, performers and others whose work is being exploited, broadcast, streaming is a bit contentious, but certainly in broadcasting, and we would say into AI, that's the innovation that needs to be made. It's totally fit for purpose. ER, equitable remuneration, means that those workers get paid. They get a proportion, and it doesn't all go to the record companies.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms Merton, do you have any questions? Okay. We've got time for one more. Obviously, one of the key foci of our inquiry has been around the reforms that we've brought in, and you started off by referencing those, Mr Davies. And I just wondered, have you seen any changes on the ground as performers? I know you were in jazz, but you're a bit more classical. But have you noticed any change in the live music scene, or maybe you, Ms Chidiak, as the organiser, through those reforms and changes?
Yeah, I can speak to this to start off if you guys want to jump in after. So, as a kind of bit of history to the minimum fee campaign, started about 3 years ago, kind of targeting publicly funded gigs, which the New South Wales government has gotten on board with, in addition to 5 other state and territory governments, and also the federal through Revive Live funding, supporting the recognition of the minimum fee as well. In that time, we do a yearly survey with our membership, and I've got some stats that I can refer to. We've actually seen an increase from 53% in 2020 up to 68% of musicians being paid for every gig that they play, so a decline in the proportion of gigs that are not paid at all. And 66% of musicians now are earning the minimum fee or more from a gig, which was up from 40% in 2023. So we are seeing on the ground that there is a change in musicians being paid a living wage for their work. And of course, that has been supported by the government recognition.
The final question might be, what other bits of information might you be able to provide from your survey of changes over time? Is there anything that comes to mind that would be useful for us or we could provide on notice?
Yeah, definitely. We have, we survey most issues with regards to recordings, AI, payment of minimum wages, the costs that musicians expend in an average week from the gigs that they play. Yeah, definitely.
That would be really useful.
We can provide that on
on notice. That would be great. Thank you very much. And we've got one very quick question over here from Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. If I could just pick up the earlier question just about, I think the Opera House was cited, and there were some concerns about possibly the governance or the structure on that. If I could just note that in terms of, industry and viability for the industry, what would your response be, for example, that, it's reported that the New South Wales government provides, in the case of the Opera House, sort of 10 to 15% of the funding. The balance is coming from corporate sponsorship, the non-government sector. How critical is it that that's recognised and that continues for the viability of the industry?
So the Opera House is a state cultural institution, which means that its board is decided by the governor on advice of the minister.
And I think we were referring to Opera Australia rather than the Opera House. It was a different organisation.
Still on both. They have, the state and the Commonwealth have a duty to create a nation, a national identity. These significant organisations, regardless of corporate sponsors, the state has to ensure that it is fulfilling, it is enabling them to do the cultural creation. And so the corporate sponsors are significant, they pay the money, but because music and arts are not a financial thing, they provide some financial benefit, but that's because they provide a cultural benefit. I think I just said that in a circle, but yes.
I'll add to that
thank you.
Opera has never been a money-making enterprise throughout its history. There's always had to be, funders have to be patrons throughout history, and no one's expected it to make money. But now, these days, with the corporatisation of it, there's a push to make a profit on a model that, has never been a profitable enterprise. So then the question is, why do we do it? We have the Sydney Opera House. That is the most iconic building in all of music in the world. Everyone knows what it looks like. Can you imagine the Opera House with no opera? You couldn't call it the Opera House anymore, could you? So there is a cultural responsibility that we have to continue doing what we do, and draw the audiences that we draw, which are great and love what they do. I hope that answers somewhat.
The government's the mechanism to allow the shows of the people that they want, not the profitable shows. So if we want to see the stuff that people are actually going to attend, that might not make money, this is the way for people to exert our influence, essentially. We don't have the billions of dollars to provide in corporate sponsorships.
Thank you all very much. That's the end of our time here today. I think you agreed to take some things on notice, and we might have supplementary questions for you, but we very much appreciate your time here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here today at our inquiry. And if I could start by asking you to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Gerber.
Thank you. My name is Mark Gerber. I'm the CEO and founder of the licensee of the Oxford Art Factory, and I'm also the co-founder and deputy chair of the Live Music Venues Alliance of New South Wales.
Thank you. And if you could, yep.
Yep. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tam Boakes, the CEO of the Australian Music Venues Foundation, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to begin, either of you, by making a short opening statement?
Yes.
Go.
Tam, you go. No, you're on. Thank you. Chair, committee members and distinguished guests, I would first like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present. I also acknowledge First Nation peoples across New South Wales and recognise their enduring connection to music, storytelling, culture and community, which has existed on this continent for tens of thousands of years. My name is Mark Gerber. I am the Deputy Chair of the Live Music Venues Alliance and CEO, founder and licensee of the Oxford Art Factory. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the LMVA and the independent venues that form part of the cultural backbone of New South Wales. Since its formal launch in 2025, the LMV has grown rapidly and has now more than 50, almost approaching 50 members, including 29 metropolitan venues and 17 regional venues across New South Wales. Before I continue, I would also like to acknowledge and thank the New South Wales State Government for the significant work undertaken in recent years to support live music venues and the broader New South Wales music industry. Initiatives delivered through Sound New South Wales, venue infrastructure funding, licensing reforms, and broader support for the nighttime economy have provided meaningful assistance to many operators across the sector and are genuinely appreciated by our members. The Live Music Venues Alliance was founded by independent venue operators across New South Wales because many of us are facing the same challenges: rising operating costs, changing audience behaviour, increased regulatory pressure, and an economic environment that is making it harder for dedicated live music venues to survive. Our venues are not simply pubs with bands in the corner. They are specialised cultural spaces. They are places where Australian artists begin their careers, where young people discover community and identity, where workers across sound, lighting, hospitality, production, security, promotion, build sustainable careers. Importantly, live music's not only culturally valuable, it's economically significant. New South Wales government research has found that live music contributes approximately $5.5 billion annually to the New South Wales economy and supports around 25,000 jobs across the state. Small and medium-sized independent venues are the foundation of that ecosystem. They are the talent pipeline that develops artists before they progress into theatres, festivals and stadiums. If these venues disappear, New South Wales risks losing not only critical infrastructure, but also a substantial share of the economic activity, employment pathways, tourism value, and nightlife vibrancy, and the broader music industry relies upon. We believe dedicated live music venues should be recognised similarly to galleries, libraries, and theatres as essential cultural infrastructure that provides ongoing public and community benefit. Like those institutions, live music venues create cultural participation, artist development, social connection, and economic activity. The difference is that the independent live music venues are often expected to sustain that public cultural function almost entirely through commercial trade, while carrying significant year-round potential risk. New South Wales also needs to continue building a music industry that it can be proud of for decades to come, one that develops and exports Australian artists to the world, rather than becoming entirely reliant on overseas touring acts. We should not become renters with the global music industry. We should strive to be landlords, developing our own artists, creating our own cultural identity, and producing international success stories that help promote both New South Wales and Australian music globally. The inquiry's focus on growing the live music sector is welcomed, but growth cannot come at the expense of sustainability. Before New South Wales doubles the number of dedicated live music venues, we must ensure the existing venues are able to survive. Right now, many are absorbing enormous costs, including insurance, security, energy, rent, payroll tax and compliance costs, while trying to keep the ticket price accessible for audiences already under the cost of living pressure. We support public investment into the arts and culture, and we recognise the importance of government support for the sector. However, we want to ensure that the funding grows overall ecosystems, build audiences and creates a new activity rather than simply redistributing existing commercial activity away from independent operators already carrying a significant risk. Our submission does not ask for handouts, it asks for recognition that live music venues are cultural infrastructure deserving of policy settings that reflects the public benefit that we provide, that includes targeted rebates, fairer operating conditions, support for audience development, and recognition that the grassroots sector underpins the music industry, the entire music industry ecosystem. Importantly, this is not just a Sydney issue. Our alliance includes metropolitan and regional venues alike, all experiencing the similar pressures and all contributing to local economies, tourism, employment and cultural identity. If New South Wales wants a thriving nighttime economy, if it wants Australian artists to succeed, and if it wants vibrant communities and cultural participation, then the survival of independent live music venues must be treated as a priority. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerber. Ms. Bogues.
Thank you. I would just concur with everything Marcus just said. I obviously represent venues nationally, but they are all facing the exact same crises right now. There's nothing really different. The costs are just going up and up and up, and obviously post-pandemic, the way social culture has changed. I think it's really outstanding, the focus that Sydney has had. Having a Minister for Music has been a real game changer, and we're just kind of watching very closely at this to hope that other states can follow in the footsteps, and really welcome this inquiry and the opportunity to speak and be involved in it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I might start there, actually, Ms. Bogues. You mentioned the different approach and I guess the developments in New South Wales over the past couple of years. And I think you might have also referred in different ways, Mr. Gerber. So I wanted to understand a bit more how things have changed. So it's we're looking at what has changed and what still needs to change. I'm aware there's things that still need to change, but I wondered if you could maybe talk to what has changed with regards to how the sector interacts, I guess, with government and government agencies, funding and that kind of thing. Maybe if we could start there. So to both of you. So.
I mean, I think having Sounds New South Wales is really great when you've got an actual body focused on music, and Music New South Wales with just a lot of actual music practitioners. It really makes a difference having people that are working in the industry and quite engaged. And I came over a few weeks ago for the live music roundtable, and it's just quite a common remark that everyone is talking to each other and at the table and actually sharing the issues and the wins, which I think is also really important. You don't ever want to say that it's enough, but the fact that it is happening and people are working together and the forming of alliances like the LMVA. We had a similar one in South Australia, which kind of led to me moving into the AMVF, that I think the music industry particularly is very, very good at banding together when there's a crisis, and it's now keeping it afloat and keeping that communication open is really, really important. And the funding obviously has been absolutely, we wouldn't be sitting here if that funding hadn't come through, I wouldn't think.
Which funding? Sorry, just to clarify.
All of just the funding into music, was it 119 million? Am I getting that number right?
Yeah. I think
Which for
Tan's
venues
referring
particularly.
to the rounds of available funding specifically to venues like ours and in New South Wales and the LMVA members. It has to, it has to be said that I think the last couple of years have felt very positive from a reaction that the government has given towards the industry, and specifically in New South Wales, obviously protecting and working towards ensuring that it's a sustainable industry in New South Wales. I think it's absolutely essential that we continue this discussion with the industry. It's really important that we are here for you and that we work together, because I think the insights that the industry can provide to government is something that's invaluable. I think a lot of the mistakes that the previous governments might have made is not consulting enough with the industry and not giving the industry enough chance to sit at round tables and give feedback. I think this direct feedback has actually funneled a lot of the information into the grants that are being provided. So we are seeing grants that deal with infrastructure improvements, that deal with audience development, that deal with all ages programs. So all these things are all necessary in order to, build and sustain and create a prosperous music industry in New South Wales. I think the only thing that I would comment on is that, we can still assist the government by suggesting that some of the means by which these grants are delivered to us can be a bit, shall we say, at short notice. Sometimes getting grants in December and expecting to come back with a result or a submission application, etc., in January is quite difficult when you're talking about infrastructure, dealing with building and builders, BCA consultants, all that sort of thing. That pretty much shuts down. So that's one thing that would really be, that we asked, that whether that could be taken into consideration.
Yeah, I did note that from your submission, and I wonder, Mr. Gerber, further on that. So, for example, Oxford Art Factory, it's a bigger venue for the smaller venues, but your organisation must cover from the sort of small bars to, much bigger places. Is there a difference in, I guess, the challenges faced, sort of the different tiers, and could you sort of outline those?
I think the challenges that are faced are pretty similar in terms of staff costs, security costs. I think from compliance and licensing, those sorts of costs you can't avoid. They're all the same pretty much, and those are the kinds of things that we would like to discuss and maybe look at with the government, whether it's a possibility to have another look at how things are perceived in terms of regulation. Because, I think from a perspective of the Hordern Pavilion, which is one of our members, compared to myself, there's 5,000 or 5,000 people there, and there's 500 at the Oxford Art Factory. There's a big difference in terms of the possible revenue, but there's also there's a lot of similarities in terms of how things need to operate and how they must operate according to regulation. So maybe some of that regulation, if that can be reviewed, so it benefits not only the community, the safety of the community, but also benefits the sector itself, so that we can see that maybe a small venue doesn't pose as much of a risk in terms of, putting on a show like Courtney Barnett, as opposed to something where there's 5,000 people. So, but in terms of, I think, the overall similarities that we all face, I think they're all the same. Electricity, energy costs, security costs, insurance. Insurance is a big one. These are things that affect us all across the board, and it doesn't really matter what size you are. There is a risk associated with live music. That's still an interpretation, I guess, in New South Wales compared to some other states, where it's regarded as more of a high risk than other industries.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Both of your submissions spoke about potential of a ticket levy, and I think, Ms. Boakes, I think your submission also provided some information about international examples. I wondered if you could both talk to that and why you think it's necessary and how you would see it working. I don't know if you think it's the same version or there's a different version that you prefer, but if you could both address that, that'd be great.
Yeah, we were watching it in the UK with the Music Venues Trust. They started this conversation about 7 years ago quietly, and in the last couple of years it's really taken steam. It's up to, I think it's about 39% voluntary uptake now, which is quite large, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Their government is kind of close to mandating it if the industry won't take it on voluntarily. And it's just come about. It was already an issue pre-pandemic, but certainly once the pandemic hit and venues couldn't operate for a long time, when everything started reopening, the whole culture had changed. So people will go see a big Katy Perry show, but they're not going to go to their local pub or their local music venue, and the cost of living and all the crisis. They're picking the big show that they know, and yet they're paying exorbitant amounts for it. Some of those tickets are $200, $300, $500, whereas your local gig's $15, $20. And so we've just seen this completely striking difference between the two. And so the conversation started coming up, well, we are kind of the pipeline that feeds those big arena shows. Those bands can't become successful without starting in small venues or pubs. That's where they learn their craft. It's it's not just artists, but it's like the sound techs learn to do sound and the lighting techs, and it's such a whole ecosystem that will literally is struggling to keep its doors open, and the pipeline feeds into that so much that those big shows would actually stop happening without, we'll keep getting the aged shows, but the younger ones, they're just not going to. They might get discovered on TikTok, but they're not honing their live craft, which is what's so important to a live show. And it just seems $1 a ticket when someone's paying $200 or $300 isn't a huge ask to be feeding back into a whole ecosystem that will continue to thrive.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes,
no, please. Yeah.
Further to what Tam's saying, I think from our perspective, from the LMVA perspective, we would want to see a levy that everybody contributes to, not just the patron, the punter, the people buying the tickets. This has to be shared by the stadiums, by the promoter, by the artist, and the ticket buyer as well. Everybody that's got a stake in it, in that revenue, needs to contribute towards it. But I think it also needs to be said that this kind of levy, from our perspective, has to be regarded as a separate, independent of government funding and government support and government initiatives. That needs to be regarded more as a sort of self-managed, means of contributing towards funding the bottom end, or the smaller grassroots end, if you want to call it that. The grassroots, which is essential to providing the stadium with the artist. You wouldn't have, the AC/DC if it wasn't for the small pubs on the corner. So, and dedicated venue spaces like ours. And that's an interesting analogy as well. We're losing a lot of pubs that play live music. We're seeing more dedicated spaces coming around. So it's even more inherent and more essential that we protect the dedicated spaces, because the days of the pub on the corner with music are pretty well gone. A lot of it is now generated towards, a drink and dine kind of existence when it comes to the nighttime economy. So if we want to protect venues like Oxford Art Factory and Metro and Enmore, etc., we really need to protect them from a legislative point of view.
Thank you.
Just follows on from this, and I was interested and there was an article obviously in the Sydney Morning Herald about this today as well. So I guess just in terms of sort of in practice with what happens in the UK and what might happen here, so the dollar sort of extra levy on the ticket, I think you said, Mr. Gerber, that should be sort of spread across everybody. But I think there was an example of Olivia Dean who's coming this year who's going to then... Can you just talk to us a little bit more? I was interested in that. Like the artist can say, yes, I'm happy to kind of forego $1 per ticket sale to put it into this fund. That would be another way that it would work.
Yeah, artist-led, I think, is the way it's going to start, and that's certainly how it started in the UK, where the artist says, I would like this to happen, and then they're working with the promoter and the venue and the ticketing agency to ensure that it is included. So we agree, we want to see everyone pitching into it, but they're just working that out as to how they add that into the cost. But with Olivia, she was a recipient of the Music Venue Trust like 5 years ago when she was nothing and she was coming up. So when she knew about us, that we're like a sister organisation, she was like, right, I want to give back. You know, that's the system working. But so that was just decided, and she went to her. You know, she could do that through promoters. She's done it with a charity organisation, Plus One, but it is embedded in there. Like, it's not an option to take it out. She has a note there when you go to buy the ticket saying $1 from every ticket purchase goes to the AMBF. In the UK, with her tours over there, which are now huge, she has that inbuilt, and then she also has another add-on where it says if you want to, you could give another $1 or $5 or $10. So I think the conversation starts artist-led, but it's definitely we want to see the promoters and the
and
venues
then could it be optional
in.
for, you know, I'm buying tickets to a concert, I can afford to pay another $5 for the 5 tickets I've got and help, you know, sort of support the industry. That's another pathway you could take as well, where it's sort of an optional add-on.
There's so many ways we're looking at how to implement it. You know, first up, we just need to get people understanding the importance of it.
There are places where it's, because the thing about a voluntary scheme is it's voluntary. There are places though, I can't imagine the French letting that
the
be
French
a
is a
voluntary
tax,
scheme.
that's 3.5%. That's been there for a long time, and that is just a tax on all art and culture, and it's huge. It makes so much that it has an actual cap that then feeds back into government, and that is just them supporting their whole system.
Okay, that's a bit...
and it's on everything, sports, art.
Is there an example, an international example, which is the more bespoke levy, but that's not voluntary, that currently...
Well, that is where they are getting to now with the promoters and the artists. They are pretty much choosing to do it on all the big shows, and they just have that discussion. I think generally the promoter is the one kind of tasked with driving it, because they set the ticketing and they set up the ticketing. So I think we see it here also, that once the industry has agreed that this should happen, it's them relying on ticketing companies when they're building the events to make sure and say, oh, hang on, it's not there. Why is it not there? But when we say artist-led, I think we just mean we want the artists to be bringing it to their people to say, which is what happened with Coldplay in the UK. Like Mark David, who is the CEO of the MVT, just wrote him an email because he'd made a comment about playing in a pub when he was young, and he said, hey, we run this, and suddenly Chris Martin called a meeting with his team and said, right, I want this to happen, make it happen, bye. And they batted it out for 5 hours and came up with a system to how it would work. And that came out of, Coldplay and the promoter and the ticketing agency and the venues all contributed to that.
That's interesting. Okay, but I guess the idea being that if there was an actual system devised, it could be less ad hoc, less, subject to, I don't know, the whim of whoever, and also directed, as Mr. Gerber said, to very particular...
That's sort of how we'd like to see it.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Just trying to get a sense of how the any funding raised would be kind of distributed to grassroots music organisations. And you say in your submission, which is a lot of detail, thank you, very good, that, and this is to you, Ms. Boakes, just to clarify, that the UK Music Trust distributed £500,000. So how is that decided? I think there's potential, maybe cynicism around the fact in terms of who's, formed the foundation, one of them being, of course, the CEO of Australian Mosh Ticks, who's accused of, not accused of, but mosh chicks, of course, with Live Nation, the Amazonification, which I think Mia has used, of the music industry. So the question is, with the foundation, how are you going to assure that it genuinely is grassroots in terms of supporting venues, firstly?
Yep. So we are working on doing some grassroots music venue definitions, which will kind of determine a lot of what that is, and going out to consult the industry to have an agreement on what that is. And then it would be almost like a very simple grant process that once anyone is deemed that they meet that definition, they can apply for funding. And it's, it can be anyone who is actually a grassroots music venue who is doing original music for, that there's a whole kind of criteria that we're working on and trying to nut it down to be a little bit more simple at the moment. And that would also have another completely separate kind of peer assessment panel to do it. It wouldn't be us, whilst we want to set up the infrastructure. And what you've seen in the UK, the Music Venue Trust did start it, but it's become so big now, which is why Live Trust has been set up. And so now all the organisations can just apply to Live Trust for that money, include the Music Venue Trust. It has to apply to them for money. They don't just get it anymore. So I think they got 200,000 in the last round. But like the Music Managers Forum can apply, promoters can apply, small festivals. So it is feeding into the entire ecosystem that supports venues. The more artists that get funding to tour through venues helps venues. So it would be it's certainly, and mosh chicks like Live Nation, they're one of the biggest promoters. We need them at the table for this conversation to progress.
What about the thank you. What about the criticism around the fees in the tickets that are already going to the ticketing companies that control, so much in terms of vertical integration and what have you? What about that criticism? How do you respond to that, and why should another dollar or whatever be imposed on audiences, given how much these companies are making?
I think we'd all like to see that be laid out as to what they are, because everyone presumes that it's ticketing, and I don't know that it always is. Like sometimes, the promoter's taking a rebate, and the venues sometimes take a small rebate. So I think, they should be disclosed as to what they all are, and that's the important part of the levy, that it would absolutely be displayed that the $1 is going to this. But I'd love to see ticketing fees explaining what they're for. They're not always, and what the admin is. But I'm not personally, I'm not in a ticketing agency. I couldn't answer fully to that.
I think that, there was a Four Corners investigation that pretty much did lay it out in terms of how much was. So that has been via an investigation. I think it had to be.
I'm from venues, not ticketing agencies, so I'm not sure.
And Mr. Evans was supposed to appear today, or?
He was, hoping to. He couldn't make it.
Couldn't make it. Mr. Gerber, your submission mentions, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the security costs. I think in the submission it mentions the 5 security guards for a live music show, and we often make the point about unannounced police visits sometimes as well. But if you just would like to kind of expand on that for the committee in terms of the costs of security to begin with on your venue, and any others that you know about.
Yep. So the reason why that was brought up is because, as I mentioned before, the ratios are predetermined, and so from a perspective of needing to have a certain number of security guards, you have to have those people there for a certain number. Now, you could say Courtney Barnett. I use Courtney Barnett a lot because I really like her. But Courtney Barnett, probably displays a very low risk audience, or a jazz audience, something like that. But, if I have a full capacity house, then I need to have 5 security guards. And the same goes with any other venue that's a 1 to 100 ratio. We would ask that if we could maybe look at that risk assessment and have a more, an agenda of looking into that together with the various stakeholders. It's not something where we insist on, it being wrong. It's more like, I think a more sensible approach towards it could be that it's a management skill that needs to come from the venues as well, and the onus is then on the venues to provide that safety and that security for the people. It's all about providing a safe environment for the patrons, for the people coming to see the show, but also for the artists and everyone involved. But I think we need everyone at the table to be able to work together towards a solution that can provide, a sustainable means of running venues, because from a perspective of a venue like Oxford Art Factory, like as I said in the submission, it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars when, the turnover and, the profit margins for a venue like the Oxford Art Factory are very, very, very slim.
Thank you. And so can I just pick that apart a little bit more? So at the moment, if you do a live music show, when you do your various events, for each individual one, you don't have to put in a separate risk assessment form or whatever.
No.
So your license does that. Your license says one for every 100.
Yeah.
Then there's no, at this point, and that's what you're arguing, there's no ability to apply for a, music that attracts nicer people exemption. Music that attracts a peaceful female-dominated crowd.
Well, I think
you get my drift.
No, but I would suggest that it's down to the how it's categorised and how we actually view things, because there are occurrences where we look at, say, the Sydney Opera House. I don't know what their ratio is. Or there's hotels that might have a license that doesn't predetermine that they have to have X number of guards. They might only have a couple of guards that manage the same amount of people that I manage at the venue. So it's more about classification and how we view live music and entertainment in New South Wales. That's maybe a possible way to review things. It's not to make it any less safe.
Of course.
It's more a case of it being, working together and having all the stakeholders working together towards a common goal, and that is to have a sustainable industry and sustainable, safe industry, and see an increase in the nighttime economy, because we could certainly do with that, because we've had years of lockout laws, and coming out of COVID, we've had generations now that have been brought up with no identity in terms of knowing what is out there and what is possible. They only know, regulation and potentially the feeling of what you can't do. It's more about what we need to say to people: this is what you can do, and you need to be able to go out, and you need to be able to feel confident in the knowledge that your presence is wanted, that we want people to go out. And so, again, I say that this is not a question about minimising or taking away any responsibilities from the venues. This is more a case of working together to maybe look at a new way of assessing how this risk management needs to be assessed.
I think it makes sense. It's 1 to 100 seems very arbitrary, doesn't it? And would anyway. Final question for me for the moment. With the where was I going with this one? I have to come back to it. I'll just say,
okay,
done. It's gone.
So mine sort of follows on, and I'm going to apologise for my ignorance in this space. So, but with the allocation of security guards that you've got to have for any sort of show at your venue, so the numbers just set. This is sort of what Kate was talking about. You said 5. So is that based on what sort of assessment?
Oh, that's a 1 to 100 ratio.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no sort of, as you were saying, sort of risk-based in terms of, the likelihood of there going to be an issue or whatever. That's what you're saying. Maybe there's room or scope for change in.
That room is definitely on our part for the venues. We assess everything that comes to the door and comes into the venue, and so we quite often throw a lot more at it than we require, and in order to safeguard the community and safeguard the patrons and make sure that everything is handled correctly.
Yeah.
But from a perspective of the ratio, that is something that is across the board.
Yeah, so it's
pretty
just
much.
arbitrary. It doesn't sort of have a risk-based assessment saying you definitely need 5, where in some of those performances maybe 2 would be sufficient,
Exactly.
but there's no room for you as a venue to kind of move from that. Yeah, okay. Do
Currently
you want to
no.
ask what you're
Yes, thank you. I've just come back to me
And then
now.
I'll come back to my other one.
One of the criticisms that has come through in a few submissions is with the ticket price, how little sometimes goes back to artists or performers. Mr. Gerber, how do you manage that within the Oxford Art Factory? Have you heard that? I'm assuming it's a common issue, and I'd be keen to know with the Alliance as well as the Foundation what strategies or what you think can be put in place to actually reimburse artists more out of that final ticket price, recognising all of the costs as a venue you are subjected to.
Well, from my perspective and from the venue's perspective, we don't really know. We don't get involved. We're drive for hire. Dedicated live music spaces are drive for hire spaces that are hired by the management of the artist or the touring promoter, and what commercial agreements they have between each other. That's not something that we pry into, but I would hazard to guess that the artist is certainly getting what they want, because otherwise they wouldn't be performing at the venue.
Well, no, that's not what. No, they have to, because they don't get many opportunities, and we've heard from artists and musicians, that basically say there's kind of not really that much choice, and they're here, perform here. Your ticket that we're going to sell tickets for this March. You get this much. There is quite a bit of criticism about that, but I understand from your perspective it is that commercial arrangement, which I think is...
Yeah, and that's what I was alluding to. I don't really have the inside knowledge. That's something I couldn't really answer in terms of what the commercial
That's different from what it used to be, didn't it? Like, I feel like that's a very different arrangement.
Venues, most of us are just taking a tiny percentage, like $3 a ticket. All the rest is going to that person who makes the booking. So whether it's the artist direct or their promoter, then they are dispersing it how they are. So I guess from our point of view, I think we feel most of the money it's going back to the person who's made the booking.
So can I just pick that apart a bit? So, sorry, say there's a
I'm talking
something for
$120,
right? How much are you saying that?
I'm talking more smaller venues, so we're not charging
$30.
We're charging
$30.
Like $20, $30.
Yeah.
So my venue that I own, it'd be $3 a ticket is all we're reclaiming from that, and then the band, or whoever's made that booking, takes the entire rest of that money and they divvy it up.
But Oxford Art Factory, there could be, let's say, $65 for some event.
We don't charge any more than $3.85, including GST. Per ticket, but we even don't charge people. I don't charge people a lot.
Because
I've been around for 19 years, and we have a policy of looking at each case and each event on merit, and the smaller grassroots bands that come to the venue, we don't charge them at all.
So, but I suppose what I'm asking, because you're also, there's bigger venues that you're here also as part of the foundation, and bigger companies. Maybe I'll put it on notice to see if...
Yeah, I would still say for the Australian Music Venue Foundation, we largely are representing grassroots music venues. We're not, so not that we won't be asking other people to be members, but we don't really double in the 10,000. We're kind of more like we're wanting to take some money from large arenas to go back into grassroots music venues. But
I'm just thinking in terms of getting some clarity around some of the submissions that are saying that out of the ticket price the artist doesn't get much.
I think I'm just speculating. We think that's very much the larger end of the scale where that's happening and not at our level.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Mitchell? Thanks, Chair. I was remiss of me earlier, and just not to thank you both for the submissions. They are really extensive and it's appreciated by the committee. I wanted to go to you, though, Mr. Gerber. In your submission, you talk about driving audience demand and also the My Gig Pass initiative that has been set up. And I just wonder if you could talk to us a little bit more about, I guess, what you're seeing, and you mentioned it a bit earlier in terms of coming out of COVID and trying to connect with the younger audience again, because without audience, there is no live music. How is that changing, or I guess trends in the last couple of years as lockdown laws have changed? And then the My Gig Pass initiative, how's that tracking in terms of sort of audience engagement?
So I think coming out of COVID, what we've discovered from our perspective, from the small to medium venues, is that there's an appetite from young people to go to the larger arenas, go to the larger stadiums, and engage with the Taylor Swifts and the bigger end, so to speak, of the industry, and engage with that a lot more, because obviously it's an attractive proposition to go and see a big spectacle. But what we are trying to do with My Gig Pass is to remind people that the smaller grassroots venues like ours is where everything begins. You know, you don't have AC/DC, you don't have Taylor Swift, you don't have any artist without the small grassroots venues. And so that starts from it's a generational thing. Music is something that's in you when you're born, and you want to bring it to the people. So usually you don't find people, well, on the rare occasions you can find people coming to music and becoming a performer in their later years of life, but it's usually generally something that happens in their teen years, etc. So when they're coming into young adulthood, 18 plus kind of thing, it becomes an observation of ours also, where the younger generations want to come and be a part of it. Now, how do we get them to be a part of it? And that is, we recognise the fact that the economic hardships that we all face at the moment, especially younger people, especially students, it's impossible for them to afford multiple shows. So that's another indicator as well, where these larger end shows and stadium shows, as Tam alluded to before, they take up a lot of people's disposable income. And so they don't have enough money to go and see a show at the Oxford Art Factory or at another smaller venue because they've spent all their money on the big shows. So we want to make it possible for the younger generation, the 18 to 25-year-olds, to have access to discounted tickets, to free tickets, and to get them involved and to get them into the venues and be, amongst it, so to speak, and be engaged with the incredible performances and the incredible feeling that you get from walking into a smaller space rather than sitting in a large stadium. The effects of sitting in a large stadium and standing in front of a small stage in a small venue with a few hundred people around you are significant. There's no comparison between the two. When you stand in front of a small stage and you're right in front of them, I can speak to it myself. I used to go and see Mentors Anything at the Civic and the birthday party. Those things will stay with me forever. And they inspired me. They inspired me to start my own band back in the day. And so what we need to do here is actually look at what social benefits, what cultural benefits we have by retaining and protecting small to medium venues, because they are the source of everything. And so I guess from our perspective, what we're saying, it's absolutely heartening to see a government that is willing to sit down with us, and for me to be present here today with Tam is incredible, and I think it needs to be said that from an all ages point of view, that's where it all begins again. As I said before, it's young people that need to get into the industry. We need to start at schools. We need schools to educate people that there's a future in music, there's a career for you, there's a potential for you to have a lifelong career in music. And that starts young. And so the My Gig Pass, we're already getting some really good results from it.
Because it only started earlier this year, didn't it? It's relatively new.
Yeah, it's relatively new, but we've had great results already. I think we're nearing 1,000, maybe.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Because I think it's really important what you're saying about sort of making sure that young people have this exposure to live gigs. But it occurs to me that sort of those of us who are a little older, who have the cash, are we attracting or re-attracting sort of the generation that's a bit more comfortable and does have a bit more disposable income? Are there things that we could be thinking about for that demographic? I know we have to focus on the future audience, but there's an audience that does have more.
But we already are, though, and that's the thing. You're never going to, like I said, AC/DC is still touring, the UMIs are still touring, the church is still touring. There's very much a very strong support from the the boomers, so to speak. There's strong support in the industry, and it goes without saying.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
But it goes without saying that certainly provides, the ability to have more than one show per year for that person, because they've got that disposable income. But I think what we need to recognise is it's an ecosystem. So without the young ones, you're not going to have a future Courtney Barnett or AC/DC coming up the ranks. We've got some incredible talent out there that needs to be nurtured. It needs to have venues to play. It needs to have the ability to travel between states. We need to have a focus of a national policy as well, where we can then afford to travel so it's no longer a high-ace bus like I used to do down the Hume Highway, where we make it possible for that band to get support so that they can show their art to the people in Melbourne and vice versa. That is that's a big problem. The touring question is becoming a real issue because of the costs of freight and flights and accommodation. There's less of that I'm seeing from an Australian point of view. And again, we're seeing more from the international market because they have the funds to do that. And big corporations can afford to bring out artists time and time again. I don't know if you noticed, but March was awash with major international stars. So we need to be conscious of the fact that we need to develop our own industry and develop our own artists. And as I said before, we don't want to be renting, we want to be landlords, because otherwise if you're a renter, then you're beholden to what that person, bringing it to you does. And I think a lot of the discussions that we've had are around, keeping the resources and the outcomes in Australia and driving an ecosystem that's sustainable.
Thank you.
No, I'm done. Yeah.
Ms. Merton?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the two of you, and very value the detailed submissions. Very, very helpful. I'm just, Mr. Gerber, if I could put to you, in your submission, I think page 3, you talk about co-contribution requirements and equity. Wondering if you might be able to elucidate a little bit more on that.
Are you referring to the grants?
Yes.
Yes.
The 30%.
Yeah. So, look, it's just one of those things where small to medium venues run on the slimmest of margins of profit. We don't have cash banks. We don't have the ability to generate a lot of funds at the flick of a wrist. So even though the grants are absolutely welcomed and they're fantastic and it's great, you can imagine a small venue of 100 capacity applying to improve their infrastructure and looking at a 30% injection. They'd probably have to go off and borrow that money potentially in order to make that a reality. And so it's more a case of maybe it's a merit-based assessment that we need to look at in terms of how the grants are, the percentage is decided, because I think from our perspective alone, the Oxford Art Factory, a lot of this ends up obviously on the depreciation scale table, and it affects our turnover for years to come. Now, we're able to do it because of our size, but I just worry for the smaller venues that they're not able to do that. And so what you end up then, again, if you're not careful, you end up with the big end and the bigger capacities being a reality and the smaller venues not being a reality in the future. It's that really important stepping stone that artists need to take from playing in front of 25 people and 30 people. I can attest to that because Tame Impala played at the Oxford Art Factory in front of 25 people. No kidding. To all the way up the ladder. But if you make it harder for the people from that end, from the lower end of capacity, for them to play a part in this ecosystem, then they're going to pack up and leave town, so to speak. So we need to just be conscious of the fact that not everyone's got the available cash in order to be able to provide that 30% injection into that grant.
No, thank you. And are we seeing any sort of flexibility or agreements, being put in place for some of the smaller?
That's something I can't comment on, and I would hazard to guess that maybe that there are.
Yeah.
negotiations that are made, but I couldn't comment on that.
Sure, no worries. If I could just move to the comments on competitive neutrality, and you make the point here that government-owned or publicly funded venues do not receive structural commercial advantages over independent operators. Wondering if you might be able to elucidate a little bit on that for us to get a greater understanding.
Yeah. So basically what we're describing there is the fact that, for instance, let's just talk about Vivid Festival. A lot of money is given to public amenities, like in public institutions like the Opera House or the Recital Hall or Carriage Works. A lot of those shows that are incorporated into those festivals are actually part of a national touring exercise, right? So if those festivals weren't there, those artists would be playing at venues like ours and Enmore and Metro and so on. So the what we're suggesting here is not something to diminish or to denigrate anything to do with the festivals of Sydney or Vivid. We think they're incredibly important for the culture of Sydney and New South Wales. We're asking that we actually play a bigger role in those, so that when those festivals come to town and when they happen each year, that dedicated live music spaces such as ours and the Metro and Enmore and other venues, they play a role in those festivals as well. And one of the things that I suggested at previous roundtables would be, well, if the Opera House is curating the music element, the contemporary music element of the Vivid Music Festival, then why don't we empower the curators from the Opera House to get more funding, to get more abilities to suggest that now the lay of the land includes 6 or 7 other venues that are key venues like ours and others that play a role in the ecosystem. So now we're actually recognising the ecosystem and we're actually providing those venues with an inclusion, because a lot of the people that are involved in putting on festivals are people that we work with. They're people that we work with. And so it's just about recognising the importance of the grassroots and independent venues to play a role. Sure. It's almost like having a sporting competition or happening, and it all happens in one arena and not anywhere else. I point towards our southern partners in Melbourne and Victoria. The Rising Festival there, that's across the whole city. It's not only just in Federation Square. It's everywhere. It's in small to big venues, and so it's just one of those things where we suggested maybe that would be helpful in maintaining, the ecosystem and providing some much needed, inclusion into those programs, because a lot of the times when those programs occur, the independent operators like us and others, we suffer because the attention is drawn into those other public owned places like the Opera House and the Recital Hall.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to, as we conclude today, and maybe it's something you could take on notice, and it's not specific to our terms of reference, but I've been thinking about it a bit, which is, are there things we could be doing in terms of assisting venues to become more accessible for a wider range of people? And the reason I wanted to raise that is I actually want to say thank you to Mr. Gerber, because there's someone in our family who uses a wheelchair, and we attended a gig at the Off the Art Factory, and your staff were excellent, and you have excellent facilities to get us there. But that's not at every venue. So I wondered if perhaps on notice you could think about what types of things might assist, and what are the sort of high priority things or the low hanging fruit that could assist in this area for those who don't find it as easy to access venues. But I did want to thank you for that, Mr. Gerber. It was really important to us that she be there. Thank you. And thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
our hearing today. We appreciate your time. If I could ask that you state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, starting with Mr. Gatfield.
Chris Gatfield, Director of Policy for the Australian Hotels Association, New South Wales, and I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Simon Sorday, the Director of Government Affairs at Clubs New South Wales. I'll also take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Daniel Mitchell, Chief Strategy and Advocacy Officer at Clubs New South Wales. I'll also take the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making an opening statement?
Certainly.
Mr. Gatfield?
Yes, thank you. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Chris Gatfield. I'm the Director of Policy for AHA New South Wales. Our association represents around 2,000 licensed venues across the state. We employ more than 72,000 people, contribute just shy of $7 billion to the New South Wales economy, and more importantly, host over 100,000 live music and DJ performances every year. Hotels have long been central to live music in New South Wales, from regional pubs showcasing local acts to iconic venues that help shape Australia's pub rock culture, or venues in King's Cross, RIP, launching the careers of Sneaky Sound System and Alice in Wonderland, among others. Today, hotels remain the backbone of live music in this state. In fact, we make up 3 in every 5 approved live music venues across New South Wales. And importantly, post-COVID, we're seeing a renewed confidence within the sector, a confidence to invest, a confidence to program more live music regularly. And a lot of that is down to the government's vibrancy reforms, in particular reforms to sound regulation, including the move to a single lead regulator in Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, as well as clearer complaints thresholds, have given operators a real shot in the arm. Equally significant have been the financial and operational incentives for venues to program more live music. And we've seen really encouraging outcomes from the establishment of special entertainment precincts, particularly in Moore Road. Look, while these reforms have established a really strong foundation for more live music in more pubs more often in this state, the reforms have established that strong foundation, but we do require a continued partnership with government in order to get the best outcomes. Hotels are uniquely placed to generate those outcomes. We have the infrastructure, the compliance systems, the staff and strong community connections in order to facilitate more live music. And ultimately that is a cultural asset, it's a social asset and it's an economic asset to the state. So we appreciate the committee's consideration of these issues. Look forward to contributing constructively, although I do note that this hearing could have been held at a more appropriate time and place, which would have been 9 p.m. at the Burdekin Hotel with a margarita in hand.
We have been discussing field trips.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're quite like a site visit, so it might be you.
Thank you, Mr. Gatfield. Mr. Sorday or Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, thank you, Chair, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. Live music is obviously a fundamental part of the hospitality industry in New South Wales, and Clubs New South Wales is the peak industry body representing more than 1,200 clubs across the state that support over 75,000 jobs and make a social and economic contribution to the state of over $9 billion per annum. Really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. Clubs are not-for-profit, community-owned institutions, and they bring people together across diverse generations, backgrounds through socialising, sport, volunteering and other activities. When it comes to live music, clubs often play a really strong role as social hubs. Entertainment to the community and their members is at the core of what they do. Clubs range in size. We have clubs that obviously offer multi-purpose entertainment facilities, in some cases some of the biggest theatres and entertainment facilities in the state. But we also have other smaller facilities, right down to the humble bowling green, which is often the place where a lot of acts get their first opportunity to perform in front of a live crowd. Clubs have a long history of supporting the live music industry. Today, clubs deliver more than 7,300 live performances every month, with most of those offered free of charge to their members. A recent report by Urbis found that the contribution of that free entertainment valued more than $167 million per annum. We host a range of different entertainers in our venues, from international superstars to people who are starting out their events, their journey in the music industry. And also, probably fairly uniquely, we offer that opportunity for entertainers in the twilight of their career to continue to extend their work in the live music industry and continue to perform where perhaps other opportunities have since dried up. There's been a range, I guess, of challenges that clubs have faced over the years when it comes to hosting live music. That includes a noise complaint system that was stacked in favour of complainants to the detriment of live music venues and entertainers, a complex and administratively burdensome DA system that required clubs often to go through their local councils simply to have a person play guitar on a bowling green to entertain some members. There were some definitely archaic licensing conditions that were put on clubs over the years, including things like bans on having mirror balls in the club, the types of entertainment that people could play in their venues being limited to, say, jazz music rather than other forms. And probably one of the biggest challenges was the excessive costs that clubs typically face trying to deal with often very strict regulations that were imposed upon them in response to vexatious noise complaints. I would say until recently, the industry was probably suffocating under the burden of the red tape, and it really was making it difficult for clubs right across the state to put on live music. A great example of that is Moorfield Bowling and Sports Club. They've been a key asset in their local community since 1957. They decided to have some music. They had live music as part of their entertainment mix, and they had a concert on New Year's Eve, which resulted in a noise complaint that saw their lease with council changed such that they were banned from providing outdoor live music since December 2022. This resulted in them having a significant loss of patronage, but fortunately we're starting to see how things are changing, and that club is now in the process of renewing that lease with their council. And consistent with the collaborative approach that's been taken by Minister Graham, Minister Harris, Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, through the 3 rounds of vibrancy reforms, we're really starting to see a change right across the industry in the way that live music and vibrancy is seen. We've got a fairer, more balanced noise complaint system. We've seen the streamlining the process for removing some of those archaic licensing conditions. We've got a new cultural state environmental planning policy that now makes it so much easier for clubs that want to use their outdoor areas like bowling greens and the like to put on live entertainment and live performances without having to go through the cost and time of those overly bureaucratic DA processes. And we're really starting to see the green shoots. We're seeing venues like Coaldale RSL, which was a club that was struggling to stay open and vibrant. They've been a real beneficiary from these new changes. They now put on over 150 annual live performances, which is a 200% increase on their previous performances. The club's gone from strength to strength. It's become a pillar of their local community and a place where everybody comes together. So, in summary, we think the work that's been done throughout the vibrancy reforms in partnership with venues, with entertainers and performers has been amazing in its attempt to lift and remove some of the red tape that was really holding the industry back. We're starting to see some really promising signs, and similar to Chris's remarks, we'd like to see that continue into the future and continue to partner with government on how we can grow a more vibrant live music industry in New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I get into sort of substantive questions, I just want to understand a bit more about your membership. Mr. Gatfield, the AHA, is that solely hotels? You're not sort of the small bars or any other? Because you mentioned Enmore Road, and to me Enmore Road is more the small. I know there are some big important hotels there, but it's more the bars and things. Are you just in the hotel space?
So we represent primarily hotels,
Right.
and there are some cracking pubs along Enmore Road. I don't disagree with you, Chair, but we do have a number of members who are small bars, or they've got general bar licences, so they're sort of slightly different to the traditional full hotel licence. But the majority of our members are what you'd think of as a traditional pub, for example. Notwithstanding a couple of members who, obviously take advantage of our services. Primarily, we're a industrial relations organisation, and particularly for those smaller operators, sometimes what we do for them is actually really useful because they don't have an HR department.
Yeah, gotcha. And if I could ask a similar question, so your coverage of clubs, you were saying that the range of sizes, so you would have clubs like Petersham, Bolo or Marrickville Bolo. They're the types of clubs that would be captured by you as well.
So roughly 95% of all clubs in New South Wales are members of ours. About just shy of 80% of our members are small businesses. So while we do have the larger clubs that people often think about, like Penrith Panthers, the majority of our members are small business.
Small businesses, but not for profits.
Not for profits.
Yes. Okay, so both AHA and clubs have spoken about the changing environment and the reforms that have been brought in and largely positive changes. I wondered if you could be a bit more specific though, and have you had any feedback about specifically how the vibrancy reforms have helped your members stage more music, and if they've picked out anything in particular that's the case? I know you spoke about sound restrictions as being an issue. Is there anything else that's been brought up?
I think probably the most meaningful of all of the vibrancy reforms has been the consolidation of sound regulation under one regulator, to be honest, because the number one inhibitor previously to people programming more live entertainment was generally the idea that you're going to have, it's the oldest sport in New South Wales, right? You are a new resident to an area, you move next door to a pub or perhaps a club that programs live music, and previously you could regulate a shop among 7 or 8 different regulators until you got the answer you wanted, which is the venue either turns the music off or the venue gets shut down. it was a significant inhibitor to people putting on live entertainment if they were in anything other than a densely built up sort of commercial area like the Sydney CBD. If you had a couple of residents, it would put the fear of God into you, because if that ability to program live entertainment was previously taken away, you'd never get it back. So, consolidating all of those different regulatory agencies, who used to have a finger in this particular pie, be it Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, the police, the EPA, local government, the list can and did go on. Consolidating that into one regulator, one primary regulator being Liquor and Gaming, has actually given people a lot of confidence to invest in the physical infrastructure that you need to put on live entertainment. And similarly, the ability to understand that, look, if you have one vexatious neighbour who is determined to shut down live music, that's no longer enough. You need 5 different neighbours from 5 different households in order to progress a formal noise complaint against a venue, which probably does indicate that the amenity of the neighbourhood is being somewhat impacted by whatever's being programmed. So for mine, that's the one where we have had a lot of feedback, and venues say, you know what, in the past we wouldn't have touched it because it was just too acrimonious once you got into that noise complaint system. Whereas now, the regulation's clear, the thresholds are very clear in terms of where a complaint can be made, how it can be made, and who it can be made by. That has genuinely put a real shot in the arm into the industry.
Can I just follow up with that before I go to get an answer from clubs as well? I know you mentioned some figures in your opening statement. Have you tracked sort of an increase in, I know it's not the only thing you guys deal with, live music, but have you tracked an increase in venues putting on live music, or the number of, and thinking of that, I guess, also with the incentives regarding licensing fees, etc. as well?
You absolutely can, and the New South Wales government maintains a public register of approved live music venues, so you can literally track it from day dot of the vibrancy reforms coming in, which were, I think that was at a point where we had lost, as a result of the lockout laws, around 176 venues over the course of nearly a decade. You can literally track how many venues are starting to take advantage of these, incentives month by month as people sign up and they start putting live music or entertainment on. So I think we're up to, I think there's around 350 odd hotels out of the 550 odd venues in the state who have taken up these incentives. Generally, pubs are probably bigger than most other licensed venues. They've probably got more spatial capacity to program, full bands rather than just a soloist, that kind of thing. So it doesn't surprise me at all that the majority of the venues who have taken up this offer are pubs and clubs, I should say, to a lesser extent. You absolutely can track it, and I know that the New South Wales government and the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner have been. So the fact that number continues to go up rather than down is I think, reflective of just how impactful the vibrancy reforms have been.
Thank you. Clubs?
Thank you, Chair. I can call out a few other examples. Through the vibrancy reforms, the 5 kilometre rule for clubs was removed, which has been a game changer for us, particularly with respect to live music, because before the removal of the 5 kilometre rule, if a club hosted live entertainment and local residents wanted to come, they would be required to sign in and required to become a member, pay the membership fee, and what we were seeing is that was a barrier for local residents to come and enjoy live music and the vibrancy and amenity that provided. So that's something we've definitely got feedback from our members that has really supported clubs to host and promote live music. The cultural SEP through the vibrancy reforms has also given clubs the opportunity to have music on their bowling greens, particularly without the need to go through the whole DA process. Once again, for a lot of clubs, not needing to go through that DA process and the costs and the uncertainty with those outcomes, it's given clubs a more streamlined opportunity to do something different, to use their bowling green for outdoor entertainment. It's something that we've seen with the Randwick Bowling Club particularly. And I'll just to add to Chris's point regarding noise restrictions, we do find that if one of our clubs wants to invest in live entertainment, if they want to dedicate a certain room or space to live entertainment, and that's costly. Because the noise restriction process was so convoluted and uncertain and stacked in favour of the complainant, that it was a key disincentive for the club to make that investment. Now, with a more streamlined system that's fairer on both sides and the single regulator, clubs do have the confidence to invest and dedicate a core part of their business to live entertainment.
Can I ask a question? And I probably should know this off the top of my head, but I don't. So you'll have to educate me. Were your members eligible for any of sort of the venue upgrade type grants or any of the infrastructure? And did you see an uptake of those, if so?
Yeah, we certainly did, and we certainly saw a demand for it. In fact, as part of our advocacy with the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commission, we really had a demand for regional venues to want to participate in that. They felt that perhaps the grant scheme was centred around metropolitan Sydney, even though it wasn't, and there was nothing preventing them from applying for the original grant. Certainly, part of our feedback was a view that regional venues were really interested in participating in that scheme and setting up the regional nighttime economy program really helped them see that was for them, and there's certainly been a take-up. If you look at some of the venues that are now live performance venues, of which we have approximately 100 that are putting on that 150 live performances a year to meet the threshold. They go all the way from Yamba in the north of the state all the way down to Albury in the south. It really has been something that venues have embraced right across the state. And I think, for some of those small not-for-profits, that opportunity to take that reduction in the liquor licence fee and reinvest that back into artists and performers has really helped them be able to do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Gatfield, same question to you, but also maybe also thinking about the regional, were there particular things you saw out of your regional membership as well?
Yeah, sure. Look, at the risk of sounding very much like Dan and replacing the word club with hotel, we saw something very similar across New South Wales. A number of our members were absolutely eligible for those grant programs. A number of them took it up. And I think combined with the incentives that Dan was talking about, we had a lot of feedback from our regional members that was sort of along the same lines. They felt that as with, their feelings around a lot of grant programs, to be honest, they felt it was very city-centric, that the regions were sort of missing out, which is, I think, one of the most important things out of the last round of vibrancy reforms was changing the parameters of how regional venues in particular could access those incentives. So recognising that they probably don't trade as late as metropolitan venues. They probably don't have the financial capacity to put on the same number of live performances that a large metropolitan venue might be able to do, for example. So I think the feedback that we got through I think it was rounds 2 and 3 of the vibrancy reforms was that they might have felt a little bit left behind, but that has absolutely been rectified through the last round, where there was a lot of focus on regional venues. And I think from the numbers that I've seen just over the last couple of months, you can start to see that sort of feed through into the stats around who's putting on live gigs, who's starting to take up those incentives. The growth in regional venues is starting to come through. So I think the last time I checked, there were around 95 hotels in regional New South Wales, so that excludes Newcastle and Wollongong as well. In regional New South Wales, non-metropolitan New South Wales, who've taken up those incentives. And look, we keep talking about it because we think they're fantastic, and so we're going to continue to push that out through our membership, because in our view, the more live music in pubs, the better.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to colleagues.
I've got a couple, but yeah, thanks Kate. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to start with you, if I can, Mr. Gatfield. I appreciate in your submission, I think in your opening remarks too, you talked about kind of that pub rock culture and the importance of that. Little aside, Chair, remind me of a story of a former boss of mine who told us a story in his early days of dating his wife, taking her to a pub in Port Macquarie and seeing a great Aussie band called Inks, and we should all look them up. And he tells a story about coming back to his regional community, going, "There's this really good band. I think they're going to be successful." And he was right. But it kind of goes to the point about, and we had some evidence from witnesses earlier today about needing to have that kind of grassroots space for people to come and perform, but also the impact that it has on the local community as well if you can have a good live music scene. And I was interested in your submission. You talked about incentivising regional and suburban activation and just looking at sort of additional incentives or funding weightings for venues outside of CBDs. Now, you guys have talked a little bit about some of the grants and things that are available now, but I'm wondering, are there any gaps that you see sort of coming from your membership? Any sort of further incentives that government could look to kind of help? Particularly, I'm interested in the rural and regional aspects. So any views on that?
Sure. I think, to be honest, a lot of it is a knowledge gap at this point.
Okay.
And, you know, full credit to the publican up in Port Macquarie who discovered Inks and and gave them a bit of a crack. And I mean, realistically, a lot of that that sort of old traditional pub rock sort of tour schedule took in a lot of those kind of towns. It took in a lot of Western Sydney as well, quite famously. If you have a look at the venues who are starting to access those eligibility sort of, you know, the grant programs, the incentive programs, they are starting to. Initially, I have to say, it was very city-centric, and I think that's a knowledge thing. It's a capacity thing as well. There's a lot of our big groups, big hotel groups, who are plugged into the CBD more than they are the suburbs as well. So what we've seen is that the more that we've started to talk about it and kind of explain to our members what the benefits are, how they can use these things, you know, we've got a fantastic operator up in Port Macquarie, Flower Hotels, who operate a number of pubs in that town, and Alistair's pubs really are putting on a lot more live music than they used to, which I think is a testament to kind of, you know, his dedication to live music, as well as recognising the fact that it does bring people in who might not ordinarily visit the pub. But in terms of what government could do more in regional New South Wales, I genuinely think the last round of vibrancy reforms have kind of they've reflected on the fact that regional New South Wales is different to the Sydney CBD, and they've started to account for that, which I think is good. And now it's really a knowledge plugging exercise, making sure that people are aware of these various programs, what they can actually do, and not just look at their hotel and say, you know, we're a tiny pub in a two-blink town, we don't have the capacity. Most people do. If you have a look at the guidelines for what constitutes a live performance or entertainment event, it can be a soloist, it can be a duo, it doesn't have to be an excess. And it could be, you know, various forms of artistic or cultural performance as well. You know, it doesn't actually have to be live music or a DJ per se. So as those parameters get wider and we start to educate our members around what they can and can't do, I think what you'll find is that there'll be more and more hotels, particularly in regional New South Wales, who start to take those up.
Yeah, and would that be the same from the club's perspective as well? I mean, you sort of touched on it a bit earlier, Mr.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a process of educating clubs. Clubs often are quite traditional and set in their ways of the way they've always done things, and so, you know, letting them know about the new opportunities that are out there. A lot of them are watching to see what some of the leaders in the space do, and then are looking to follow on suit. Certainly, to Chris's earlier point, one of the big things in the last round of vibrancy reforms that really helped was also recognising that in some towns it's really seasonal, and having that flexibility. The previous regime really did require a certain number of events every month with no change, and just recognising that seasonality has been really, really important for some of those towns that are in tourist areas in particular.
Yeah, for sure. And then if I could just stay with you guys, in your submission you talked about simplifying the process for clubs to use rooftops, including the provision of live music. And I did ask Mr. Barakat about this when he was here earlier from Liquor and Gaming, but that one just sort of stood out to me. Where's the issue there that you're coming against at the moment with using rooftops, including for the provision of live music? Is it a noise thing, or what's the challenge?
It's predominantly that they're not part of the cultural SEP at the moment,
Okay.
so you still have to go through that full development application process. Look, there are some challenges with rooftops. Obviously, safety is really paramount in that type of environment.
Yeah.
And noise is also obviously a concern, but it's just the fact that rooftops specifically are excluded from that cultural SEP and
Okay.
therefore can't be accessed.
So how would that get fixed, I guess, from your perspective? Is it just a change to the SEP, or how do you do that?
I think you need both a change to the SEP and then probably some guidelines to ensure that you meet the other criteria that you might have, particularly in and around safety, so that those areas definitely are going to be safe areas to be used for live performance.
Okay. And then I also just wanted to go to, you talk about the amalgamation cap and talking about diverse programming and live music, cultural celebrations and community events. Can you just explain a little bit more about that and what it actually means? Because it's not something I'm particularly familiar with, so I was curious.
Yeah, so look, one of the key challenges for the club industry is that smaller clubs, typically, in fact, a lot of them are clubs like ethnic clubs and the like, are struggling, and we're seeing a number of them close. And the moment they close, that's a live performance venue that's shut and probably will never open again. Those assets are lost to the community. Currently, there's a cap on the number of amalgamations that clubs can undertake. So if you think of a club like Wyong Leagues, they're close to their cap. They have a large number of venues in their area that they picked up and supported, venues that would have otherwise closed. They're not able to do so. So clubs are becoming really selective about who they amalgamate with, which is sort of unfortunate, because some of these smaller clubs that really are the heart of their local community are missing out on that opportunity, because the club is saying, well, I only get to do this 10 times, and if I don't pick the right partners, then I'm going to miss out.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So if you had a little bit more, either an increase in the cap or flexibility with where it's applied would be the solution to that.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to continue on the recommendations in the submission by Clubs New South Wales that Sarah started.
Sarah doesn't narrow it down.
Oh, me. No.
Oh, sorry. Mitchell. Mrs. Mitchell over
Forgot
here.
about
that. I wanted to go to one of them that says introducing financial incentives for clubs and venues promoting live music, and you give the example of such as a live tax offset, or maybe a live music tax offset. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, sure. So the idea is similar to the incentives that have been provided around the liquor licence fee reductions. Is to look at a tax offset for those venues that are involved in live music. Probably typically not apply to our sporting clubs, but our RSL clubs and other clubs often do provide tax in terms of payroll tax and other things, and so we just think there's an opportunity to look at the tax system, see what the opportunities are there to incentivise venues that do provide live entertainment in that space.
Do you have any data showing how much more venues have put on live music as a result of, for example, the changes to the liquor licence discount, the 80%, for example, as a result of even just recent vibrancy reforms, as opposed to what was happening before the vibrancy reforms? In other words, like how much is it incentivised? Because how many of the clubs would have had, performers or live music anyway? Do you have that data?
Yes, well, similar to what Chris said, you can see the number of venues that have applied for the liquor licence fee reduction. So you can see the number of venues that have done that. What we've certainly seen as well is venues have had to increase the number of live performances. So a lot of venues, yes, they were providing live performance, but to meet that threshold, they've had to increase the number of performances they're offering. And certainly, while we don't have actual data on that, certainly anecdotally, a number of the venues that I'm speaking to, they're really looking at how do they increase that, how do they have those midweek performances, perhaps when they were only having a Saturday, Sunday performance. So. The other thing I would say is, to Chris's point earlier around communication and change, I guess, and some level of inertia, if you will, in our industry around change, it's certainly something that we're only starting to see the beginnings of. I like to say we're starting to see the green shoots from these reforms start to emerge. And we think that there's a lot more untapped opportunity out there with venues who are just realising, for example, that they can use their bowling green as a live music space without having to go through the council DA processes and starting to think about, well, hang on, that's actually a really great opportunity that I wasn't aware of.
I would just add to that we do see some anecdotes from individual clubs, Ms. Furman. So, for instance, Coaldale RSL, a club that Dan mentioned earlier, is accessing the live performance incentive, and they've reported to us that they've increased their live music and annual gigs from 72 to 150 in that time, which is a 208% increase.
So, because I suppose it's difficult to know as well, and I think I'm getting some data on this in the form of questions taken on notice, but it's difficult to work out with how much the venue has received, for example, in the licence fee that they would have been paying, and then the real uptick in those performances. As you said, that's one thing for Coaldale, because there is the criticism that has come through a couple of the submissions that in fact in some regional towns it's the clubs with the poker machines that has actually really impacted the local economy and is putting money, people are going to, in fact I was in Moree the other day and I spent 2 nights there and the entire town was dead and I'm thinking, where is everybody? And there's this light at the top of the hill and all the cars there. And the pub we went to for dinner, nobody was in the pub. Everybody was at the club. So the question is, in terms of vibrancy, do you think that clubs and poker machines are actually also threatening some local economies?
Yeah, it's certainly... It's not been my experience talking to clubs. What I tend to find with clubs is they have quite a large physical footprint typically relative to other licensed venues. So they really do have that opportunity to have multiple activities occurring simultaneously, and that critical mass that they can get from having those multiple activities.
Yeah, that's the clubs. I'm talking about the rest of the town though. But that was the rest of the town that isn't part of the club? You don't know?
I'm not sure about that.
Because with the financial incentives for clubs and venues promoting live music, so there's the liquor licence fee reduction, 80%. There's the very generous tax arrangements for clubs, which are less than pubs in terms of your poker machine tax. So what other financial incentives do you think the government should be giving clubs? It's a genuine question, like what else do you need?
When clubs do offer live music to their communities, what we do see is because clubs are not for profit, they regularly don't charge for that live music. They offer 7,300 entertainment events per month, which provides significant value to
Did you
their
say
community.
7,000?
So 7,300
across
across the industry.
Yep.
So when clubs do offer those live music events to their community, it provides amenity. It makes the community a better place to live. It gives residents a place to come.
Do you know then with this music, so have you got the data of how much more live music artists, live music performances are now happening as a result of the changes? And has there been, what's the impact been on gambling revenue in that time? Has it also gone up, or are people coming and just watching a band and going home?
What we do see is that clubs do contribute significantly to their communities through live entertainment. We do see that the number of live music venues has increased in our sector. We can see that clubs across the state contribute $202 million. There's a significant value add to the live music sector as well, more than $111 million in value add. It also creates employment, more than 2,500 people. So certainly what we can say is that clubs still offer live music at a significant scale. It's growing, it's employing people, and it's making their communities a better place to live, which is what clubs exist to do.
Do you think any clubs would have kind of closed if this, for example, the incentive around the liquor licence reduction, if that wasn't in place? Because a lot of this vibrancy reforms has been in some ways around, making sure venues don't close, making places more vibrant. Was there a threat to any clubs that you know of that they were going to close if they weren't given this helping hand by government?
It's important that clubs evolve to the needs of their communities, and many clubs are trying to diversify their revenue streams. There are many clubs that didn't used to offer live entertainment, and when clubs want to make the investment to diversify their revenue and start doing something different, it's important for them that they have an incentive, and as I discussed earlier with the noise restrictions, a predictable system for investing and understanding the goalposts. So what some of these incentives do provide is, particularly for smaller clubs, it gives them that confidence to make the investment and start diversifying their revenue.
With you're saying diversifying income stream, a lot of the clubs that I kind of look at in terms of annual reports, I mean, the poker machines income is the over and above, like way, it's like maybe 90% or 85% of most of the clubs I have a look at.
It's less than 50% across the entire industry.
That's the average, I assume, taking in some of the clubs that don't have. Are there any of the smaller clubs that don't have?
Yeah, there are a number of clubs that don't have gaming machines, but by and large the number's less than 50% across the entire industry.
So I'll finish on this, Chair. I could go on for ages on this, but it's just at this dot point, which was saying recommending for the government to introduce financial incentives for clubs and venues promoting live music, because you say they also deliver positive externalities on town centres, cities and suburbs. So have you been speaking with the government or the minister around what the next financial incentives could be for clubs that the government should consider?
No, we haven't had those discussions since that submission's gone in.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Merton, do you have questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, and to the three of you, thank you very much. If I could pick up an issue relating to the into the AHA, if I could direct that to putting my glasses on, Mr. Gatfield. It's the incentivising regional and suburban activation. If I could just have a look at possibly that suburban activation. You mentioned incentives and funding weightings Could you probably elaborate more on the funding weighting?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of the incentives that are on the table at the moment for potential live music venues are weighted, exactly the same across country and metropolitan New South Wales. So if you've got a full hotel licence, and let's say off the top of my head, you have a 500 person capacity and you trade till 3 a.m. Currently, you're looking at paying around $7,800 in liquor licence fees every year, and that really doesn't matter whether you're located in Coonabarabran or you're located in Mossman, right? So what we see as potentially a huge help, particularly for regional venues, is recognising that the economics of Mossman and Coonabarabran are going to be very, very different, potentially weighting more heavily towards those regional areas in terms of the incentives or the discounts that they might receive. Similarly, the suburban areas, again, probably a little different, and you can see reflected in a lot of the data that's currently being collected by Liquor and Gaming New South Wales and the Office of the 24-Hour Commissioner. A lot of those suburban venues that in the 80s, when In Excess were doing the rounds with Rose Tattoo and Cold Chisel, for example, they're starting to program live music already again. So, the Coolabah Hotel in Marylands, for example, is a really good example of that. Formerly absolutely part of that pub rock kind of, West Sydney tour that young bands cutting their teeth might do. So, look, when we say regional suburban activation, for mine, if I had to choose where the priority would be, it would be in the regions. And again, around half of our members are in regional New South Wales, but 2/3 of the people who've taken up the incentives are in metropolitan. So there's clearly a gap there that needs to be plugged.
Thank you. And Mr. Gatfield, in terms of live music, sort of participation at your members and their premises, what in terms of commercial sort of return or activity or importance, what are they reporting to you?
Live music is typically a nice to have, to be honest. It's and it's often a lost leader. So unless you're charging a pretty substantial door price, I'm thinking maybe Selena's down in Coogee Bay on a Friday and a Saturday night with a big international touring act. Typically, you're not making a huge amount of money out of live music. It does, however, generate, hopefully, if done and programmed the right way, it'll generate some bar sales, it'll get people through the door, you might sell, certainly a few meals to go along with it. So generally, it is an opportunity for you to kind of broaden your audience, particularly in the context of, the realities of New South Wales at the moment, where young people in particular are far less likely to drink alcohol. And, again, I'm of an age where I find that kind of hard to believe, but, there's a substantial number of young people who are still looking to get out of the house. They want to go and socialise with their friends, but they're not content to go to the pub and drink 5 schooners and then go home. They want something a little bit more vibrant than that, and live music absolutely fills that need.
Yeah, no, thank you. If I could just pick up in terms of Clubs New South Wales, Mr. Sordor or Mr. Mitchell, just in terms of your last dot point, fostering continued engagement with the New South Wales Government, Liquor and Gaming New South Wales and the Office of the 24-Hour Economy to continue to progress the reform. Just an insight in terms of what is the current engagement like for you with those bodies?
Yeah, the engagement's been fantastic. I've certainly worked both for the New South Wales Government and also on industry bodies for the last 30 years, and this engagement around the 24-hour economy has been one of the best. The 24-hour Economy Advisory Council, of which I'm a member, really comes together. It's been a really collaborative process looking at where are the opportunities that are going to actually drive the biggest impacts and really drive an uplift in the sector. And I've found the engagement to be really great. They've got everybody in the room together, so a lot of consultations. Often, they have a separate consultation with each different stakeholder. Each different stakeholder has their own ambitions and ideas, and it's very difficult to find a common ground this process has been really great through Michael Rodriguez and the team at the 24-Hour Economy Commission and Tarek at Liquor and Gaming of really bringing all the stakeholders together with a common purpose to have a safe and vibrant nighttime economy, which has been fantastic.
Thank you. Could I jump back in here? We've heard, which is a good thing as far as I'm concerned, about a lot of the good developments around the vibrancy reforms, around the 24-hour economy. I just wondered, where are you still hearing? What are the key sort of pinch points, if you like, that you're still hearing about, or that are still the sort of niggles of your members? What are the key ones you would list? Membership organisations, I'm sure your members come to you all the time.
There's 2,000 publicans who have this phone number, and they're not shy of a chat. I think one thing that comes through pretty clearly is all the incentives in the world are fantastic and they're very much appreciated, but it's still trying to forge that connection between the creative industries and our industry. And if you are a pub, particularly in regional New South Wales, particularly if you're in a very, very small town, your ability to actually find musicians or entertainers or cultural performers is extremely limited. So I'm aware that the Neon Marketplace, which is an initiative of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner's Office, is trying to fill that gap. They're putting basically a link between the actual venue operators and potentially some people who can program live music for them. But I think that is probably an appropriate solution for a lot of metropolitan New South Wales, which doesn't really translate when you get over the hill. So I think trying to sort of look to maybe to other jurisdictions in terms of facilitating direct connections with individual artists from not necessarily a certain local government area, but certainly within a bull's roar of wherever the venue might be in regional New South Wales would be a real shot in the arm. The ACT government currently operate basically a register of performers within Canberra and facilitate that direct connection between performer and venue. That might be something to have a look at, and whether that's integrated into the Neon Marketplace or not, entirely a matter for the commissioner. But certainly from my experience, having spent a bit of time down in Canberra recently, it's something that might be worth considering.
Thank you. That's a really good suggestion. From the club's point of view?
Yeah, from our side, I'd probably go back to, I think the real opportunity that still hasn't been capitalised on yet is just informing the industry about the current reforms that have been put in place and really giving an opportunity for them to understand those opportunities in more depth, an opportunity to really embed those current reforms and really utilise them to their fullest. I think we're still just seeing what I think is the tip of the iceberg in terms of the opportunity for clubs to make use of some of the unique spaces they've got for live music and live performance.
Could I just ask a follow-on from that? Because we're hearing from local councils shortly, and one of the things in their submissions was the same, kind of echoes of what you just said in terms of there's been a lot of change and people aren't necessarily across all of it yet. Is there an aspect in particular or a method of delivery that you think works the best to get the information through to your members?
Look, I think it's one of those things where you've got to come at it from a lot of different angles. We certainly find that different communication methods for our industry are necessary. There's no sort of one-size-fits-all. You'll have a webinar and get certain people tune in, and other people, the only way you can get to them is to go out and visit them face-to-face. Particularly those smaller regional clubs, I mean, often a real challenge for us is they're often run by, the smaller ones run by volunteers. And time is a real challenge for them. They're so busy just keeping the existing venue running and operating that having the time to sit down and understand what are those other opportunities to do things differently is really hard. So really got to make it simple as well, and certainly that's our approaches take often what is quite a complicated reform package with a lot of elements to it and try and distill it into some really simple opportunities for a regional club to pick up and utilise. So I think that's an opportunity. That's certainly something we have been working with the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner on now. Certainly the pace of reform over the last few years has been very rapid, so that's made that education process a bit challenging. You start talking about a particular reform and there's been another 2 or 3 reforms stacked on top of that, so I think that'll just take a little bit of time to seep through.
Sarah. Just sort of relates to that, but I think in the Hotels Association you guys talked about having better data on live music sort of activity and how that would lead to better policy, but also I guess kind of understanding things like, you know, participation metrics, and if you could say to a small club who might be a bit limited in their ability to tap into some of these reforms, you know, data shows if you do X then you can get Y back in return. Who's best placed to do that sort of data analysis? Is it through sort of the department with feed-in from organisations such as yourself, or how would it be best collected and then passed back on to your members to, I guess, learn from?
I think, obviously we support evidence-based policy and you know, the vibes of the vibrancy reforms have always been good, but, having baseline data and trying to figure out exactly what works and what doesn't is obviously crucial. So I think I would argue, and I don't want to put any more work onto the Office of the Commish, but I would have thought the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner would be best placed to do that in collaboration with Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, probably our organisations and a range of others who you're either already spoken to or you're about to. Look, we are strongly in favour of having more data to sort of, figure out exactly what reforms are working and, which can be improved. Because at the end of the day, I think everyone wants the same thing out of the vibrancy reforms. We want, better outcomes for creative industries, better outcomes for, our members who program the live music, and better outcomes for patrons. And I'd say that as a patron as well. I would have thought that more hands and more eyes on that data are probably better than fewer. And if we, as an organisation, are in a position to feed into that, then you'd have our support. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's all right. Thank you. That pretty much brings us to the end of our time here today. Thank you very much for your submissions and your taking the time to appear for us today. I'm not sure if you took anything on notice, but we might have supplementary questions for you once we've had a bit of time to think about it, and the Secretariat will liaise with you about timeframes for that. But we thank you very much again for appearing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
budget estimates.
I know, the full table. Quite a panel today.
Okay. All right. Welcome, and thank you for joining us at our first day of hearing for this inquiry. We appreciate you making the time on quite a large panel of our local councils to come and talk with us. If we could start today by getting you to state your name, your position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we're going to start with you, Mr. Davidson.
Sure. Do I need to turn that on, or you've got me?
No,
Okay,
all
great.
good.
All right, my name is Lex Davidson. I'm the Manager of Cultural Strategy for the City of Sydney. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. David Reynolds, Chief Executive of Local Government New South Wales. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Members.
Thanks very much, Chair. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Endicott.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Endicott. I'm the Director of Community Life at Burwood Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Wassef.
Good afternoon. Miriam Wassef from Burwood Council, Director People and Performance. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Ho.
Good afternoon, my name is Colin Ho. I'm the Cultural Programs Coordinator at Lane Cove Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me, by me, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Kelly.
And my name's Stephanie Kelly. I'm Director of Community and Culture at Lane Cove Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare that and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And if we have opening statements, we might start in the same order again.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you very much for inviting us to be a part of the inquiry. Live music in Sydney has had it rough for quite some time now. Back in 2013, the City of Sydney identified key issues and adopted a live music action plan just a few months before the unexpected arrival of lockout laws. Those lockout laws did have a detrimental impact on live music in our city, but there were other issues in play, largely driven by property market pressures and the changing residential character of the city. These issues endure beyond the lockouts and lockdowns of the COVID-19 pandemic and are now escalated by chronic housing unaffordability. A thriving hospitality sector and late night experience is just one part of the context that supports live music. We need to correct the damage done to the hospitality sector, but it is important not to simply conflate a vibrant nightlife with a healthy music ecosystem. They are very different things, and we need to decouple them in our policy response. For example, a pub that hires a DJ or a cover band once a week in order to access extended trading hours and liquor license discounts will make our nightlife a little more vibrant, but they are not delivering the type of essential creative spaces, the vital curatorial resources, the sector development work, and the community building that genuine, dedicated grassroots music venues achieve. In our research, we've tried to demonstrate the difference between occasional programming and dedicated live music venues, and what we are seeing is that ad hoc programming is rebounding from a mid-pandemic low, although quite inconsistently, while the number of dedicated music venues in the City of Sydney has flatlined at a scale that will barely sustain our local sector, let alone support growth. If we are serious about restoring live music in Sydney, then we need to sharpen the focus of investment. We need definitions of what a music venue is and minimum expectations for a venue to be eligible for incentives and support. We need a replicable methodology for counting music venues so that all levels of government and stakeholders can use the same approach and understand with consistency the supply of venues right across the region. We also need to understand that music spaces are changing, just like our music makers, and invest in the types of spaces and platforms they need now. For example, it is possible that a decline in bands playing in pubs is at least in part due to our artists making different kinds of music for different kinds of spaces, and increasingly for an audience who are less interested in alcohol. Live music is part of a greater creative industries ecosystem that is under incredible strain in Sydney. We have lost tens of thousands of square metres worth of rehearsal spaces and recording studios, and we are the first Australian capital city to record a decline in our artist population. And with that comes a fracturing of networks and supply chains, collaborators and support crews that bring music experiences to life. The Sound New South Wales contemporary music strategy is filled with excellent ideas for industry development, but it needs to be supported by the rest of government. In particular, we need to see creative industries prioritised in the planning system, with considered approaches to protecting venues, building new spaces through precincts and enterprise zones, and incentives, offsets, and every other lever available to achieve affordability and security for venues operating in the private market. In local councils, if we are to play a role in protecting and growing our music spaces, we need the New South Wales Government to provide us with the tools. And the Sydney Plan is that opportunity to do this. And based on the exhibited draft, it looks to be a missed opportunity. It contains no priorities to protect and grow creative land uses or to mitigate the impacts of residential density on creative industries. As well as delivering planning reform, local councils can also be a useful partner in creating places for music. We do hold quite a bit of civic infrastructure and facilities across all of our councils' portfolios, and with the right kinds of investment, this could make for great new performance spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds, do you have an opening statement?
Madam Chair, I'll defer to me, Byrne, for ours.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to begin by, and I'm sure you've heard this from many of the people who've given evidence previously, but by an acknowledgement of where we've come from, which is that Sydney was one of the great rock and roll cities of the world, and through over-regulation and a bias towards pandering to complaint and a range of other government policies, we managed to kill the ecosystem off. And really coming out of COVID, I think you could say that Sydney's live music scene was on life support. I want to commend the work that's been undertaken by the government and the sector in the intervening years, which I think has been excellent. I do want to recognise Minister Graham for his commitment to the cause and excellent policy work. And I do also want to acknowledge the relatively new CEO of Create New South Wales, Kerry Glasscock, who is someone who's come from the music sector and is widely respected within the sector and who's undertaken decades of work about how we can improve regulation and support for live music and live performance venues. And I fully expect that that will lead to a real dividend down the line after she's had some more time in the role. Local government in New South Wales is broadly in support of the government's vibrancy reforms and policy agenda. And it's actually been quite impressive about how much has been rolled out. But I do want to concur with some statements that I heard from the previous speakers about the need for education and information campaigns for councils and for venues about how the changes that have been enacted can be made use of to provide practical assistance to venues. Just to speak briefly with my Inner West Council hat on, in the Inner West we had the first special entertainment precinct in New South Wales in Enmore Road. It's been a good example of where there is already organically a strong local music scene and nightlife and hospitality sector, that a special entertainment precinct can help to take that to the next level. But it would be wrong to assume that that such a precinct can just be a magic wand which will take a moribund precinct and turn it into a thriving nighttime economy. We've rolled out 6 more special entertainment precincts across the Inner West in different locations and with varying levels of success. The 6 new ones have been in place for 6 to 12 months now. So we're still waiting to see how that will work. One obstacle that we are definitely encountering is that there needs to be education of our venue operators about how they can make use of it. And they do often report that they find it confusing that the intersection between liquor and gaming regulations and the council's controls And frankly, I find it a bit confusing as well. I often find that I'm stuck and not able to answer questions that they have about how the two things interact. And don't forget that because by definition all of these things are being written in strategic planning language or jargon, it's just so confusing. So I think plain English language information for venues and councils about how they can take advantage of improved regulations is something simple and wise to do. I just want to take a moment as well to talk about our town halls program in the Inner West. To put it simply, we've opened 7 of our town halls as artistic venues available for free use by artists for exhibition, performance and rehearsal. It's been a really successful program, and I think you could certainly consider whether you would make a recommendation for that to be promoted in other local government areas. Not every council has quite as many town halls as us, but every single council has at least one civic institution like a town hall, and often they're sitting dormant 90% of the time. And so the principle behind it is you've got to spend a lot of money to maintain your town hall. Why not make sure that there's a public benefit coming from that in terms of artistic usage? We're finding so far that the predominant benefit from that is in terms of rehearsal space as opposed to performance, and we want to look at how we can improve that. I did also just briefly want to state, I'm sure you will have heard this from other people, obviously policies are very differently applicable in the city as opposed to the bush. And our member councils at Local Government New South Wales in regional, remote and rural areas are passionate about their live music scene. In many cases, they have committed resources over a long period of time to build up their festivals and events. It's a big part of their local culture, but we do need ongoing guaranteed support, both for direct financial support for festivals and events, as well as grants to improve ageing facilities, and direct support with touring to ensure that regional communities are able to, that bands and performers are able to get to regional communities when they're planning to go on tour. I also want to encourage you all to consider whether there is more that the government can do. Whilst it's been a comprehensive range of reforms in regards to the vibrancy regulations and legislation, the fact is our music scene's still not doing that well. There's still a long, long way to go. I think it would be a mistake to assume that we can just rest on our laurels and hope that the changes that have been made work. And it may be that we need to experiment more and try different pilots in different places. But there needs to be that ongoing commitment and culture from the New South Wales Parliament to improving the regulation and the support until we actually get the whole sector properly back up on its feet. Just one negative note in closing. It is my experience generally that the licensing police are not necessarily on board with the agenda of improving vibrancy and supporting the rehabilitation of our nightlife. I don't say that in an accusatory way. Obviously, all of our councils have strong relationships with their local area police commands. That's incredibly important. But it is confusing and difficult both for councils and for venue operators when the thrust of the vibrancy reforms is often counteracted by the targeted actions of licensing police. For example, in many communities, any application that comes in for a venue to open or to expand its operating hours will be met automatically with a submission of opposition from the licensing police, which suggests that there needs to be greater coordination between the other government agencies and the police to ensure that we're all working together to support the re-enlivening of the music sector in New South Wales. Thanks very much. I'm sorry I've taken a bit too much time.
Thank you. Ms Endicott.
Ms Wozef will be reading on behalf of Council.
Thank you. Ms Wozef.
Absolutely, thank you. I'll start by saying I think as one of Sydney's most culturally diverse and rapidly evolving local government areas, Burwood's experienced firsthand the social, cultural and economic value that music, arts, nightlife and creative activation bring to communities. We equally have a very deep connection to music, and it does help that we have a connection to Australian rock and roll legends, being AC/DC, with Burwood being the birthplace of that incredible band. But we do also acknowledge that beyond these incredible connections to place, government, local and state have a critical role to play in nurturing and enabling some of these incredible outcomes that we're seeing on the ground. For us at Burwood, we've increasingly positioned culture, creativity and the nighttime economy as central pillars of our city shaping agenda. And they're underpinned by a desire to see incredible social, cultural and economic outcomes for our communities and businesses. Burwood, much like the state's approach, has been underpinned by a very deliberate shift towards enabling policy, streamlining regulation, public domain activation, and as Mayor Byrne said earlier, it's really about strong collaboration between local government, industry and our partners to realise this joint vision. For us, and through some incredible initiatives that have been heralded by the state government, like the Special Entertainment Precinct, we've been able to actually set a strong agenda that's aligned across state and local government. But equally, it's opened the door for some incredible local experimentation on the ground, like policies that we have at the moment called Licence to Play. It's set the agenda for us to be ambitious in experimenting, in cutting red tape and thinking about the experience for users in our community over and above regulation and bureaucracy being the thing that drives how we actually go about activating our sense of place. Equally, our public domain transformation projects have moved from looking at places as great physical spaces to walk through, but places to spend time in day and night. A fantastic example of this is places like Ford Lane in Burwood. Local laneways that once were just service laneways for cars are actually live music venues and stages for people to enjoy differently day and night. We strongly support the continued implementation and expansion of the New South Wales Government's 24-hour economy strategy, the broader vibrancy reforms and New South Wales contemporary music strategy. For us, they've played an incredibly important role in changing the conversation around nightlife, arts and cultural participation in New South Wales. Equally for us, we see the value that it contributes, with over $100 billion already annually supporting, over 1 million workers across New South Wales, which is an incredible testament to the state government. But it also highlights the significant economic and social impact that it has on the sector. Thanks to the reforms for us, we can now see our evolution at Burwood transforming from experimentation to actually strengthening an entire live music and nighttime ecosystem that goes beyond activation, but to fundamentally supporting nighttime workers, ensuring safety in our local precinct, and of course a safe activated place. A really important example to highlight are events like Lunar Lanes. For us in Burwood, it started as shutting down a main street, which almost felt unheard of in years past, to now that evolving beyond one street to multiple streets and laneways and a whole precinct changing, with incredible community and business support for these activations, but also over $3 million in economic impact generated in one day, and over 50,000 people coming to one place for an event that celebrates culture and nightlife. We want to, acknowledge the substantial progress that's made by the New South Wales Government, and I think we share the same sentiment in that music, arts and nightlife are fundamental components of healthy and inclusive, economic resilient cities. The future success, we think, of the New South Wales music and arts economy will depend on the state's ability to continue reducing those barriers, empower local communities and support experimentation, but also importantly investing and continuing to invest in the cultural infrastructure and public spaces that we take care of. Councils do play a critical role in delivering these outcomes at a local level, and should continue to be supported by key delivery partners in the implementation of the broader strategy at a state level. We welcome the continued collaboration with the government, industry and our cultural stakeholders to shape that vibrant and inclusive and also globally competitive music and nighttime scene for New South Wales. We do see this as only just the beginning. We have incredible momentum and also councils who share that great ambition to see Burwood and Sydney and New South Wales on the global stage. For us now, the transformation's underway, but we have to continue to commit to that collaboration. And I'd like to just end by acknowledging Minister Graham and the Nighttime Economy Commissioner Michael Rodriguez for the fantastic work they do, and we look forward to continuing that work.
Thank you. Mr. Ho or Ms. Kelly?
I'll defer to our Director of Community and Culture, Stephanie Kelly.
We don't have a long opening statement. It's
That's
just
fine.
that Lane Cove are here because the council and the community are very committed to culture and music and performance in particular. Council over the last decade has created 4 new cultural infrastructure centres which allow people to rehearse every day of the week, perform and present their creative pastimes. But it's increasingly a struggle for a small council like Lane Cove to continue to fund that almost independently, really, without grants or the private sector, essentially, because we are a small sort of cultural hub. We're not known for that, but we work really hard with volunteers and being creative with our economy, and basically that's our hope from this, is that we continue to benefit from changes in policy that make it easier, but also that there's a recognition of the support needed to grow the ecosystem, because as the learned colleague from City of Sydney said, I think music is an ecosystem. It's about young people having opportunities to create, learn and perform together to create an industry that benefits the state.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for those opening statements. There's a lot to take in and a lot of you to ask questions of. But I might start with Burwood. First of all, to say congratulations. I understand that Burwood was recently named by Time Out as the coolest neighbourhood in Australia. There might be some opposition, from others at that
we
table.
concur.
Thank you. And apparently, and I like how specific this, apparently 16th coolest in the world. Congratulations on that. You did speak a little bit about, I guess, some of the key events. You spoke about Lunar Nights, etc. But could you maybe speak more generally to what, and with no offence to Burwood, it hasn't always been the coolest suburb. So can you speak to what have been the very practical changes, particularly through the vibrancy and Sound New South Wales, etc., that have assisted? Let's start with that if we could.
Look, I'll thank you first of all, because that I did miss from my opening remarks. But
I'll be leading with that.
Yes, absolutely. But I absolutely agree. It did not happen overnight, and it hasn't always been the case. And so we could see very clearly, actually, when the vibrancy reforms were first birthed, that we really benefited from, I think, the policy levers first and foremost. And challenge for most governments, particularly at local government, is that we've got planning policies and policies in place that speak to our local place, but there's an overarching state agenda that can help pull levers and enable that control to be relinquished a little bit. And one example will be, again, special entertainment precincts. So an appetite to allow increased sound in public spaces, again with a strong methodology and an evidence base. The brilliant thing for a council like us in Burwood, being a smaller council as well, is the toolkits and support that come from the government in establishing and the funding. So Burwood is an example of one council who received funding for the SEP Kickstarter program. That enabled us to get our first off the ground, which means now we have a precinct management plan, we have the right acoustic research studies undertaken, all funded through the state government. And the great thing is, once you build that benchmark, you're able to actually continue to build on that and see that flourish. Equally, the state government encourages a culture of engagement and participation across governments. And I remember one of the first things we did was reach out to our neighbours, Inner West included, to ask how was the experience of setting your first special entertainment precinct? What were the lessons learned? And we took those in. And I know the state government equally made changes to their policy and their activities as a result of those early enabling experiences. So definitely pulling the policy levers. As a result of that, we've been able to develop policies like Licence to Play, and that is 10 provisions that enable quick, fast and cheaper public space activations without having to go through several forms, without having to submit rigorous DAs. It's council, again, creating a permission-based approach for businesses and community so they can activate places quicker.
Is that things, just to get very specific about it, is that things like traffic plans and that kind of thing?
Absolutely. Right. Global traffic management plans. We have things like bookable streets now at very, very minimal costs. Council will close the road for you, provide you with the global traffic management plan. particularly for a very dense and small suburb, our public spaces have to work a lot harder than others. And equally, we know that people don't want to just be in closed venues. We do need to use our public realm. It also creates accessible culture. People can just bump into live events and participate in them without everything having to be ticketed events. So for us, it's about changing the nature of the public realm and what it's used for. Equally, it's allowed us to look at things like outdoor dining, and that is a big focus for us at the moment. If you've maximised your outdoor dining space, there's a quick pathway to operate your neighbour's outdoor dining space who may not be using it for free. And again, it's about maximising the public realm for social and cultural activities.
And are those policies public? So
Yes.
so if we wanted to access them, we could just
absolutely.
I don't want to speak for Burwood, but I just want to add one thing. Firstly, to say how impressive it is, the suite of policies that have been implemented. But another big component of the success of Burwood is their housing policies. So it's one of the few places in Sydney where significant increases in residential density have been implemented over more than a decade. And so that means there's a much larger number of younger people living on the main street, and the ethnic diversity of the population has been further enhanced. It's always been a very multicultural place, but now when you walk down Burwood Road, the sheer number of young people, and it's obvious that they're from a vast array of backgrounds, that's creating the buzz. And that's also something that the council chose to do.
Thank you both for that. Could I perhaps, in contrast, Ms. Kelly, Lane Cove is quite a different place and a smaller, from what you were saying, a smaller council. Have you accessed any of the Kickstarter funds for special entertainment, or you haven't?
I think Lane Cove benefited, if you like, from development and an increased population. So we're now more, we've gone from a local government area that had mostly houses with gardens and that kind of private sort of space to enjoy, to be in the majority of our residents now live in units. With that development, we've used developer contributions, if you like, to invest in cultural infrastructure, things like the Canopy, which was converting the car park into a park, playground, restaurant quarter, shopping centre, but with a really great stage where we can have outdoor events for 1,000 people without bringing in infrastructure, essentially. It's a plug and play venue, although a bit more complicated than most. We regularly host civic and cultural events there. We've become one of Sydney's favourite cover band venues. I know we keep hearing a lot about cover bands, but they are popular, bring people together, but we try and diversify that. So, we've had Jazz Day, which has been organised by volunteers, so they don't have to pay anything. They come, they perform, they can create in a really professional space. Because we've got the infrastructure there to do that.
So are you seeing a sort of change in demand for sort of nighttime spaces and venue type, live music type venues because of the increase in population, because of the change in housing mix? Is that what you're seeing?
I think it's people, once people know what they can experience, they want more of it. So we've got an insatiable appetite now for events, not just within Lane Cove, the centre, but also in parks and other areas. I think the drive has definitely come from younger families moving into Lane Cove and young people moving into Lane Cove and wanting a different experience in that area. And that certainly resonates with our councillors. But we've always had a really strong group of cultural practitioners in Lane Cove. We've got Lane Cove concert bands, which has got over 100 bands under one umbrella, and they perform in a newly built Waterview Community Centre, which was purposefully designed so it could be their rehearsal space, and they use that every day of the week. And in return, council gets free performance at all our civic ceremonies, Australia Day, citizenship, anything, Anzac Day. They will perform for free with the symphony orchestra or some of the smaller bands, and I think that kind of artistry also drives performance. So the Lane Cove Festival is going into its 28th year this year, which is just to showcase performance and art within the Lane Cove community.
All right, thank you. Mayor Byrne, I just want to pick up on two things that you spoke about in your opening statement. One was the extension of special entertainment precincts in the inner west. I think you said there were 6 others. And the other was, I guess, encouraging us to keep thinking of other things that might help and pilots. But I wondered if I could put that back on you and say maybe in relation to the other 6 areas and what you're seeing coming out of there, because they're all very different to Enmore, I presume, and you might speak about that. But also you're suggesting to us that we might think about other things and maybe pilots. Is there anything informing that from the varied experience of these 7 now, is it, special entertainment precincts?
Thank you for the question. The additional 6 precincts have only been in place for a limited time, so I think we need a little bit longer to be able to draw many lessons from it.
Can you tell, so it's Dulwich Hill?
It's Marrickville Road.
Okay.
2 on Marrickville Road, Darling Street, Balmain, and Rozelle, Norton Street, Leichhardt, up to Parramatta Road.
Okay.
Dulwich Hill and Ashfield on the way, I think. In short, if your nighttime economy is already stagnant or is not particularly lively, just introducing a special entertainment precinct is not a silver bullet. It may well be over time that it can help in collaboration with other initiatives and programs and policies. But so Darling Street, Balmain has been, in terms of its nighttime activities, declined for a long period of time. When I was a kid, you could walk down Darling Street at 2 o'clock in the morning and there'd be hundreds of people out on the street. And now sometimes you walk down the street in Balmain on a Friday night and you could shoot a cannon down the middle of the road.
Norton Street.
Norton Street, doing a little bit better. But yes, so just introducing the entertainment precinct in and of itself does not solve that problem. It does really help where you have places like Enmore Road or like Marrickville Road that are all already really taking off. And I think Burwood Road's another example. Already doing very well with a great mix of offerings, introducing the additional elements of incentives to host music and later trading. That can really help to take those precincts to the next level. We're finding it difficult communicating to our venue operators what they're able to do under the special entertainment precincts. So I think plain English language communication with venues, because essentially these reforms are meant to make it easy for them to do things without the permission of the government. But they're just, many of them are, one, under the pump, very busy, operating on small profit margins. They don't have the time to go and take a strategic planning lesson. And they also don't have the time to spend 45 minutes on the phone trying to get through to liquor and gaming. They're just not going to do that. So I think like brochures and information packs that are provided to them, preferably walked in by someone who has expertise, and not just once, but go back again in a few months' time and have an ongoing program of education about, hey, just letting you know these provisions are available to you. Do you know that you could be trading longer? Do you know that if you hosted live music, you would be entitled to the following dispensation? But that's an education process. So I think because there's been a lot rolled out, both in terms of the entertainment precincts and the vibrancy reforms, there's a big education piece that needs to take place, and it can't be done in planner lingo. So that's one thing. In terms of other reforms that we could consider further, I think a further, not just relaxation of prohibition on people drinking outside, but actually actively encouraging the use of public spaces by venues in the way that Sydney used to do for many, many decades, quite successfully, in which people are encouraged to be out on the street in a way that is safe, but that creates that buzz on main streets. When I was a kid in Balmain, there were hundreds of people outside every pub most days of the week. And it wasn't something that led to wholesale violence. It was part of the local culture. And we all know when you travel around the world, you go to just about any city in Europe, you see it being done much better, where the public is encouraged to make use, venues and the public are encouraged to make use of public spaces and to spend time on the street. We've gone in the opposite direction, and for years and years have introduced ever greater levels of regulation, basically designed to kill that off. I'd like to see us reverse course and go a lot further to encourage people to be out on the street whilst they're at a venue.
Thank you. I've got some more questions, but I've got colleagues who would like to ask.
Thanks, Kate. I wanted to go probably first of all, and I might direct them to you, Mayor Byrne, but happy if Mr Reynolds wants to answer as well. I was interested in the part of your submission where you talked about more support for rural and regional councils for establishing the special entertainment precincts. And I guess what you're hearing from your members around what some of the challenges are, noting that it's sort of early on. I think we had some of the departmental representatives today talk about, I think, Parks and Tamworth being two, but just interested in some feedback around what you're hearing from local councils about the challenges with that process.
Yeah, I might just address that briefly and then ask David to raise specific examples that have been raised by our member councils.
That would be great.
Look, I think it's fair to say that there's a perception amongst those councils that the policies that are being rolled out are city-centric. And that's understandable given the decline that we've seen in Sydney over time, but the issues are very different in regional communities. For example, a special entertainment precinct that focuses on later trading and late night activity may not be relevant to a venue in a regional town. The importance of the festivals that have been built up by these communities over decades, and many of them are very famous, that's such an important part of their local identity and their local economies. The influx of money that comes in when they host a major festival is something that benefits the community all year round. We need to provide direct, ongoing support for those events and guarantee it over the long term so that those councils can afford to plan around that. We're talking about some of the same councils who are facing the most constrained financial conditions imaginable. Shrinking population bases, enormous infrastructure assets that they're responsible for. I know you know this already. Thousands and thousands of kilometres of roads. Increasing cost shifting where they have to step in to provide state or federal government services. So without the guaranteed support for their live music events, obviously, when they don't have sufficient revenue to run basic services, those events are imperilled and there's a danger that they'll be cut. So I think that would be a really important recommendation to consider about whether, rather than it being annual or even triennial, whether it could be a decade-long commitment to some of these proven events that are very successful and should continue into the future. I might just ask David to outline a bit more detail about the submissions that have been made.
Yeah, thank you. And for context for the committee, there's about 22 councils across New South Wales that have passed resolutions to explore the entertainment precinct method. And there are several of those outside of the metro region. You've heard about Tamworth and Parks, Goulburn Mulwara is in there as well. Also Byron Shire is one of those councils that's exploring that. The feedback that we're getting from members of that type is that they're broadly supportive of the outcome. They want to activate their spaces and their places in this way. What they're running into in terms of, really it's a funded capacity to do the work required to properly designate the space and then to properly do the community consultation. So in that respect, there's a strategic planning layer that needs to be undertaken, there's acoustic assessment that needs to be undertaken, there's community engagement or consultation that needs to be undertaken, and then of course there's the educational component around actually getting the businesses and the musicians or the creative type to come into these spaces and activate them in the way required. And so programs like Kickstarter aren't quite getting there for some of these regional councils. So that's their particular feedback about that. I think I'd also pick up the point around the special entertainment precinct principles not always suiting the differences that occur in the regions in terms of operating hours, travelling patterns, venue opening hours, having them perhaps not based as centrally on the bonus provisions is not quite the right term, but things being based off licences as opposed to just function is a bit of a point of difference in some places too. So there's some of the nuances, but some of the financial challenges for those councils too.
Thank you. And I'll just do one more if I can, to you, Mr. Davidson. I was interested in your submission where you talk about redoing the state of the scene venue research and doing that every 2 years. And it's something that we've talked about with other witnesses today about kind of having evidence-based policy driving or data driving the policy. And I guess I was wanting to better sort of understand what you think the benefits are of doing that more frequently and how that could inform kind of government decision making in this space as well.
Yeah, great, thank you. Well, obviously we don't know whether we're protecting or losing spaces unless we know that they're there. So it's really important that we count our music spaces, and we do that consistently, and that we look at all the different kinds of places where music is made and presented and include them all. At the City of Sydney, we're quite lucky in that we have the floor space and employment survey that we've been undertaking for more than 20 years. We undertake a count of all of the commercial floor space across our local government area. So we've been able to track changes in the way that commercial property is used over that 20-something year horizon.
Right. Okay.
And so we've been able to see with real clarity the loss of spaces, especially around creative production spaces, rehearsal spaces, and so forth. Likewise, we look at APRA AMCOS reporting data to look at the venues in our area that are reporting to APRA a high degree of performance ticket takings, or royalty payments that they're required to declare. So we've been tracking that for quite some time, but it's inconsistent, and it's not a foolproof way of seeing which venues we have. Different venues now report in different ways. The Opera House, for example, doesn't report in the same way as a small pub does. But it is a useful way of being able to see which pubs and clubs have got occasional ad hoc programming that they have to provide a small return to APRA for, and which venues are selling tickets in excess of $100,000 a year, and that ticket revenue is driving the actual local music scene.
Yeah.
So we've been cobbling together that research as best as we can for the past 10, 12 years. But we were very interested to see the state of the scene research come through with Sound New South Wales and the establishment of Sound New South Wales and their contemporary music strategy. The methodology is not clear, and we see real value in making that methodology transparent and providing that to councils, and talking to councils about the other kind of research data points that they have available to them, and making sure that we are actually tracking all spaces for music, not just those in licensed venues, but also the kinds of cultural and community facilities that councils have in their portfolios, where a lot of that kind of local grassroots community music sharing takes place, to just make sure that we're capturing the whole ecosystem in that research, then providing a replicable methodology that all councils can use, and so that we can see across all of our areas whether our live music spaces are indeed growing or whether they're continuing to retract, and what kinds of spaces is it that we've got a supply of more than 2,000 seat large venues for big commercial touring operators, but maybe nothing under 200 seats for a little local band to be playing in. So having that more nuanced understanding of the supply of venues across whole of Greater Sydney will help us make sure that we've got that kind of nose to tail set of spaces to support the industry moving forward.
Thank you, that was useful. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Allen. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Davidson, I'll keep going with you. And thank you for mentioning and continuing to mention the need for spaces and vibrancy being not just about alcohol and spaces that are open to continue consuming alcohol. On that note, I just wanted to ask you to expand upon one of the recommendations in your submission is around the, what do you call it, the community spaces, the asset, the
assets of community
Thank
value.
you. Yes, I lost my page, so I'm like, it'll come to me. Yes, which have you spoken or raised this with Create New South Wales or Sound New South Wales? This concept, and would you like to expand upon it a bit more in terms of what City of Sydney are thinking?
The City of Sydney is in a partnership with Create New South Wales around making space for culture. That's kind of a broad priority area that we describe it as, and looking at the various levers available to New South Wales Government and to local councils to grow creative space. It is, the assets of community value is one of those levers that's on the list to look at, but I can't say we've looked at it in any detail yet collaboratively with Create New South Wales. We have just also convened our first meeting of the local government network with Create New South Wales, which 23, am I right in saying 23 local councils attended our first meeting, sending staff who have responsibilities around creative industries and creative space to begin this working group to secure the supply of creative space across all of our councils in Greater Sydney. That's just as an aside. Back to your point, assets of community value, it's a lever that's in place in the UK. At the City of Sydney, our research, working with partners in Greater London Authority and the World Cities Culture Forum, we've talked a bit about this particular lever. In the UK, it's mostly used when local community pubs are about to be sold, and it forces the sale of an asset into a public process and gives the community a 6-month right to bid first before it might be sold to a land banking or to some other kind of development or to residential redevelopment. It's worked, our understanding from what we've heard from colleagues in London is that it's worked very well in regional areas where protecting that small local community pub, it's a true cultural asset, it's a true community asset, it's a meeting place for the community, and it's often the only cultural infrastructure that is available for bands and whatnot.
Yeah, because you've mentioned in the submission an example of long-term shelved and deteriorating assets like the Hopetown Hotel, for example, and also identifying key cultural assets eligible for a vacancy tax. So I think these are really interesting.
So in that context, we refer to the assets of community value because it is a process by which the community can nominate assets of value to the community, and then the government can make a decision to place a protection, a formal protection upon that venue. So the next steps in how you would then interpret that protection or use that protection is what I guess we're suggesting there, open for some creative applications, such as you could apply a vacancy tax to the venues that have been left shuttered for too long. You could provide additional incentives, land tax exemptions and things like that in order for those venues to be operated for cultural uses at an affordable rate. It's about the mechanism to identify those venues that are of importance to the community and should be maintained.
Yeah. You've also raised a couple of other interesting recommendations, actually. One around the an integrated permanent outdoor stage in terms of the master planning for Central Barangaroo.
Yeah.
That is a very good idea, and I'm keen on where that's got to in terms of discussions, and or a music business hub. These are different things, but yeah, could you talk to both of those? They make a lot of sense. I lived in Melbourne for a couple of years, so I know what you mean by the Sydney Biomusic Bowl.
Yeah. Our submission to the master planning for that Central Barangaroo development included consideration to be given for a permanent outdoor stage, much like that music bowl, or much like the Home of the Arts on the Gold Coast as well. There's a good permanent outdoor sound shell there that's integrated into a broader public domain outcome. Our understanding is that there is cultural space that is being designed and delivered through that Central Barangaroo reserve, but it's not going to
It's not the big concert space.
A permanent concert facility in it. We have previously provided comment on a proposal for a sound shell at the Domain, which I believe had a 30,000 person capacity. There was a lot that was great about that proposal, but also obviously some considerations that would the local community might have thoughts and feelings around it, but also for the sector to be able to determine whether it's really going to deliver the kinds of infrastructure and that kind of scale of performance. And the kinds of limitations that site.
Thank you. Mayor Byrne, you also raised in your opening statement, I think, but around the different ways in which the police approach licensing issues. This is in terms of, do you have a particular local area command? So are you saying that it's different according to the different LACs, and it depends on the culture in some ways of the different officers and the team? And I can see Burwood nodding, and this is. Yeah,
it is a bit subjective, although I would say just generally the culture within licensing police is not one that is fully supportive of the vibrancy reforms. And that really does undermine the overall success of improving regulations if the agency that's responsible for administering them, policing them, is taking a different ethos or approach. It is a bit hit and miss. So venues often report that if they're unlucky enough to come across a particular officer who has a very strident attitude towards policing, it can then become a prolonged problem for them because that officer or that command can come in week after week on Saturday and pick out a problem, which then becomes, in some cases, like an existential problem for the venue because they do have a lot of powers to be able to issue fines and shut venues down.
I think, and we'll go to others in a minute, but I think there was one submission, I can't remember which stakeholder it was, but was suggesting almost like somebody within, like an independent body that could be the arbiter, if you like, between...
The Festivals Association?
Yeah, which one?
I think it was the Festivals Association.
Yeah, maybe, yes. But in relation to licence conditions, because there's very much a power imbalance between the police, licensing officer and the venues. And as you said, they spend... So would that be something... Do you see a need for some kind of, like a honest broker, if you like, in that situation?
I think it would be better if there was a cultural change within licensing police
That's
generally.
good if we got that as a recommendation too. Yeah.
We started on it.
Can I do that one?
Whatever the mechanism is, it's very difficult to bring the vibrancy reforms to their full fruition unless you have the police on board as well. And so in some places in the inner west, it's just automatic that, as I mentioned before, so in Newtown it's been the case for a long time, that if an application comes in for an extension of trading hours by an hour, the police will make a submission against it, seemingly not based on its merits. It also devalues their submissions. And for example, when we were implementing the Enmore Road Special Entertainment Precinct, we were required to continue and go back and negotiate with the police, and they were continually proposing conditions. For example, I think at one point they proposed that the new entertainment precinct should be declared an alcohol-free zone, which would counter the purpose of establishing the precinct. So, and I'm not wanting to say this in any way disrespectful.
Just the facts.
Tone, but we need all government agencies to be singing from the same song sheet.
Yeah.
Could we maybe,
Ms. Wasef, did you want to? Or?
If I can, I speak and I'll defer to Brooke as well in a moment. But we come from a very, I guess, privileged position in that we have a very supportive local area command at Burwood and very active licensing officers. And so I appreciate there will be very different challenges for different local government areas. What we've found is that obviously we are talking about a whole ecosystem, and for local area command to have a lot of pressures, existing pressures, it can be a challenging concept to think about the what ifs. And so I think for us, really early conversations were around what would the state of play look like in an area that does have a special entertainment precinct. Data already tells us that we're not going to see a significant increase in violence or aggression, particularly in an area like Burwood where we don't have a big focus on alcohol at the night time. there is a lot of safety and security, great lighting, but also a small precinct that is manageable and close to transport and other key connection nodes. And so for us, we started very early working with licensing police. I defer to an email I have in front of me actually, where we work very closely with the lead educator in the licensing division, where they hold often advanced licensing officer workshops. And what's critical is that the local area commands start talking about things like special entertainment precincts early on in licensing officers' journeys. And so it doesn't become something that's happening to our industries, it's something that's happening with us as a collective, and that it's a two-way street. So our conversation has been throughout this process of establishing a SEP is that we're going to work with you. If you see increased complaints, let's work through them together. Let's actually experience it before we put any roadblocks in place. They're involved equally at the table with our working groups. So when we talk to businesses and stakeholders, we have a representative from the local area command there, listening, involved in the process. They're involved in the process of setting up our complaint management systems and processes as well. So there's no guesswork or secrets around what's happening or why, a really clear pathway and process.
And I'd probably add that our size at Burwood, we are the second smallest council in New South Wales. So it means that we can rapidly engage with the local area command. So us understanding what might be some of the pressures they're facing and early on means that we can put in place new things. So for example, we're now looking at providing direct access through an MOU to our CCTV network, because that's one of the things that the police have requested, and just to assist them. So it's really understanding what is it at the local level that's impacting policing. But yeah, our number one key point of difference is our drinking culture is about bubble tea, not alcohol. And I think that means that people, though, are out on the street and accessing the food and the food offering, which is really distinctly different to other places in Sydney. It also means that we're very quick to sit down with the police and work through their concerns when it comes to major road closures. So we've been doing some, I guess, what would have traditionally been considered pretty radical, of shutting down the whole town centre, and doing that time and time again, to the point that now all of our traffic management plans have been through the police. We know what their bugbears are. We know how they impact our traffic flows around the town centre. So I think it's about understanding what at the local level are the mechanisms that we can work through in order to get that. But yes, it does rely. We have an amazing commander that is driving change at the local level, and that's made a huge difference with us, because we can directly connect with her and work through those issues as they're happening, rather than waiting for a meeting.
Could I ask maybe then, I saw Mr. Ho and Ms. Kelly also nodding on Ms. Fairman's question there, so we might just get a response from you as well.
Yeah. I do remember when we were doing some more of our open streets programs, or Food and Wine by the river, which does have an element, they both have very strong live music elements in them. I think we remember that there was a new local commander coming in, and so we were advised by some of our event producers, we probably needed to begin to develop a relationship with that local command again, and then see, what kind of risk appetite or culture, I think that was brought up by the other members here, and that would really influence whether we would continue to run an event into the night, and that would also influence the kind of live music that we'd be able to program as well. I think already existing, we do have the canopy, which I think Stephanie could talk about. But we do feel like there is a lot of, like you said, sitting down, really talking to the local command. But, sometimes there will be some points made that you will probably have to follow, or maybe they might strongly recommend that you need to pay for user play police, and that will really affect a small event budget, especially for a smaller council too.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that it is personality dependent quite often, and that everything in life is about relationships, and this is no different, but it can be the make or break of an event. a big part of our consideration of what events we run, and there are events now that involved alcohol that we're not running anymore because it's cost prohibitive, the risk is too great, and we don't want to produce the relationship or have a friction relationship with them because the things like the canopy, which is well established before those officers have arrived, can still continue, and alcohol can be used. We don't have any alcohol-free zones. We allow people to BYO or to eat and drink at the restaurants and kind of spill out into that public domain area. It's been designed for that, and we want to protect that more than we want to run certain events that the police are not happy
We're
with.
out of time, but I just wanted to follow up on one aspect of that. So it sounds like there are events that you would like to hold that you either can no longer hold because of an adverse risk assessment. And is that risk assessment conducted by the police, or?
No, the risk assessment's conducted by us, but when the things like user pay has been a real challenge in the last, not just at Lane Cove, our previous council, the user pay experience, in my former council trebled. Without any incident at the previous event, it just trebled. And you can't actually argue if the police say, we think you need this much user pay, we don't have any ability to contain that, so then it impacts on the event. It
that was
impacts
my
on
next
the festival.
question, whether it was the same as festivals, whether it was
It's
the
exactly the same as
police
festivals.
got to decide what the appropriate police
Well,
was.
you can appeal for music festivals, though, the charge, but it sounds like
Councils
what you're
are very
talking about is
risk-averse.
not a music festival as such. Yeah.
Okay.
Councils are
Interesting.
risk averse.
Yeah.
We don't want to, if the police tell you that they think that this is it, they are the expert in risk. It is a challenge. You can do it, but it's difficult if anything happened. We're a government organisation, and we,
Yep, fair enough. Thank you. Look, that's we're over time, but there was so much to ask you and to hear about. We do very much appreciate both your submissions were excellent, but also your evidence here today has been extremely helpful. We might have asked you to take things on notice, but if we didn't, we may well ask you to answer some supplementary questions, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you about how to do that. But again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome and thank you for joining us. You are the last session of the day in our first day of hearings into live music. If I could begin by asking you to state your name, position, title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, and we'll start with Ms. Robinson.
My name's Adele Robinson. I'm the chair of the Australian Festival Association and CEO of Fuzzy Operations, which runs music festivals. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Hi, my name's Adam Smith. I am a board member of the Australian Festival Association. I'm also a co-owner of Yours and Ours Festival in Wollongong. I'm happy to be here. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Arkins.
Hi, I'm Ollie Arkins. I'm the CEO of the Australian Festival Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin by making one of you or any of you or all of you an opening statement?
Yeah, we might just give a short opening statement.
Certainly.
And then happy to answer any questions. But we at the Australian Festivals Association represent over 80 members nationally. They include promoters, suppliers and contractors of music festivals. So think the people who sell the tickets, but also those who put up the fencing, bars, insurance, audiovisual equipment, toilet security, and a whole lot more. And I guess we just want to reiterate the importance of festivals in the live music ecosystem, and particularly given the advent of AI and moving to streaming platforms, the importance of audience development, also being able to build your audience and get your option to practice your craft on a stage at a festival, with streaming services prioritising kind of US-based content and commercial radio not having the same platform that it used to, just means that the opportunity to perform at a festival for an up-and-coming Australian artist is so much more powerful and worthwhile for them and really important. So I think since the 2017 inquiry, we've seen a number of the recommendations and changes suggested by that inquiry report implemented. I think not in the way that they were maybe initially recommended back then, but since the election, we've seen, a dedicated Minister for Music and the Nighttime Economy. We've seen an expansion of the role of the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, the establishment and growth of Sound New South Wales with 4 years of substantial funding. And we've also seen a number of outdated restrictions on live performance in venues and the movement towards a much more supportive planning and noise settings, not just at venues, but also at outdoor settings like Centennial Park and the Domain, which have been super helpful for our members. And I think we've seen over the course of the last 3 years just a change in the approach from government to the music industry generally as one of partnership and working together. We've obviously seen the release of the Contemporary Music Strategy. I think we've got 4 years of funding, but it's a 10-year strategy. We'd really love to see ongoing funding to implement that whole strategy and support the work of Sound New South Wales. But I think the things that particularly affecting festivals at the moment is mainly around the change in approach that we've seen at the New South Wales Music Festival Roundtable, which since 2019 has forced engagement between all of the agencies that regulate festivals and our industry, the likes of police, liquor and gaming, health, the planning system. We're actually having a conversation about the challenges facing our industry, and we've got a forum to now discuss those, raise concerns and see changes made, which just wasn't happening prior to 2019 when we saw a really adversarial approach and the advent of the Music Festivals Act. So I think the main thing we'd love to see is everyone saying the right things at the government level and on the round table. The experience of our members sometimes on the ground with a bit of inconsistency, particularly from police, but also in some cases liquor licensing, are some of the things that we're trying to work through. There's a general commitment on both sides to iron out a lot of these problems, and we've identified some things on an industry level that Adam will go through that we can do to address some of those. But we have seen the legislative change, we've seen a change in the language, we've seen the introduction of pill testing, but sometimes we still see really increased user pays police quotes and also really high numbers and sometimes silly liquor licensing conditions that can be ironed out but just sometimes become a bit more difficult. I might hand over to the other two just to raise some additional points.
Certainly.
The other thing we wanted to note was the funding that festivals have received the past year. That's been targeted at larger established festivals, and moving forward there isn't currently a fund for festivals. We'd like to see funding going to smaller events, up and coming promoters, but something that we think is super important is audience development, and we think that all ages events, not just 16 to 18, shows that actually have kids from as young as 3 and 4 coming to music festivals will be super, super important for the viability of our industry. So we want to see ways that government can help with those aspects.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, probably just back to Ollie's points there about the biggest change we've noticed and seen is it's a sort of philosophical shift from that, adversarial pushing back on the risk side of things to a much more enabling approach from government, and that's been really welcome, and we're extremely pleased with that. I'd say now we're in this position where we need to get down to the implementation, and again, to Ollie's point, the reforms are all great, but we need to really carry them forward and make sure that that's hitting the regions, hitting it on the ground. So on our side, in the industry side, we've been working with government. They've been great in supporting the AFA in developing a industry-developed guide of best practice, which we're going to call, working title, the Festival Blueprint. And that'll just be eventually a national guide, but starting in New South Wales. And that's about uplifting and upskilling the industry and working with those agencies. So we've seen already a lot of progress there. So we're just keen to see that continue and keen to see the changes that are happening, particularly in agency level, continue, and the way that industry and government are working together, we want to see that continue as well. So that was it from me.
Thank you. We might head to questions. Did you have something else?
No, that's it.
I wanted to pick up on a few things that you've mentioned across the introductory statements. Ms. Arkins, you mentioned the Music Festivals Roundtable, and I wanted to understand a bit more what the role of that has been in advocating for the festivals sector as a start. Could you explain a bit?
Yeah, totally. So in 2019, we saw the introduction of the Act, and in that it established the Festival Roundtable. Prior to the Roundtable existing, there was no kind of formal engagement from a industry-wide level on the festival industry and any state government agency. There were individual promoters having a relationship with maybe their local police, their local hospital, the licensing cop, maybe liquor and gaming via email, rarely getting in front of them, and kind of putting out these just arguing over the policy settings and the conditions that were being put on individual events at that localised level. And I guess if the promoter had a good relationship with the local police or the local hospital, or knew how to kind of present their proposed liquor license the right way, they could probably have a pretty good working relationship. The moment the local police changed, or they wanted to do an event in a new part of the state, they had to start that relationship all over again. And sometimes you just got someone who was like super risk averse, who either hadn't worked with major events before or just saw them as really risky, so would put really over the top conditions and like costs on promoters that would be a handbrake. And we were seeing that New South Wales is the like absolute most expensive jurisdiction in the country to do an event in when it comes to government imposed charges. So the roundtable facilitated a conversation between us as we were a fledgling new industry association back then, with a seat at the table, sometimes in this room actually, with an assistant commissioner who's been given that role at the police's end, the head of liquor and gaming, who I co-chair the roundtable with. We've got a partnership between industry and government. We have a co-chair relationship. We set the agenda together. We decide what the meetings will focus on, whether when the meetings are held on site at a festival once a year, where we go, those types of things. And also with health, their increased role in managing the safety management plans originally, and now they're called agreed health and medical plans. Having them at the table, being able to have a conversation about some of these challenges that members see on the ground, but at removed away from the kind of power imbalance between me as a promoter making an application or needing that individual police officer or hospital or liquor and gaming application to be approved, and kind of not feeling like I can question that, to being able to have a conversation at the industry-wide level saying, hey, this is happening kind of across the state and this is how it's showing up. Can we maybe come up with a different approach or have standardisation is kind of what we'd been asking for. And I think, there's been some pretty robust conversations around that table, particularly early on, to now it being quite collaborative. People are accepting that not everyone's agencies and even some of our members are doing the things to the standards that I think we all would like them to see. And we're just able to kind of resolve some of those issues before it gets to the crisis point that we saw in 2018, 2019, where it became a highly politicised issue with political parties taking a side, trying to take a political point with a policy proposal to an election, and not really being able to have a conversation about the detailed kind of cost implications on the ground for an industry which I think broadly the community really value and love and want to see more live music and go to more festivals. But the argument descended into one about young people dying from drug overdoses and like it being framed as a festival's problem when it just isn't.
Can I ask, you've mentioned the Act a couple of times, the 2019 Act, and I understand that there have been changes to the Act since then. Have these been positive? Have they made a difference, or is that part of the change that you're talking about now?
So the Act was passed in 2019 after the Upper House disallowed a liquor licence that was music festival specific. Right. We had issues with the liquor licence. Adele can probably speak to more details, but essentially we worked with the Parliament. The Upper House disallowed it. The election occurred in 2019. The government got re-elected. They still wanted to go down the path of some regulation, so they came up with the Music Festivals Act. It was a pretty blunt instrument where you are either a subject festival or you weren't, and by the end of it we were seeing that when ILGA were making a determination about whether or not you're a subject festival, they were getting submissions from police saying that everyone that they had to consider should be a subject festival.
For the benefit of hindsight, ILGA?
Oh, the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, which is obviously at arm's length. So when, I don't want to get into too many details here, but like...
I guess if we have there been subsequent changes that have been helpful, and if so, how?
Yes. So ILGA's no longer the decision-making authority. The department is. The advice that they have to receive is from health, police, and liquor and gaming, or sometimes the round table.
And the promoter.
And the promoter's submission as well. And I think that we advocated for those changes to the Act because ILGA was kind of making decisions that were opaque and we couldn't really get before them. And we kind of, wanted to have some more clarity around that. So the changes were that the decision makers now are liquor and gaming. Police advice isn't at a higher level than any other agency, and there's a review mechanism that's been implemented to enable the promoter, if they disagree with the determination of liquor and gaming, to request a review internally at their end. But also the same thing was happening with the setting of user pays costs. So the liquor and gaming determinations have a review mechanism in, but we also got review mechanisms in the user pays setting, so through police and through ambulance.
Yeah, and with that I might pass over to my colleagues.
You go. You go.
Just to I was going to ask you actually to update in terms of the user pays, the experience that you're all having. The police this morning, I don't know if you heard, seemed to suggest that in fact, he said that the days of young people going to festivals and having to run the gauntlet are over, which is interesting. And that, but they still have dogs. Will still have drug dogs and still have police, but the days of the gauntlet are over. When was the last time that you can recall seeing anything like that? Is that true?
I think just talking from my experience, having run a festival, last year, but we did notice some change, and it's positive. But I wouldn't. I think we've got a slightly different perspective there.
The data's definitely less from the data.
Definitely less, and definitely a more willingness to work with the industry. But I think there's still a mismatch between because of the nature of the complexity of the LACs of being all run by different commanders. There's some variance on the ground. So we're getting there, but it's still not where we think it needs to be.
I think also because we just came to the end of the 12-event trial with the pill testing, I think there was probably a slightly different overlay with user pays police last summer because there was pill testing.
Of course.
So I think it'll be interesting to see moving forward what that looks like, and then depending on what happens with pill testing going forward, if that changes things forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've definitely seen fewer police at at events, particularly when it comes to drug dogs too. But there's still, when you compare them to other interstate jurisdictions, there's still way more of them. Like they're fewer than 5 years ago or pre-COVID, but it's still not reduced to the level where I see young people going into an event in Melbourne or Brisbane and they're running. There was never any gauntlet. They barely know the police presence is there. So I think Adam's point that it's
better, but we've still got a way to go. But I don't want to speak for them, but I feel like they possibly agree that we're working together and that we all got to change, right? I'm saying that. That's my perspective.
So with the amount being charged, and then in terms of user pays and the panel, have you seen a marked? Because I know AFA's been collecting as much as possible for from your members in terms of how much has been charged. Are we seeing the similar reduction, I assume, maybe because of the pill testing trial as well, but that's working too?
Well, so when it comes to pill testing, we were never charged for drug operations.
Oh, yeah.
So it's only officers that they deem as the number appropriate for the level of risk at the event. I think we've seen
But that's usually what happens, right?
Yeah. But I'm just saying, because of that, you've probably seen a reduced presence at the pill testing trial events. The costs have come down, but maybe not to the level that are comparable to interstate jurisdictions. only on the review process, though, I think we have communicated those processes. So the internal review at police, then the external review at the panel. There, I think we've still got a long way to go in terms of the times at which we're getting quotes and our membership across the board feeling comfortable enough to still request those reviews. They exist. They have seen some use. The panel's only seen one application, is my understanding.
Yes, that's what I...
and that was quite late in the piece.
I think there is a little bit of, like, I've had experience with pushing back at that early stage and reminding them there is the panel and that I will be very comfortable going to the panel if there isn't a discussion about the numbers, and the numbers have reduced. So it'd be interesting to get more data about promoters that have had less experience arguing with police than me, to find out whether they've had a similar experience.
I think it is just one, but this was data I got late last year, I think, from the police in terms of...
I think it's still just one.
People
my understanding is nobody else. And partly that is
I'll
because...
put someone on notice.
That'd be good to know.
The time frame at which you can apply to the panel, some people aren't getting their quotes in time, which I think police have a role to play to work with us to give us quotes and go through the internal process with enough time to also go to the panel if we need to.
So in terms of the support of smaller festivals, because there's been quite a number of submissions that have made different recommendations, but it's fair to say that music festivals, in terms of numbers, they're still folding, like overall. The recommendation around the funding, which available to music festivals, live music venues nationally, maximum grant amount of $250,000. Is this being fed through as well as suggestions for Sound New South Wales to take to the minister? Like, because this is a recommendation now in this submission.
Yeah.
Is that also being advocated, I hope, by...
Yeah, definitely. I think...
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
From our perspective... like there isn't dedicated funding available for music festivals currently.
No.
I think we accept that the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund played a significant role achieving kind of trying to support festivals at a time where there was increased costs and fewer people were buying tickets, but it was always going to be time limited. And we had advocated even back then when we were talking about the viability fund that beyond that there needs to be an ongoing kind of fund available for promoters to access, not dissimilar to what we see with Revive Live from the federal government. That's been in existence since 2020 now. It's just been funded for one more year in the budget. Through the cultural policy, we're going to be advocating for that. But having a funding program available for festivals at the state and national level, ideally in every state, is what we've been advocating for. And I think the importance is that some of those, now that the confidence is slowly coming back, we're actually seeing young promoters give it a go. And given the costs that they're facing, there's a desperate need for funding to be able to be accessible by them.
Can you expand on what, now that we see the confidence coming back, what do you mean by that?
Well, there are shows that have been doing well where there was kind of no shows doing well a while ago. So,
right. Who's feeling the it's a genuine question because we're hearing bad. Who's feeling the confidence? Is it the artists or the promoters or the audience?
We're seeing new festivals pop up, smaller festivals in regional New South Wales with, 1,000, 2,000 cap events. The fact that there's more of them now gives, us the idea that they're taking a chance and they're willing to do it and they think that they can sell the tickets.
What about recommendations around insurance in terms of the government being able to assist? Has the AFA done work on that?
Lots. There's been multiple discussions, particularly at the national level, given it's a federal issue. There was a good option that was had cancellation option run by the Victorian Managed Insurance Agency, which was kind of government-led, that we could access, I think it was cancellation insurance through the VMIA back then. It's no longer available. There was a discussion and funded study into public liability mutual arrangements funded by Creative Australia that we fed into. The problem is for festivals, the drawdowns on insurance pools is much higher than the premiums we're putting in. So to
It's bad.
put it in a pool, to put it in a pool that's big enough, they need to kind of bring in other industries so that the risk profile is lowered.
Hence why in terms of the government sharing some of that risk.
I think the federal government wasn't just being pestered by music festivals. There was a lot of industries, and I think it all went into the too hard basket.
One final one.
Just quickly, I'm keen to know in terms of the whole attractiveness now still of music festivals. So, Listen Out change to Listen Out Presents, and use the money to do that, 500,000. You must have done that based on what was a changing audience, appetite for a different type of performance, whether it's shorter, more comfortable, I don't know, but clearly the AFA is doing a lot of research into this in terms of what people are wanting, and you pivoted to that. Do you want to talk a bit about that?
So I guess just on the viability grant, so that was actually used to pay the costs of Listen Out when it happened, as opposed to funding the following year. But I think my business, we have pivoted very much to trying to do shows where we're amortising costs across various using the same infrastructure at similar venues. So that's a way of producing actually more live music in New South Wales, but reducing the costs per show. So we did that at Fleet Steps, where we had multiple shows using the same infrastructure. We did that at Bondi Beach with the Crowded House concert and Mighty Hoopla. So in a lot of ways, we've actually pivoted to do more shows, but trying to bring the costs down to make each show more viable. So it's a few different things. I do agree that smaller shows in more unique venues, they seem to be easier to sell tickets, but in addition to that, reducing the overall costs means that it's more viable.
The cost of the stage that I heard, it's crazy for festivals. Absolutely crazy.
Having the cap at Centennial Park was increased because that was some of the things, the feedback we were getting is like, if you can only have so many events a year, and they weren't even reaching the cap because they didn't want to annoy the local residents.
It was actually not just the cap, it was the fact that they couldn't have events one after the other, so that you couldn't do infrastructure sharing in Centennial Park. So that changing is I don't think anyone's used it yet, but it's a big game changer.
It's kind of happening across the board.
Really interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. This is more for my own sort of knowledge or awareness. So, obviously we're talking about music festivals because this is an inquiry into the live music sort of space. But in terms of your organisation, do you do beyond music festivals as well, or is that your main focus?
So we were set up.
Very good question.
Adele
I'm just trying to understand.
One of the founding members.
Okay.
And we were set up by 5 commercial music festival promoters.
Yep.
Since then, we've grown to over 80 members. The overwhelming majority are in New South Wales and Victoria. The national peaks that were maybe representing music festivals at the time, when the challenges came up in New South Wales, decided that they weren't going to focus at a kind of state-based level, which is why the promoters got together and were like, we need a voice, we need a collective association to be able to engage with government when those laws came up. And it just meant that we've focused more at a kind of state and territory jurisdictional level with, relationships with all of the agencies we've spoken about, police, liquor licensing, planning, health. But we're a small team of just over 2 staff. We've kind of got not even 2.5. It's
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. So that's a long way of saying we've got really good relationships with those agencies in New South Wales and Victoria.
Yep.
But then to be able to do that nationally, you kind of have to increase your engagement by 100% every time you go into a new state, because you've got to start again with the police and liquor licensing and all of that. It's a long way of saying most of our members are in New South Wales and Victoria.
Well, were you more asking if there's different types of
Yeah,
festivals?
so I guess because the other festivals are like my mind automatically goes to music
So
festivals,
Sydney
which would be
Festival is a member, for example.
Right, okay.
But
So's the
I
comedy
can't really
festival
talk for them, but I suspect they're mainly a member for their music programs
Yeah,
that they're doing
okay.
outside. But we've actually did a planning session last year to work out whether we should be expanding it to all types of festivals, because there's a lot of a lot of the work we do applies to food festivals.
Well, and that's why I
I
guess the reason for asking was, did you just say, Miss Arkins, you do comedy festival as well?
We've
or
got
or
the
you've
Sydney
got
Comedy Festival. Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess what I was trying to kind of get to is whether amongst your members and the different events that are on, whether there's sort of particular handbrakes on the live music stuff that doesn't actually apply to other types of festivals, if there are things that you could do better for the music festivals that exist for, say, a comedy festival or something else. I
think the answer is music has generally been more targeted by agencies in a negative way traditionally. So in a lot of ways, the issues that we've been dealing with have been more extreme than things like food festivals or comedy festivals. But I think when you're looking at large scale events and all of the things that go into that, there is a lot of common ground with those other types of events.
No, that's useful. And then just, I guess, kind of following on from that, I think you said before, Miss Arkins, that you co-chair the round table. But in your submission, there's a few comments along sort of have your members hearing two different stories, like good things are said at the round table, but then in practice, and this kind of picks up on some of Kate's questions, whether it's with health districts or what happens on the ground doesn't always align with what is sort of discussed or agreed to at the round tables. I'm kind of paraphrasing a little, but that was what I picked up from your submission. So how do you fix that? Are there things that the committee could recommend that would make that sort of better in practice for your members and for the events that they hold?
I think we've asked police to provide more clarity around how they determine the level of user-pays policing at events, because at the moment, if someone that's done a festival in an area that we've got members that have done it before and they're having a bad relationship, like I can pick up the phone to the assistant commissioner and be like, what's going on here? Like, can we work this out? But it shouldn't have to rely on us having to have that conversation with the agency every time, there's a different approach. Like, these things should be embedded within government, and the only way we can advocate for that is if we understand how they're setting some of these determinations. So we've asked for clarity around the user pays numbers and cost settings, which we're told is coming. And we've also asked for, currently when you submit to Liquor and Gaming about whether you should be an agreed health or medical plan festival, you put your submission in. Health puts a submission in, which is essentially a template. It's the same thing for every festival. It's like very objective. The details are there. What we see in the submissions from police is they're very different depending on who's written it, depending where in the state that it's come from.
I've had some that have been like 15 pages and have been like super emotive and very personal and quite unprofessional, quite frankly. I personally think the thing that needs to be fixed is the way events are dealt with by the police and the way it's segregated at the moment regionally. There are important things about regions, there's things about traffic and local behaviour and all of that that's really important. But when we're looking at large scale events and all the things that happen with those, I think there needs to be a police expert that is overseeing that, and that currently isn't happening. That's a structural issue as opposed to the round table.
That's this takes time, right? The first wave is repeal the legislation. We've seen those big reforms. The second step is agencies understanding and interpreting those new changes, and then it's got to be structural and organisational led change on everyone that sits in that round table. Police, health, everyone, industry, and we all have to go that extra step and go, how do we all work together? Like, because if that doesn't happen, one change in the law isn't going to make any difference. It's not going to be enough. It's made a difference, but it's not going to be enough. So now we're really advocating for that maturation phase of on all sides and going, we need to work together here and we need to change this, because if we don't see consistency across the board, all of this good work will be for nothing, really. And that'll be such a shame, because we all have worked so well together, government, industry, everyone's actually, and police as well, to their credit, are starting to come to the table. So we need to see that carried forward and that consistency happening. Otherwise it'll just, be a mixed result. So.
Yeah. Thank you. That's useful. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Merton?
Thank you very much. And look further to each of you for your time and work on this. If I could just look at recommendation 6, and we've had quite a bit of discussion about this, and I guess just in a nutshell, just looking at the funding for music festivals, and at the moment I guess we've established that the current funding model does not support sort of the specific festival model. Would that be correct?
Well, there's not dedicated funding for festivals currently.
Yeah. Only a matter of a few weeks of that, really. But yeah, it's technically there's no future funding dedicated to festivals at the moment. There's intention, we believe, but no. That's just a timing issue, I think. But so that's why we're advocating for it.
Thank you. And the other issue, just on funding, and I think this might have been at the opening, and it was the comment was made about there's 4-year funding in place to support a published 10-year strategy.
Yeah.
And what that might mean to the industry in terms of sort of sustainability and, sort of certainty.
We were just really pleased to see, when we're talking about the level of funding for music in New South Wales, the 4-year commitment was a huge increase and has now taken us into the lead. Like every other music industry around the country, you speak to musicians and people that work in music would love to see the level of support that New South Wales has. I think we are really happy to see that 4 years worth of funding has made a transformation in our local industry, but there isn't funding committed beyond, I think, next financial year. It was a 4-year commitment at the last election, but since then the Sound New South Wales has developed a plan. They've released a 10-year contemporary music strategy, but there's no funding committed to implement the final 6 years, or maybe it's more than that, depending on when the plan came out. And we just think that given the importance and the transformation we've seen in the support for our local industry, if we're going to continue seeing New South Wales as the leader, and have musicians want to move here and live here and get supported by the government, then the government needs to put money to the rest of that plan.
And would you be putting that case to the government at the moment in terms of an ongoing commitment here?
We have
a big announcement, some big money, but what's next?
Yes, I would hope that this committee is going to be making recommendations for further ongoing funding for music, noting the successes of the policy reforms implemented to date, and that the inquiry recommends ongoing funding given there's a plan in place, and hopefully the industry's coming and saying the same thing that we have, because it has, having been around the kind of music space during the lockout laws and then the impact from COVID, like Sydney being as vibrant and a place where there's support for our industry is huge. Like I can't express that
Thank
enough.
you. And just look, my final question. I guess today's discussion, and witnesses, we've seen a concentration of sort of funding support around parts of Sydney, the Sydney area, sort of the inner west and Sydney itself. Just wondering whether you would have anything further to share with us about sort of the Sydney metropolitan area or further out there, what we might be seeing in terms of the uptake of this, grant program for live music.
Well, both Adam and I run regional shows. So I ran Groove in the Moo in Lismore 2 weekends ago, which was supported by Great Southern Nights. And I wouldn't have been able to do that show without that support, and also the support from Lismore City Council. And I think that that show, it was all ages. We had almost 2,000 kids under 12 at that show, which were free to get in. And that's what we're kind of talking about with this funding, like making it targeted for areas that need it, and for shows that need it, and for communities that need it.
Yeah, I'd say from a regional perspective, it's such a different world to the cities.
Yeah.
And festivals play a different role there than they do to the cities. It's destination tourism. It's bringing jobs into the areas. All these things that it's really dropping that into a community, and it can uplift them in a massive way. And the other thing I'd say is that they create a secondary market for the touring circuit. So whilst artists might tour the capital cities, there needs to be a viable market for them to go outside of those cities, and that is extremely important to see those festivals and events happening in a non-capital city area or a non-urban area, to bring it to sort of get that ecosystem working, because it is ultimately all connected. It's a big ecosystem, right? So and it brings diversity to the events industry, and that's what we want to see. So that's me plugging the regional.
Could I just ask one follow-up question related? I was wondering, so that's the regional versus metro kind of dynamic, but I wondered in terms of size, sort of your smaller festivals versus your bigger ones, in terms of your membership, and looking at your recommendations, are there priorities that are different for your smaller versus your bigger festivals? Are there things your members tell you that are different needs for depending on size?
I think the regulatory issues affect everyone, and I think the scale of the impact and how rapidly it came about post-COVID with the increase in supplier costs and the change in the audience ticket buying levels. Like, we just saw a bunch of 18 to 24-year-olds come out of COVID that had never been to music, that just didn't buy any tickets for a few years, when pre-COVID they were our biggest ticket buying cohort. And it took a couple of seasons, summer festival seasons, for that to rebuild. And what members tell me is that they are the biggest ticket buying cohort now, again, but the challenging time through there was when it became kind of existential. And if we lost some of the bigger festivals at that moment, like, it would have had such a flow-on impact to the rest of the industry. I think now we've seen that ticket buying recover and stabilise. We've kind of saved as many of our festivals as we could. We obviously saw some iconic ones fall to the wayside. And now we know that there is substantial contemporary music funding available, but the gap in our scene at the moment is support for those smaller festivals. A lot of them are in the regions. People love a destination unique festival. I'm thinking of like Soma. Strawberry Fields is getting to bigger, but it's becoming it's matured over that period of time. Those costs are still high, so they're still needing funding, and I think that's what we've seen a number of them access Revive Live funding, and the Victorians had a smaller funding round called the Live Music Festivals Fund, and that was the gap here, so that's why we're kind of advocating for them. It's less a regional metro divide, but I'd say most of the smaller festivals aren't in Sydney because of the venue costs.
Gotcha. Okay, that's the end of our hearing for the day. Thank you so much for your submission and for appearing today and giving us evidence. I don't know if you took anything on notice. You might have, but we might also have supplementary questions for you. The Secretariat will be in touch about when we need those back and things. But thank you once again for appearing.
Thank you for your hard day all day.
Yeah, long day. Thank you.